The Arthurian legends are a wonder of the past and present. They buoy our spirits, unchaining us from many of the restrictions of modern life. The legends call to us across the centuries, a call we cannot ignore. We can know Lancelot and love him for his sins as well as his valor, as if he were our own companion. How we cherish the legends. Never perhaps will we know them with complete understanding. Many writers have tried using pens of many metals. I am faithful only to my own dreams of what happened so long ago. The Arthurian tales handed down through generations have been embellished and embroidered so much that we can never be sure of the truth. And we don't really need to, since the legends now sustain themselves. Even more liberty is granted to the writer of a sequel. The author need only back up against the past as he holds the future at arm's length in his pen. Though many of the adventures and descriptions of my novel are new and original, some are not so new and unexpected. This happens when one must draw upon the legends of the past for continuity. But like the spring, legends belong to everyone. Yes, I too wept when the dream ended, but there are other dreams, other voices to be heard now. We now have the liberty to extend the legends for every whim. Yes, we, the readers and writers of the continuing legend, have the grandest of all quests now laid out before us. But the quest can sustain us and nourish us like food from the Grail. Even those of us who seemingly exist in perfect harmony with the local universe, who might otherwise lie down and die, astounded with too much knowledge, were it not for the adventure of a quest. Yes, the quest's the thing, the thrill of the quest. Keep the flame alive. Our story. Camelot, once a city of marvel, now stands tarnished. The lands are dry with drought. Mordred has taken the throne. Must any more time pass without relief? Are Arthur and his knights up to the job? The battle on Salisbury Plain draws toward its conclusion as Arthur's small but brilliant army of knights overcome 100-fold of Saxons. Arthur has slain 100 men with Excalibur. Prince Valor has done in 75 with the swinging sword. Lancelot has reappeared from monastery life and using ordinary metal has ended the lives of 60 men. Percival, Ern, and Gelaine each bring a close to the careers of 50 Saxons. Lesser knights also do their chores well, but the price of victory is dear, and only Arthur, Percival, and the immortal enemy Mordred remain alive on the field as we join the action. Mordred raises his lance, and Percival prepares to move against him. "No, Percival," cautions King Arthur. "His armor cannot be pierced by metal which has been forged on the earth. It is my destiny to meet him." "And die?" questions Percival.
"And die," answers the king. "It has been revealed to me in a dream from Merlin. My life belongs to the future, to legend." Mordred is confident in his golden armor as he puts his lance through Arthur, wounding him. Yet Arthur raises Excalibur and sends it through Mordred's invincible armor as if it were butter. forget, Mordred, that Excalibur was not forged upon the earth, and that only I may wield it, for the good of man, that I may stop you only by giving my life too. Mordred dies, and Arthur lies gravely injured, but alive. Arthur bids Perceval to his side. Now you are the last knight, Perceval. You must see to the kingdom, see that its treasures, including my crown, remain hidden, and see to Guinevere and make her comfortable, and carry on alone, but with courage. The hell with that, Arthur, my king. I will join you in death. There is no place for me in the world now. A knight without companions is a man who ceases to exist, for there is then no reason to live. Perceval, do you remember what I said when you delivered the Grail to me? When I drank from it and it turned crimson and brought spirit back? You said, one never knows how empty is the soul until it is filled. And do you remember, Percival, how you found the Grail? Yes, I do. At every crossing and fork I took the most impossible path. Then you must do so now, Percival, for your path is most impossible and your heart is empty, and as such you know not what you say when you court death to join me. I have long suspected my destiny, that my life was not my own. Now finally I travel to that place where my life can be my own. As for you, your life is here. There are still some battles to be won. Indeed, you will have your magic too. I do not have long now. Arthur continues, take Excalibur and return it to the gods. Find a pool, one that is clear, calm, and deep, and throw the sword into it. Perceval leaves, but returns without throwing the sword in the lake. What did you see, Perceval, when you threw the sword in? I saw nothing, my king, but the wind on the water. I could not throw it in. Excalibur cannot be lost. Do as I command, Perceval. The sword belongs to the gods. One day a king will return in the earth's darkest hour, and the sword will rise again. When you come back, I will tell you a secret. Go now, I'm fading fast. Perceval takes one last look at the sword from the stone and throws it to the Lady of the Lake. Her arm is clothed in white samite, and the sword is soon taken under the water. Perceval returns and sees Arthur being borne away to the Isle of the Blessed on the ship of the Three Graces. Arthur, he cries, but Arthur rides into the crimson sun and takes the secret with him.
The last knight has some physical wounds. A broken leg and severely bruised ribs with some bleeding. Perceval takes the grisly inventory of the knightly dead as he heads off the battlefield to find a healing ground. There is no sign of Prince Vala's sons, Ern and Gillan, he notes as he retrieves the swinging sword from Prince Vala's lifeless body. Next to Vala lies Lancelot, dead. Their real conquerors were old age, thought Perceval. Both lived fine lives and neither one was cheated of life's good years. As for Prince Vala's sons, they may have been consumed by the lake. Peasants soon swarmed over Lancelot's body and carried it on a long pilgrimage to where he would be buried next to Galahad, his son. Perceval retrieves his spent shafts from the enemy bodies. Suddenly the battlefield seems a strange place to be, and the last knight takes to the loneliest road of all. 3 late arriving Saxons block his path ahead. He turns to avoid them, but they follow him like vultures. Percival draws his feathered shafts against the bow, and the sting falls true to its mark. A deadly dart fells the second one. The power of the swinging sword remains, and it cracks the chest of the third, for the Saxon sword is as dull as his wits.
Three Vikings block his path. He turns to avoid them, but they follow him like vultures. Percival draws his feathered shafts against the bow, and the sting falls true to its mark. The deadly dart fells the second one. The power of the swinging sword remains, and it cracks the chest of the for the Viking sword is as dull as his wits.
Percival takes one last look back, then rides forward and proclaims to all, "The king is dead, King Arthur is dead."
Our story. History has never recorded the fates of Sir Percival, the knight who discovered and returned the Grail to Arthur and Guinevere, once Queen of Britain, after the battle which took place on Salisbury Plain. For apparently it was only they who survived that last battle there, in which Arthur and his son by incest Mordred embraced at last after so many years on each other's sword. That day too Lancelot died in Arthur's arms, a knight once more by Arthur's forgiveness. A knight you are today, Lancelot, and much more, for you represent what is good in all men. Yes, Lancelot, Guinevere as well, and all has been long forgiven. Of course, many others died as well during the great battle. All of those who hadn't perished earlier during the quest for the Grail. Would that they could have known that it was Percival's destiny to find the Grail, and his alone, for he was the purest and truest knight. Now the land was left with neither knights nor enemies. Percival's next quest too was preordained, for only Guinevere survived as a link to his past, and this was the only way that a new quest could begin. He knew it, and he felt it to be so, and as always before a quest, he repeated these words, "Please allow me to be the victor, but if I am not, let me at least be brave and true in the attempt." Guinevere, meanwhile, had left the convent, no longer feeling so much guilt over her adulterous ways, especially after Arthur's forgiveness, and she was no longer queen. Arthur left no legal heirs, no one reigned, but the land without a king was now at relative peace, a peace never known to many of those yet alive, even the old people. Leaf and flower had returned to the land, and Percival had retired to the forest to heal his many wounds. He rested near the very place where he had first met Lancelot and had become his squire so many years ago, when he was just a squirt of a lad. If he only knew then what he knew now. For many years Percival had viewed the world through Lancelot's eyes. Perhaps, too, it was his destiny to follow in Lancelot's life steps, or perhaps it was just Percival's dream and ambition to do so, which would either make it his destiny or consume him alive.
Percival remembered his last days as a knight squire, when because Lancelot was late due to his self-inflicted wounds, Percival almost had to champion the queen in his stead. Arthur had hastily knighted him that day, since a squire may not champion a queen, nor may a king. Percival wondered, would I have been good enough then? And now? Percival had long since learned to take to the greenery to heal his wounds. They were deep, but he would certainly survive, for it was his desire to be healed. He was weak, though, and could barely even move about. For 3 days the Grail supplied him with food, its last bounty, the bread and wine of the gods. And it did not last long. So many companions had he lost: Sir Bors, Sir Tristan, Sir Gawain, Sir Uriens, Prince Ern, Prince Gulain, Sir Kay, among many others, some too painful to remember. So hastily were they taken to the shades, or to who knows where, probably to purgatory. But this was a time for healing, through the quiet peace of the forest, and by the more wondrous memories. That then was the remedy which was to sweep away the thoughts of that horrible battle. Though, could he ever forget? Did he really want to? Percival had now long overcome the brashness of his youth, and it was replaced with the confidence of a man well over 30. He knew now that his wounds would heal in time, and that he would hear the voices of new companions, and feel the touch of new loves. And because he knew it, it would come to pass. Sometimes, he thought, one can create his own destiny, although oftentimes one must be carried on the wings of fate as well. However, there was no apparent magic which could carry him through now, since Merlin was either gone or dead. And as Merlin had said, these are no longer times for gods, but for men. These were lonely thoughts. Percival inspected his rabbit trap. Good, a catch. Today he would eat meat after many days without. The odor of the feast to come so whetted his appetite that he thought that he might burst the threads of his wounds, and so he slept against a tree, knowing that he would awake on time, or thereabouts. Ah, asleep in the forest, in the place where he was born, and had spent his youth. He had at last come home. He dreamt of magic, magic as black as that son of the devil Merlin could make it. He remembered the time when the whole sea was green fire and white foam with singing mermaids in it, when the knights rode their way from one wave to another by way of the lightning flashes.
Of magic as black as Merlin could make it. The whole sea was green fire and white foam with singing mermaids in it. The knights rode their way from one wave to another. On windy days, one can still see white horses riding the waves as waveless surf in the wild, raging sea.
The old days, of course, were now gone forever, he realized, but on windy days, one can still see white horses riding the waves as wave crests surf in the wild raging sea. Once awake, he eased himself back into the reality of the now steaming summer by eating the rabbit cooked to a tune. Again, he thought, he was on his own for once, and there really wasn't any magic which could aid him now. He was back down to the earth that he loved so dearly, especially in the forest, for this was his home. Where had he been all of these years since his childhood?
Percival the poet thought, I should like to write a poem and a melody that is so vibrant and intimate that everyone would adopt it as if it had sprung like a dream of prophecy from the land's memory, as if no one had written it but earth itself. And my song, my dream would travel along the streams and then lift into the air and pass from bird to wing to tree to breeze, and then through the sky and back down to men's hearts, to their breath and into song from their lips, because a song like a dream belongs to everyone. Thinking about the song was even more wonderful than writing it, but if ever he did, Guinevere might like to hear of it. Perhaps she yet lived, and they could talk of the past. All of those years he had loved her from afar, heard stories of her from Lancelot when he was so privileged to squire that knight of knights. He had never really hoped to think that he could ever truly know her, for to do so would mean that many great tides had swept over the land. And so they had. The last great war on Salisbury Plain had healed the earth with blood, the blood of the Grail. Blood soaked into the earth deeper and deeper until it reached the depths of even those earthy souls in hell. And that day, that god-awful day, Arthur died in his arms. Arthur had asked but one last oath of his last night, an oath that would be easy in some ways but more difficult in other ways. It was, look to Guinevere, bring her back alive from her shame, all is forgiven, take care of her so that she might be queen once more. Perceval swore an oath to do so, but really it was the truth of a dream.
Perceval's only companions in the forest were the birds and the insects. The birds, afraid at first, ate the remains of the bread from the Grail, stale as it was. He threw some of it in the stream to soften it, and so some was obtained by the fish as well. Percival drifted into song again. Once I did know, long ago. How did I forget holding you so closely? How I moved, just to have me glance at you and know how you did move me. But these were memories of so long ago, but crisp and so clear, for Sir Percival had one talent which escaped most men. He retained his memories, he seldom forgot. It helped that he wrote things down. Forgetting was a doom that he would never suffer. How the people and nations of the earth did suffer because they forgot. For a while Perceval's memories alone would have to sustain him. His companions had taught him well, cherished him as a tender bud. Nevermore could he live on the edge of a smile, on the edge of life, on the edge of an adventure. Now he was the last knight, the only knight. Since there were no other knights, the title meant little now, for it was the companionship that made the knights what they were. But it still meant something to him and perhaps to one other in the world. Where was she? Where was Guinevere? Days had shone into nights many times now since Perceval had retreated to the woods. Some life now began to shine into this night, and it was the glimmer of many shining moments past and yet to come, but never, it seemed, could it outshine Camelot, for those moments were like the gleam of this night's full fisher moon, looming and lovely in the night sky of his memories. Perceval explored the area surrounding his camp since there was little else to do. He still moved rather slowly, nursing his healing wounds as he walked. He came upon an entrance to a misty cave, went in and, somehow, floated down to the bottom of a very deep chasm, alighting there as if he were a feather. It was very misty, and also quite damp down there, and water dripped from the ceiling. What caused the mist? Could it be that cool air sliding down the sides of the crevices hit waves of heat rising through a stream of bubbling lava and formed a mist over the sluggish flow? Or did someone weave this mist, someone trapped here long ago? Perhaps it was but wishful thinking, a dream, but a lovely one at that. Perceval seemed to feel the presence of an old magical friend. Through the swirling mist, Perceval caught a glimpse of some imps high upon a ledge above rivers of orange stone. Ah, it was only their presence and nothing more. What cruel tricks the imagination doth play. But still he wore the hope stone of his faith, for one must always have hope. At one time hope was all that Perceval had. Sir Uriens had given it to him as he died, when he convinced Perceval to continue the quest for the Grail. A blast of fresh air cleared the mist near Perceval's feet. A single broken tombstone appeared. A hand reached out to Perceval's leg, the hand of Merlin. "My old friend," said Merlin, "I have little power left. It is barely enough to get me back home, and once I leave I cannot return for many ages. It was your love of life and your mourning that awakened me. You brought me back, but I must go soon. You will not see me again upon the earth. However, I do bestow on you a minor enchantment to last for a year. Enjoy it, use it. Now Perceval, mark my word, for this is my prophecy. One day, far from now, we will subdue the devil together." Merlin placed both hands upon Perceval's shoulders and said, "Greetings, well-met fellow, hail, and farewell, the dark ages have ended." Now is the time for the gods to leave you. Look for them always in the night sky. I bring my light now to other worlds that are as dark as the night. It is a new time for Earth, and there are other kingdoms that I must visit. Look, see there, the third star in Orion's belt. That's it. That's where Excalibur shall be found, and he who pulls the sword from the scabbard stone, he shall be king. It's the stuff of future legends. I'm gone into the night sky, and he was gone. He was gone. How many gods have we lost to the night sky? Now we are losing the half-devils as well. Goodbye, Merlin. You have served us well. No sooner had Merlin left than a band of demons leapt from the soil and flew in the direction of his wake and pursued him as raging devil hounds, he, their straying child, and their prey.
And for 3 weeks it rained, oh how it rained, for grief had made the young season cry. And when it didn't rain, it was foggy, misty and gloomy, for the salty tears of the ancient magicians hung heavy in the air. The mist moved out and covered the land, and the sun shone nowhere on the earth. We all wept when the magical dream ended, and the earth was cold for a time. Yes, it was for Merlin that the skies cried. Percival thought of the old saying that went, "Even the blackest night must die under the fiery wheels of Apollo's golden chariot." And so it probably would, after enough tears were shed. But Percival was desperate, and after a while he cried out a Sundance. "Come back, fire in the sky, shine upon us once more. Just to have me look at you, just to feel your warmth raining down, I would dance the darkness away." Percival awoke early during the next morning song, a glint of sparkling armor in his eyes, for the sun returned. For a few minutes he was nearly blinded to the dawn's light until his eyes became accustomed to the glare. During this time he thought of his farewell to Merlin, that half man, half devil. Percival even dared to think that Merlin had certainly done more good for the earth than God had done. Merlin served neither the devil nor God, much to the dismay of each. Merlin served only man. Well, how do we know this anyway? It is because the legends tell us so. Yes, it was time to go, on foot for a while until he could retrieve the horse that he'd let go, although any other would do for now. He found straight away a half-wild bay mare, which took to him well. There were many good riderless horses still wandering about long after the battle. Percival rode through the day, but with no real sense of urgency, taking to his travels in a rather leisurely fashion. That night, the clear skies uncovered a hidden wonder, the pale unicorn full moon that marked another month gone by. There it was, plain as day in the twilight sky. There too, memories danced again to yet another time.
Percival felt so very content now, content with this day of sunshine and moonglow. Yes, the lion sun rules the toiling day, but the unicorn moon brings wisdom and calm in the night. At the magic times of dawn and twilight, when the lion and unicorn battle together to capture the heavens, only beauty and goodness in men and women can ensure the victory of wisdom.
The lion sun rules the toiling day, but the unicorn moon brings wisdom and calm in the night, at the magic times of dawn and twilight. When the lion and the unicorn battle together to capture the heavens, only beauty and goodness in men and women can ensure the victory of wisdom.
What lay along the road ahead? Why, adventure, of course, that old song that had to be sung by the knights. Ancient magicians like Merlin seem not to directly crave these things, but we do. It is the curse and blessing of the knights. And how we knights love to bring back these tales of adventures to that round table of our fine companions. To whom shall we bring our tales and our writings now? To you, dear reader, to you. Back on the road again early the next morning, Percival could not help but lapse into daydreams to while away the time. Daydreams, he thought later, were actually continuous dreams, much like those of the night, which surface now and then out of our souls through the noise of consciousness. Perhaps they came from the gods. They were the elixir that made one alive and kept one alive, a subterranean life flow of desires and regrets seldom shared, for so intimate they were, plays within plays, dreams within dreams. It felt somehow strange to be observing these events in oneself, these bits and pieces of emotion and random feelings that are recorded within our memories, which might otherwise go unnoticed. These thoughts, these observations of thoughts, was this the rare working of the rational and the emotional in tandem? All this Percival thought and later wrote down in the Celtic Chronicles. Of lust and fate.
Here we go, thought Percival aloud. Percival was prime now. Whomever appeared to him next would be his friend, for it would be good for the soul not to be alone now. Then, too, this new enchantment of Merlin's demanded some service to those of the world. Good deeds were not passé. And yes, he thought, we are all condemned to death on the day we are born. That is our fate, ever in our minds, but oh, how we would love to have a divine destiny. So we create gods in our own image. But too, almost surely, that dreadful day comes when we realize that neither we nor the gods are really so divine as we thought. Then we must face that ultimate humility, that we are but one of a species and held together by physics. Yes, one of a kind, a special kind, but nevertheless just bundles of joy and folly, pursuing a rather lucky existence and feeling so alone in a world of 100,000 people. Doomed to death, we fall. Well, it's been said before, but it's hard to act on. We might as well enjoy the fall on the way down instead of screaming, or we will live life as an illusion, forever hiding from ourselves. For nothing ever seems to hurt if you are willing to experience it. Only when we resist do we feel the pain, and do we ever. Again, fact and feeling in tandem. It is hard to think about this without becoming emotional and clouding the issue with feeling.
Suddenly, Percival came upon a huge serpent, again, with a lion in its clutches. And as before, he favored the lion and quickly slew the snake with Prince Valor's swinging sword. A maiden appeared, and harshly cursed him for a time, but luckily, curses were no longer as effective on Earth. Percival explained that he had again favored the gentler of the two beasts. After some wine, they lay down upon the spine of the dragon, the ground. Percival made the sign of the cross as usual, but she did not disappear, for she was no fiend, and Percival was virgin no more in body, but was still pure in spirit. And yes, it was a time come for men. And for women too. And just as suddenly she had to be gone for a time, but promised to return soon. But who was she? Her name was Alexis, a pagan name. A days was soon to come, a year of enchantment, Merlin's last gift to him. Percival felt the flush of the enchantment still rushing over him. Clouds of smoke hovered in the air, and not would they scatter. It was a daze, a mist all about him, and it cast an eerie gleam. During this time of enchantment, Percival was to belong to the world, not to himself. Like the chess super knight, he could now move as the queen moved. But more importantly, he could move in any direction as desired by the currents of the world. Although with this type of enchantment one's freedom was somewhat restricted, many had always clamored for the privilege.
There was the late summer sun already setting early over the sea. There was that green flash as usual for those who cared to see it. How the sea did mesmerize him, and why? Why was he still here at this inn of mariners by the harbor, he of the land who liked to feel the earth beneath his feet? Why was he writing these memoirs, so passive as it was, so active would he be? Well, there was still time to remember, and so there would always be. Today the sea was uneasy, churning, ever churning. The waves did not know which way to go, so they went every which way, the way of Percival's life at the moment. Suddenly freed from years of battle, which way could he go? Would he go?
Birdsong filled the morning as he packed up the camp. Before leaving town, he made provision for two. Alexis returned, not saying where she had been. Since they were still strangers to each other, Percival did not press his inquiries. Why Alexis wished to accompany him now, he really did not know or yet care.
She claimed to be a waif, abandoned by her kin at an early age, her guardians killed by Saxons early in the wars. For years ever since, she had lived by her wits and by her charm here and there. Soon Percival fell under her charms.
Percival did not talk much about his past, his knighthood, for he felt that he had to bury those days and those thoughts, so he could begin to adapt to the new enlightenment, the new style of life. In fact, Percival learned much from her even though he was born in the woods. She taught him how to find salt left by evaporated ocean spray in the dried hollows of the sea rock. Under her tutelage, Percival finished his schooling in the ways of nature. No longer would he pass through life hardly aware of the stir of the insects and the birds and what they could tell him. And they could all be heard now, without the clatter of the horses of the hill. Lately, Percival had only experienced these things in his poetry, for without poetry, life was as flat as stale wine. Now life was almost too real to be true, but he was a good student. Still, she was the master. Percival became ever more entranced with Alexis, somewhat younger than he was she. But in his heart of hearts he still yearned for Guinevere and pulled to her even more than his oath demanded. Somewhat older than he was she, but not too much so, for she was a child queen.
Where do we go now? Do we have no purpose?
My lady, I ride as fate leads me.
A slip of the night tongue, a reversion to the old ways of the quest. It was then that she knew his identity for sure, for she had heard the tales told and retold many times at her great father's knee. Alexis awoke very early that next morning, being careful not to awaken Percival, for she felt that she had to leave this knight who would not share his past with her. It was her nature to leave as quietly as possible, for she traveled with the flow, seldom trying to force things one way or the other. It was the way of the wood, and her way. She marked the stir of faraway grasses as she performed her morning ablution. The shadow of darkness lifting was cold as it crossed her heart, and daylight was but a dim wash of gray mist. The sun would not shine very bright this day. The weather suited her mood, and her sadness hid her happiness. The morning birdsong remained but a few bowshots away as she left. A solitary owl still called. Then she was gone. Confrontations could begin only after time had tempered thought. Besides, she had a date with a tomb and anniversaries never waited. Then the songbirds suddenly stopped.
Percival awoke, a note pinned to his chest. Sir Percival, the day weeps with rain and sorrow for the summer sun gone south, as do I for us. Though our warmth was that of 1,000 suns, you hold back the tales of your past hopes and dreams fulfilled, and you can speak only of fate leading you. You try to suppress your knighthood, but it drives you still. Would that I could encourage some newfound hope? Fate can be twisted, you know. Now I shall be your quest, find me if you will. One never knows how full the heart is until it is empty. Yes, I see that there is still a thirst in your blood that must be quenched. It seems to be even more than that which could be stilled by just having the earth roll by under your horse, although that itch, too, is ever so strong. Then, too, I must go to pick the white flowers for someone who is very dear. That's a clue for you. Tout à l'heure, mon ami.
No sooner had Percival finished reading the note than did the sharp point of a sword press tight against his heart. It was the sword of Mordred, the last child of Mordred's, Arthur's illegitimate grandchild, the very last of the great king's bloodline. Percival's first thought was to try to deflect the sword thrust with his left arm, after the sword was brought back for the kill, but Mordred prepared to speak. Percival thought that while a good knight would hear one's last request, the best knights did not dally long. He further thought that surely his left arm would shatter on the sword and only prolong his life but for an instant. Then what? He could not reach down to his ankle dagger, for he had not taken Alexis's advice to wear it always, since it had begun to chafe him. Silently, he cursed himself for his newfound foolishness, and also for the fact that Sir Valor's swinging sword lay nowhere nearby.
My dear Sir Percival, how empty was the promise of your beloved Grail, for the prophecy was that all of my father's children should die by the hand of Lancelot. Yes, most of them did, but now your beloved Lancelot is dead and I remain very much alive. Perhaps his ghost still walks the earth to threaten me. But I am not afraid of ghosts. I am here to avenge upon you the death of my fine brothers, for you were Lancelot's closest companion and must now bear his sins. How easy it was to overtake you, you were so preoccupied with your lost lover.
Percival again cursed himself for never looking back. There were many times on high ground when he could have easily spied movement in the valleys below. But, alas, he had not. That was then. The time was now. There was never any time now but the present.
I should have expected more from Arthur's last night. Ha! I even read the note pinned to your chest as you slept. Now your heart is to be broken twice in one day. How easy it is, and how simple it will be to seize the empty throne in the land without a king. Indeed, my father Mordred seized it twice while Arthur was yet still alive. I shall have it even easier, for people are easily swayed, and though I am a bastard, I am of the bloodline, the very last one qualified. And Guinevere, she shall be my queen.
Percival winced at the thought. Mordred's sword drew back as Percival prepared to execute his meager plan of defense. A knight does not die easily, he thought, and then the fates of his chances answered to none other than the chance of his fate. Her dagger sang through the air, singing the tune of the gods, and found its mark between Mordred's wings. A look of anguish, and then puzzlement, swept Mordred's features as he twisted about in death to see the one who gave him so much pain. He saw Alexis standing there as he groped for the waiting earth which came up to meet him in his deathfall.
I am not a friend of fate, but the prophecy of the Grail seems to have come true, for I am the fruit of Lancelot's lust. He was my father, and I destroy you, and send you to hell. You see, Percival, I too have favored the gentler of the creatures.
Suddenly another man lunged at Alexis from behind, but Percival's dart caught him in the heart with a deathly sting. There was a third man, but he soon ran away.
Thank you, but I must go, Percival, as you well know. For I too have kept some secrets which now you know too much about. Time will be the salve for our wounds. My destination is one that you may now very well guess, and then can find me there.
Percival said nothing, as he knew her words to be true, and bade her a fond farewell with a kiss on the cheek as he considered the clues of her letter. A bright light shone from the pack bag, and then the Grail hovered in the air but for a moment before it rose into the sky, burning away the mist and taking away their sins, just as Mordrin gave up the ghost. That day, there were 2 suns, and well after twilight time until midnight, the sky stayed crimson, blood red with streaks of orange. It was seen all over Britain as the land was bathed with a lurid glow which did not totally disappear until morning. It was the day without a night. The story of Mordrin's death was spread throughout the land by one of Mordrin's men who turned and ran when their leader fell. The story grew with each telling, and many secrets became well known, although some others were invented along the way. It became known that the Grail rising to heaven was the reason that all of the leaves of all of Britain retained their red and orange hues through the winter, not falling until the spring. Now the earth belonged to man, all gods and devils having departed to more crimson pastures. Alone, Alexis made her way to what was to become a yearly rendezvous. Since it was still several days away, I made camp at twilight so as to replenish my energies. I was rather troubled now about questions of fate and free action, and of the reliance of one upon the other. Somehow I had known about Mordrin's threat, even before I saw him hiding in the grasses that morning. Soon after twilight had gone, the October moon of the harvest rose in the east, looking much larger than it really was.
I now did not feel so alone as I had thought, with that man in the moon looking over my shoulder. I felt somehow protected by that lonely sky face. It was so bright that the only darkness about me was my shadow. I entertained the thought that there were but 3 at the camp tonight, myself, the moon, and my shadow. A thought that everyone someday entertains on the most moonlit of nights. The moon, which often seemed cold-hearted, was warm tonight. Wherever Percival was that night, I knew that he would see it too.
Some 2 centuries after the time of Alexis, Li Po of China, would write, "I take a bottle of wine and I go drink it among the flowers. We are always 3, counting my shadow and my friend the shimmering moon. Happily the moon knows nothing of drinking, and my shadow is never thirsty. When I sing, the moon listens to me in silence. When I dance, my shadow dances too. After all festivities, the guests must depart. This sadness I do not know. When I go home, the moon goes with me and my shadow follows me." Not realizing at first the direction that Alexis would take, even though the clues were there, Percival retired to an ancient inn, the Red Lion, which was also a winery in those days. There was much activity at this time of the year as they brought in the vines and grapes. Would that he could stay longer, for even a day, but it was no day for rest. Guinevere, none the worse for her years of alternate banishment and rescue, continued to find solace in the arms of every man. It was an itch in her blood to find life's passion at every turn, but there were no more nights left to entertain except for one. She began her pilgrimage also, traveling many miles up the coast and sampling man's humanity to women along the way. She came to the still hidden entrance of the shrine grounds and went down a short but steep embankment and saw a crumbling stone house. Behind the house were a series of staggered wide stone expanses, one after the other like steps. Water ran down the steps, falling from one to the next. She took the side trail and traveled ever downward, being careful of the slippery path, now and then grabbing hold of branches. She found her old walking stick, where she had hidden it. She circumvented the waterfall of the last ledge by staying up along the banks of the water pool and traveled through the forest a while until she came to the crystal stream. An old abandoned well house still stood there where the stream began at the bottom of some more waterfalls. Another mile of walking down the creek, and there it was, carved out of the stone, the tomb of Lancelot. Already, many white flowers, some with but one black spot, lay about the tomb area. The location of the tomb was gradually becoming known, the tomb of the White Knight of Joyous Guard. Atop the tomb structure were 2 women. But he silently cursed himself for being so blind, for it was none other than Guinevere and Alexis atop the tomb, mother and daughter. He hid in the bushes, not wishing to intrude upon a secret that perhaps Alexis would have shared with him, had he not himself overly shared some of his yearnings for her mother Guinevere, when he'd first met Alexis. Then again, Alexis's keen eyes must have spotted his movements above the tomb by now. However, she departed, leaving only Guinevere at the tomb.
Then perhaps in time we shall both love you.
I from beyond your years, Alexis from afore your years, each of us supporting the others and giving life, a triumvirate with all of us as rulers and all of us as subjects.
And stop calling me your queen, for I am no longer a queen of anything. Yes, there was a time when I was party to an entire kingdom of earthly delight, when every night was at my beck and call. But now I am forgotten and presumed dead. More than a few years did I spend rotting in prisons and nunneries. Now we have but each other, perhaps the greatest blessing of all. I knew this to be true when I heard your life song from afar, an effect of Merlin's enchantment on you, I would surmise.
The words lingered in the air, heavy with the weight of history and the promise of a new bond.
Toast.
3 glasses were raised to the sky, Perceval having been urged to take the glass reserved for Lancelot in a salute to the White Knight, the Blanc de Blanc. The jewels of Orion's belt twinkled as starlight passed through their glasses. Perhaps those 3 stars were the twinkling of old Merlin's 3 eyes, those which could see the present, past, and future in only one glimpse.
May we all toast again in 3 places of the universe, here where we stand now, then in the old hall at Camelot, and finally in heaven.
The inscription on Lancelot's tomb read in French, "Lancelot and his only son Galahad lie not buried here but in your heart, and in the hearts of all men who would ride in their good stead throughout the ages."
My dear half-brother Galahad, how I need you now, but you are gone, gone to the Isle of the Blessed. Percival, who will be my brother now? Who will be my brother now?
Alexis lamented, her voice filled with sorrow and longing.
Alexis, I shall try to be all things to you as you require, for my heart and my enchantment allows me no selfishness.
Yet he did speak aloud finally, his words a solemn vow to Alexis. Falling stars streaked through the night as the October meteor shower began. Merlin once used this shower to convince people of his magic during hard times, and they believed it. They did. The story of Mordred's death was spread throughout the land by one of Mordred's men who turned and ran when their leader fell. The story grew with each telling, and many secrets became well known, although some others were invented along the way. It became known that the Grail rising to heaven was the reason that all of the leaves of all of Britain retained their red and orange hues through the winter, not falling until the spring. Now the earth belonged to man, all gods and devils having departed to more crimson pastures. Alone, Alexis made her way to what was to become a yearly rendezvous. Since it was still several days away, I made camp at twilight so as to replenish my energies. I was rather troubled now about questions of fate and free action, and of the reliance of one upon the other. Somehow I had known about Mordred's threat, even before I saw him hiding in the grasses that morning. Soon after twilight had gone, the October moon of the harvest rose in the east, looking much larger than it really was.
I now did not feel so alone as I had thought, with that man in the moon looking over my shoulder. I felt somehow protected by that lonely sky face. It was so bright that the only darkness about me was my shadow. I entertained the thought that there were but three at the camp tonight, myself, the moon, and my shadow, a thought that everyone someday entertains on the most moonlit of nights. The moon, which often seemed cold-hearted, was warm tonight. Wherever Percival was that night, I knew that he would see it too.
Some 2 centuries after the time of Alexis, Li Po of China would write, "I take a bottle of wine and I go drink it among the flowers. We are always 3, counting my shadow and my friend the shimmering moon. Happily the moon knows nothing of drinking, and my shadow is never thirsty. When I sing, the moon listens to me in silence. When I dance, my shadow dances too. After all festivities, the guests must depart. This sadness I do not know. When I go home, the moon goes with me and my shadow follows me. Not realizing at first the direction that Alexis would take, even though the clues were there, Percival retired to an ancient inn, the Red Lion, which was also a winery in those days. There was much activity at this time of the year as they brought in the vines and grapes. Would that he could stay longer, for even a day, but it was no day for rest. Guinevere, none the worse for her years of alternate banishment and rescue, continued to find solace in the arms of every man. It was an itch in her blood to find life's passion at every turn. But there were no more nights left to entertain except for one. She began her pilgrimage also, traveling many miles up the coast and sampling man's humanity to women along the way. She came to the still hidden entrance of the shrine grounds and went down a short but steep embankment and saw a crumbling stone house. Behind the house were a series of staggered wide stone expanses, one after the other like steps. Water ran down the steps, falling from one to the next. She took the side trail and traveled ever downward, being careful of the slippery path, now and then grabbing hold of branches. She found her old walking stick where she had hidden it. She circumvented the waterfall of the last ledge by staying up along the banks of the water pool and traveled through the forest a while until she came to the crystal stream. An old abandoned well house still stood there where the stream began at the bottom of some more waterfalls. Meanwhile, Percival had left the inn with a new sense of purpose, surmising now his destiny. Now and then along the trail, he saw some indications of the prior presence of Alexis. He was reassured to know that she still seemed to care, albeit from a distance. That night, he observed the harvest moon in the sky, and in it saw a hybrid face containing the features of Arthur, old Arthur. It was said that when Arthur died, Merlin rearranged the mountains of the moon to resemble Arthur's face, not as he now appeared, but as how he might have appeared had he ever gotten old. Alexis could not hardly miss the moon this night, he thought, since it really dominated the scene. Percival rode through the night to make his next day's appointment, but he was blocked by a deep blue lake, its other side clouded with mist. Magically, he rode across the water as if on Pegasus. This cloak of enchantment was a strange thing, but was good in that it could not be used only to serve oneself. But the mystery of the lake ride could not yet be solved. Was he near the legendary Avalon? Finally, he saw the hidden shrine entrance and made his way down below the falls, jumping his horse from one ledge to the other with ease. He rode behind the waterfall and came to an old abandoned well house. He followed the path next to the stream, sometimes riding the stream when the path disappeared, and jumping some minor fissures in the rock bed. There was a deep pool from the stream a mile down, but a trickle of the stream continued into a misty moss-green forest, its bed strewn with boulders of all shapes and sizes. Here he had to leave his horse. There were rocks everywhere, the stream carving into them. Years ago, at the west edge of this land, miles away, was the quarry used for Camelot. Another mile of walking down the creek, and there it was, carved out of the stone, the tomb of Lancelot. Already many white flowers, some with but one black spot, lay about the tomb area. The location of the tomb was gradually becoming known. The tomb of the White Knight of Joyous Guard. Atop the tomb structure were two women. Percival, though still at a distance, could tell by their similar mannerisms and clothes that they might be related, sisters perhaps. As he came closer, a wave of horror swept over his mind. But then he thought it strange to feel that way, for he had not known. How could he have known? But he silently cursed himself for being so blind, for it was none other than Guinevere and Alexis atop the tomb, mother and daughter. He hid in the bushes, not wishing to intrude upon a secret that perhaps Alexis would have shared with him, had he not himself overly shared some of his yearnings for her mother Guinevere when he first met Alexis. Then again, Alexis's keen eyes must have spotted his movements above the tomb by now. However, she departed, leaving only Guinevere at the tomb. For a timeless moment, Percival was backed up firmly against the past, Lancelot's tomb, but had his arms wrapped around the future Guinevere. He could have been given no greater present than the time. After more stories, some about Alexis, Guinevere wished to give Percival his freedom, and told him that she too could hardly endure such a triangle of love, and tried to send him away.
That I cannot do, my queen, for I swore an oath.
Then I release you from your oath.
That even you cannot do, my queen, for the oath belongs to the king, and I, to us alone.
Then perhaps in time we shall both love you, I from beyond your years, Alexis from afore your years, each of us supporting the others and giving life, a triumvirate with all of us as rulers and all of us as subjects. And stop calling me your queen, for I am no longer a queen of anything. Yes, there was a time when I was party to an entire kingdom of earthly delight, when every night was at my beck and call, but now I am forgotten and presumed dead. More than a few years did I spend rotting in prisons and nunneries. Now we have but each other, perhaps the greatest blessing of all. I knew this to be true when I heard your life song from afar, an effect of Merlin's enchantment on you, I would surmise.
A toast.
A toast.
Percival declared. 3 glasses were raised to the sky. Percival having been urged to take the glass reserved for Lancelot in a salute to the White Knight, the Blanc de Blanc. The jewels of Orion's belt twinkled as starlight passed through their glasses. Perhaps those 3 stars were the twinkling of old Merlin's 3 eyes, those which could see the present, past, and future in only one glimpse.
May we all toast again in 3 places of the universe. Here where we stand now then, in the old hall at Camelot, and finally in heaven.
The inscription on Lancelot's tomb read in French, "Lancelot and his only son Galahad lie not buried here but in your heart, and in the hearts of all men who would ride in their good stead throughout the ages."
My dear half-brother Galahad, how I need you now, but you are gone, gone to the Isle of the Blessed. Percival, who will be my brother now? Who will be my brother now?
Alexis lamented, her voice filled with sorrow and longing.
Yet he did speak aloud finally and said,
Alexis, I shall try to be all things to you as you require, for my heart and my enchantment allows me no selfishness.
Now, you may ask, dear reader, where did that damn weak-tailed frog come from that was mentioned a while back? Well, meanwhile, back in Orion, Merlin spit to the ground, and where the spit would have landed, a frog appeared, hopped away, and had a nice day. The jewels of Orion's belt twinkled as starlight passed through their glasses. Perhaps those 3 stars were the twinkling of old Merlin's 3 eyes, those which could see the present, past, and future in only one glimpse.
May we all toast again in 3 places of the universe, here where we stand now, then in the old hall at Camelot, and finally in heaven.
Falling stars streaked through the night as the October meteor shower began. Merlin once used this shower to convince people of his magic during hard times, and they believed it. They did. Following the harvest, the moon was still a strange sight at 11 a.m. setting in the west, quite a large chunk missing from its battered orb. Also, there was the sun well risen in the east, seeming to balance the moon as its echo. The trio made their way through a lonely upland, wild and still, where October's last zephyrs whispered at will as they prayed for the souls of the dead. Towards evening, on a November's day, the first quarter moon rose very early, sitting atop the evening star, but then rose later and later each day, drawing away from Venus and thereby adding light to its own face. The second summer was brief this year, and some weeks passed. The now chill winds hastened the approach to the nearest inn, as the threesome looked at the rising omen of winter in the very late night sky.
Orion, king of the bejeweled winter sky, backbone of our nights, wield your sword above our heads, but please never below.
There, in the road ahead, a huge yellow beast, dead ahead and growing larger by the second. Right in front of their eyes did it lie. It was, of course, the moon.
I think that the November frost moon is even more impressive than that of the harvest. It is so colorful and intimidating.
The moon rose straight into a thunderhead as an old lady opened the door of the inn.
Tit for tat,
She said as she farted at the thunder. "We'll need lodging for 3 travelers weary at the thought of the fast-approaching winter," said the 3 in unison, and in tune at that. There was a cheerful blaze of wood fire in the stone fireplace, and a snug bar where red-flowered linen and polished brass warmed the room's oak paneling. Glorious views of the Woodchester Valley and the silvery River Severn were as close as the nearest window. Some Celts insisted on buying them drinks so as to hear the tales of the wood. The wars of the centuries had been ever so kind to the inn. The bedrooms were well furnished, many with 4 posters. For dinner, there was the game of the season: Scotch salmon, wild duck, hare, venison, and partridge. Evenings were always fine and warm at the inn, a much-needed respite from frostbite. The whole of the inn shone with loving care. Bowls of nuts with nutcrackers handy were placed casually on tables in the living room. The walls were decked with weapons and hunting horns of copper and brass. The next day was as sunny as the nights were chilly, and much to their surprise, all 3 travelers were to be found in the garden where tea was served, next to a joyous outside bar with traditional red carpet, even diamond-paned windows, timbered ceilings, and a massive black chimney. The threesome stayed out on the garden terrace, however, still preferring the sky as their roof. At twilight, they retired to their rooms, once reserved for only the noble. The rooms were warmly paneled, and fragrant with the scent of wood burning on the raised hearth of the massive stone fireplace. They beheld a wealth of graceful furniture such as carved chests. It was enchanting to the last of the fresh flowers in the antique containers and the old oil prints on the wall. The rosy glow of the lamp spread over the velvet chairs. There was a graveyard out back containing many Saxon gravestones. It had a sort of melancholy beauty. The west still glimmered with some streaks of day, and they all drank that evening sky from old pewter.
Dinner was a smoked supper with bottles of mulled port and a hum of pleasant voices. The scent of rare tobacco, which hadn't even been discovered by the world yet, filled the room. A cheerful glow descended as a good time was had by all of the residents of the inn. Well, in the first room of the inn resided an aging lady torn apart by all of the violence of the wars. Furthermore, she could no longer understand the younger generation, although she came to tolerate them. She may have been young once herself. She was of Finnish descent and called herself Doriana.
Yes, they call me Doriana. I've seen much in my time, and though the world has changed, some things remain the same.
First across and down the hall was a young flaxen-haired Saxon girl, a very lively young light who brought joy to all who beheld her. It was she who brought the inn people together with adventure, showing them all how to be young again in spirit.
Life is but a fleeting moment. Let's make it a joyful one, shall we?
It was said that a man could fall in love with her after a mere gaze. Indeed, many men sought out potions from magicians to lessen their enchantment, so that they could get about their daily business. She was but a temporary resident of the inn, and would leave in the dead of winter, never to be seen again upon the earth. She came to be known only as the Flaxen Saxon.
Perhaps I am an angel of life itself, living in a perpetual sunrise of joy that is ever moving to mortals.
Perhaps she was an angel of life itself, living in a perpetual sunrise of joy that was ever moving to mortals. Now and then an aged wise man was seen entering, then leaving the room of the Flaxen Saxon. He was as old as she was young. He was the senior citizen of the inn, and all looked to him for advice on many diverse matters.
Wisdom is not bound by age, but by the experiences we gather.
He never gave his age, but was thought to have been born long before the Dark Ages began. At dinner, he would always perform the magic trick of producing wine from thin air. Then, during dinner, he would make the wine disappear. They simply called him the Old Man.
The simple joys of life, like a good glass of wine, can sometimes be the most magical of all.
Next to Doriana's room resided the last remnant of the devil come to earth, evil incarnate, but ever suffering from a reduction of cursing power since the Grail was located. From time to time he even appeared somewhat normal, but to eliminate all evil from the world would be a farce, because without evil, good would have no contrast and could not very well exist either. Rooming with the devil was a silent scribe. On the right hand of the devil was a man of many tales. There was never a moment when he was not retelling a previously told tale or two. The tales struck fear into the ears of all within earshot, but it soon faded into a background noise. Next to the old wise man was a little old gnome of undetermined gender who was given the right to bear arms by the king long ago. He doubled as the innkeeper and attempted many brave deeds on behalf of the residents. Then, suddenly, one day he was gone into the ground. Across from the gnome
lived a giant of a man, at least 8 feet tall, so very straight and very narrow, stalwart, lithe, and growing taller by the minute. He was the keeper of the gnome, a full-time job until the gnome went home. Little was seen of the giant. He kept to his room most of the time because he hated to hear noise. Across the hall from the old man and the flaxen Saxon, and between the devil and the giant, there resided a writer-scholar named Geoffrey, one who wished to record the stories of the times.
And so it was I who recorded some of the tales of Perceval and of many others. I wrote of knights and chivalry and of adventures and of country inns where there resided a writer who wished to record the stories of the times.
He wrote best under the influence of the many great wines bequeathed by the old wise man.
So, when I wasn't writing, I was to be found in the inn's great dining hall, washing down my wine with some food.
The little time that he had left was spent being the shadow of those who were enchanted, such as Perceval. But this moonlight shadow job could be attended to but rarely, so, many times, the enchanted had no shadows at all. We almost forgot someone, a soldier of misfortune, a woman child just beginning to feel her way through the world. One who was sometimes very likable, sometimes not so, but ever entertaining. She was to become the first woman knight and achieve great honor in the years to come. So much for the residents, the rest were mostly transients. The next day, I believe it was the 1st of December, was clear. And Venus could even be seen, even in the daytime as it was coming close to Earth.
Venus seemed to be in the path of the early setting first quarter moon and was even brighter than that moon.
Sure enough, the time came when that moon gave birth to Venus after its eclipse, and they both set together, a wonder of wonders to Perceval's eyes. No moonlight streaked through the window cracks that night as Alexis slept with the man of her daydreams. A new acquaintance, as did Guinevere as well, having met a man. Perceval, too, located damsels as he was now wont to do. In fact, the triumvirate saw little of each other during the first days at the inn, spreading out socially among the residents, but they were still loving each other from a distance. The morning brought the dragon's breath, sleet, and hailballs. All hearts sank as the first real impression of winter iced the last wisps of the summer wind.
Bring me a zephyr to float on, a river of sparkling diamonds seen through a rose-colored glass, a love up hot and rising on a summer's afternoon.
Then, without a whole lot of warning, the mist lifted, pierced by Orion's sword. Orion was now Merlin, perhaps. Well, who could blame Merlin? He had an idea that worked time and time again. Nursemaid to kings, link to the netherworld, guider of life, dragon caller, force user, legend creator, and magician. Oh, Beelzebub, I think you have lost your son Merlin from your clutches forever. It seems that his good side has become dominant. But then, the old Beezler himself attempted a feeble comeback in the next section.
Suddenly, out in the winter woods near the inn, a forgotten band of heathen Vikings had poor Sir Gelaine surrounded on all sides. Gillan, having survived the Great War, and being now king of all Vikingsholm, could not seem to sit still on his throne. He had, like his father, Prince Valor, come to Arthur's aid as a knight of the Round Table. He was now scouring the land on a personal quest. He was the second last knight, having survived.
I shall certainly not be taken without a fight to the death, but if you put down your weapons, I shall be yours for the taking, a king for your exhibition.
And then he threw his sword to the ground. As their weapons hit the ground in a clatter, Gelaine, with the speed of the wind, was soon amount his horse and jumping well over their bewildered heads towards the inn which beckoned to him in the distance. Sir Gelaine arrived at the inn just a shade ahead of his pursuers and jumped the back fence of the inn, leaving the garden in much disarray and the residents staring in disbelief. Gelaine then bounded through the dining hall, surprising even more guests. He then climbed the wall with one step to reach the rusted weapons adorning the wall of the great hall. The sword still sung, and some of the Saxon horde were down by the time Percival got down and to the front door through the mass confusion. 3 more then fell from the knifely hand of Alexis, for they had ignored the woman. Underestimation cost them their lives. Perceval's old skills remained, and the bloody work was done when Perceval's darts found the unfeeling hearts of the last hasty men. The mess was soon cleaned up, and the less said about this, the better. The wounded were not finished off, but sent out to tell of the resurgence of the swinging sword, and as proof of Gelaine's and Perceval's charity.
Percival, you live.
Yes, Sir Gelaine, but I'm afraid that we are the last.
Ern is gone too, I fear, and many others. I had a dream, Perceval. I dreamt that I looked to the sky and saw that the stars were where they should not be. Cassiopeia was skewed out of shape. I recognized Vega, but it was in the wrong constellation. And there was no trace of Orion. That's when it struck me. The night sky was that which would be viewed from Orion itself. When I awoke and got to Britain, I seemed to know the direction to take at every fork, as if guided by some ghostly presence. I rode so fast that at many points I outstripped my guards.
Sir Ghislaine's dream was more than just a vision. It was a guiding force that led him through the treacherous paths of Britain. They were soon joined by the Flaxen Saxon, as well as by some of Ghislaine's men, which had finally caught up to him, for none of them had king's horses. They were joined by 6 other minor kings as well.
Ghislaine, king of Scandia, has come to us this night on a quest just completed and brings us many tales of adventure from across the sea. Ghislaine, shall we now call you king?
The gathering of kings was a momentous occasion, filled with anticipation and respect for Sir Ghislaine's journey. Ghislaine began to tell of a few recent adventures, leaving the older ones for other days.
My friends, we are all Britons, though I see that Alexis is French, Percival is Irish, and myself a Viking. But we are all the stock of future Britain, and it seems to be our destiny to meet here to record some of our dark history, for this is a special time. We have now even lost track of the events during the 200 years preceding our births. These will forever be dark times, not only to us, but to all who come after. But never again shall this happen. Never again shall any source of inspiration be lost.
Still, some of the tales were lost over the years, added to and subtracted from. But these snatches remained, and this much we know. Ghislaine told of how he regained the throne of his grandfather and of the fragile peace that held Scandia together after the death of Elida and Valor, his mother and father, and
I, too, like my father, Sir Lancelot du Lac, was raised by the Lady of the Lake. Of course, it was not actually a lake, but the apparition was well appreciated as being a lake by all. This upbringing allowed Guinevere, my mother, to live a free life with no shame of my birth, and we were to meet often during those early years of my life, a life which is yet young.
all then continued to tell short stories which were by no means near complete, but would serve as reference points during the winter of tales. Percival told of some small tales, sometimes relapsing into those of his youth.
A youth of admiration for knights was I, and I did strive to become one and therefore set out in that manner. He then retold the events of the Grail Castle and of the Grail's assumption to heaven, and how he was somewhat relieved of his life of sainthood and now allowed to live life as a normal man, if only this transition of his enhancement could be survived. And in my hour of strife, I let the love of a woman, pure and true, strengthen my hand, and she now sits before you.
Guinevere and Alexis looked at each other knowingly. The old man told some tales previously untold of how Merlin built Stonehenge, of how the stones were felt to be weightless by the men as they carried them to their directed places. After the morning dawned upon them, they slept for a day and a night while the first snow fell on the bodies of the vanquished heathen. When the full and gleaming December moon shone on the snow, it made for the season's brightest night, brighter than the most dismal day. No one saw this cold Yule moon, however, but one Sir Arthur, once king, and may he ever watch over us as we sleep. And to you all, dear readers, may you have a good night. Britain in the days of King Arthur. Early winter at the inn. It was but one of the few full moons missed by Percival's keen eye, but he dreamt from it, as did many others that night when the moon's tides tossed them about on swells of resurrected memories from forgotten seas. Guinevere woke up suddenly with a start and turned to Percival, who was awake as well. Even before they were fully alert, they realized that something had changed. They couldn't quite name it, but something had awakened them. It was very quiet outside, and this early morning's quiet was somehow different, for noises were muffled. The daylight coming in the window was brighter, barer than yesterday's. Then they realized that the season's first big snow had fallen during the night. The air, the trees, and the inn were hushed in the snow, so now it was winter. Their memories swelled for a while.
To the changes in the weather, in the seasons, they thought, we are sensitive despite our civilized attempts to remove ourselves from its raw influence. We never truly sleep. We are animals yet, a little bit. The first snowfall you won't hear or often see, but its advent will bring you from the deepest sleep. December's foggy freeze descended upon the inn, and the cold air seemed to crinkle about the body at every step. Guinevere had seen many such winters, some from cold and lonely towers, but winter's embrace always seemed to surprise her, as it does all of us. How soon we forget.
This day, many a gravedigger cursed his task as he shoveled at the snowy, hardened ground in an attempt to bury the non-Christian Vikings killed the night before. The clanking could be heard throughout the day, and the bodies were as stiff as the ground that yawned to receive them. The old man took the floor this night and stated that he wished to freshen the forgetful atmosphere with the enchanting lure of an old story, a story for Ghislaine of how Prince Valor learned humility and why he felt for the world as he did, from the chronicles of Foster of Thule.
Val walked right along the daring threshold of adventure and sometimes overstepped his own pride. This was not unusual for the adventurous and may have been a natural consequence. The alternative of a cautious life, of course, was worse, some say. This then is a story of such pride. I'll tell the tale in such a way that you will feel that you were there, by using an apparition or two to enhance the effect. Valor was given a quest one day by an enchantress. It was, to wit, to obtain a golden casket containing a beautiful face, a face of a young woman who was now old, a face that had been ripped away by a wizard when she mocked one who was not so smart. Val was to be shown an example of supreme humility and be refreshed in his caring for those of the world who suffered under the cruel world's idiocy. But I get much ahead of myself. To the wild boy's funeral came the wayfarer, feared and friendless, for she can speak only the truth.
You, Arthur, with your crude diplomacy by marriage, you, Valor, with your clever stratagem that cost the boy his life. It was your pride that brought this death to pass, though, too. Your pride has often done well for Camelot.
A hush seized the burial chamber as the wayfarer raised her gnarled hands.
Fate, take your vengeance!
Now an exhausted messenger parts the throng at Arthur's feet.
Sire, a sudden gale caught the North Fleet out of harbor and swept it to sea. For a day we have searched but can find no trace of it.
Then a second messenger follows.
My lord, a great famine has struck the Goths. Like locusts they swarm to the west, devouring all in their path.
A third man is carried in, too ill to stand.
Plague in Londinium.
The wayfarer's wrinkled features align into a smile.
How feeble your powers seem now.
Where will I find the old man, Val wonders.
As he enters the river forest, he sees that many unfortunates have come before him, their troubled souls soothed forever by the river's chill embrace. This was the place called Springland. At the entrance to this otherworld kingdom, imps lowered him down to my clutches, for I was there, where I took over the tour. We descended a sandalwood trail past the steaming volcanic vents and arrived at a subterranean version of Camelot's muck and mire, where the earth therein quivered like a fat man's belly. And if you fell in, you would not be spit up for 3 days.
In this forest lie all of man's joys, follies, and sorrows.
The old man, me, smiled sadly. The hermit fumbles with his keys at a rock door, and suddenly Val stands at the edge of a vast reservoir. A salty drizzle coats his face.
Here is where all of mankind's tears gather after they are shed. Every day I pray for drought, but it never comes. Every day the salt line of the nearby river moves further into fresh water. Soon we shall all die of thirst.
Down the trail they go, and they soon come to another cave where the sound of angry words assaults Val's ears. Liar, cheater, fool, traitor, Val hears.
Everything people wish they had never said comes here. Eventually the words turn to dust and are swept away by imps. And over there, see the dragon's misty breath. That is where everyone's regrets for adventure's mist turns to mist. They hang heavy in the air and are so very hard to clear away.
Next, they enter a cavernous amphitheater where hundreds of scribes are busily at work.
Day and night they write down the good intentions of everyone in the world.
Val notices one sleeping scribe who seems to have no work and queries the old man about him. The old man sighs. His job is to record the good intentions that people actually fulfill. As you can see, he has not much to do.
Now I'll give you what you've come for. The Wayfarer sent you here because you are too proud. Your pride has brought relief to some, but grief to others. Now I will show you humility. Follow me.
The old man rummages through an old chest, muttering to himself.
Charity, courage, loyalty, here it is. Bring this golden container to the Wayfarer and your quest is ended.
Prince Valor is confused and begins to protest.
Do as I say. It is time you learned, I was not always as you see me now. Once I was the most beautiful woman of the empire. What a vain creature I was. Kings pledged whole provinces as a dowry, but I always refused. And then one day the fairy tale ended. A certain dim-witted lad loved me more than all the rest. One day I found him by a stream. I am waiting for the water to flow by so I can cross, he said. I mocked him savagely. Suddenly an old wizard slunk out of the forest, and with a wave of his hand he stripped me of my beauty and locked it in this golden casket. Ever since I have been wretched as you see me now. But now you have brought my beauty back.
For a moment she gazes fondly at the casket, then casts it boldly into the river.
That is humility, Sir Valor. Learn it.
All the residents of the inn were returned, shivering, to the inn. The old man added but one postscript.
Years later, I met Val under the worst of circumstances. We were both slaves, lashed to the oars of a slave ship. I was growing weaker by the day. Prince Valor did not recognize me. He bid me to lie down on our common oar and sleep with my arms on the oar. And for 3 days, Val rowed alone.
In the time of King Arthur. Christmas and New Year at the inn. The sunrise over the snow seemed distant the next day, for this was a natural consequence of snow, and also the sun's arc was low in the sky. Ghislaine looked at the sun, now directly over the Tropic of Capricorn. It was as far south as it could ever go, as low in the sky as it could ever be. This was the northern winter solstice, the shortest day and the longest night.
That morning, Alexis reported a daydream. I was cleaning some heavy snow from the fir branches around back when I was startled to see Jack Frost sitting atop our outside table, like the centerpiece of a great cake covered with a foot of icing. I began to tell Jack of our upcoming new year and how I am enjoying the weather, though, as I had to admit, I still harbored some dreams of summertime. Jack listened attentively as his father, Old Man Winter, sauntered by in the sky, opening the clouds to the sun to show off his handiwork. His wife, Mother Nature, looked on from on high and applauded the job. Jack Frost was soon joined by his summer brother, Jack in the Green. They explained that they often appear to those who can appreciate nature in all its gloried manifestations, and that indeed we had their blessings for the new year. Jack in the Green was soon to leave to supervise the southern summer.
Christmas came and went at the inn, hardly making a dent in the already festive atmosphere. However, the stone walls and withered gates of the inn warmed with the festival of the Yule, the baker's cakes, the rituals of the Druids, and the cutting of the sacred mistletoe from the chosen oak. Lazy winter days turned into weeks. Soon, Percival began to daydream of that place they called the tropics, although he didn't realize why. The moon is growing larger towards first quarter. What a strange sight is the tropical moon. It fills up with light from the bottom, not from the side. But that's how things are in Equatoria. Proud Orion. The hunter and his 2 hunting dogs stride high right down the center of the sky in Equatoria, for that is where you will find the celestial equator here, directly above the Earth's equator, not near the horizon as in Britain.
Alliances of the north are broken now here, neither north nor south of the moon's path. I am the only white face, all others are brown, and my name is Taliesin, the king's poet. You dream of me, Percival, for I soon return.
On January 4th, the Earth was at perihelion, its closest point to the sun, and it was a new year. The year was 592. Some days passed, for there are many gaps in the chronicles here, and then, suddenly, the flaxen Saxon was gone. She left in the dead of night. Out she went into the snow and disappeared over the hills. Soon her smile was to begin to turn winter into spring throughout the land. The full wolf moon rode high in the sky that night to guide her on her way after it had suffered through an eclipse. Meanwhile, January rolled by as everyone hibernated. It was 20 degrees below zero. The chronicles remained sparse. In the time of King Arthur. Winter at the inn. Taliesin's ship is spotted by watchmen off the south coast of Britain, and bonfires race along the coast to guide the vessel to safe harbor. From there, Taliesin makes his way to the inn, as he has the gift of prophecy. Often he traveled far, for one who knows the local future need not stay around to see it happen. Many wondered when he would return, and had indeed almost given up since winter was very well upon them. Taliesin was, as you might remember, the king's poet. Arthur would sit for hours listening to Taliesin's poems, songs, and prophecies.
I have been to that place they call the tropics. Many strange sights I have seen. Perhaps you have dreamed of these sights as I saw them. Has Percival told you some of these tales that I sent to him in his dreams?
Taliesin, the residents cry, what is our fate, Britain's fate? Please tell us.
Well, at this time I can only speak in generalities, although one day I will tell Percival the riddle of his birth. And sometimes, the knowledge of the future can destroy that future.
Tell us they cried.
Indeed, the Saxon advance will continue, but in a slow and piecemeal fashion. Devon will hold out for 20 years. Wales will never fall. However, most of the invaders will be absorbed into our land. Their sons will not be so violent as their ancestors. The land will again be one for a time, and a benevolent Irish Celtic king will rule for that peaceful time. Indeed, I see him now and 2 queens in this very room. As the land is now filled with widows, the new king will not risk any more wars, for this would destroy the last of us along with our heritage. But even the Saxon Empire will fall to the Normans in 500 years. However, in a way, Arthur's empire will last the longest of all, through the myths and legends of the centuries. For his was Britain's greatest time, and it will always be fondly remembered. For now, the Grail has relieved our suffering. Guinevere, you will be remembered as another Eve. Many will love you throughout the ages, and you will never die in legend. Indeed, you are Eve. Yes, Guinevere, you are good for the world, and Britain cannot long survive without you. You will marry once more, and so you will be called Queen again. I thank you for bringing wood from the Tree of Knowledge from the Garden of Eden. During my travels, I stood on that place they call the equator, with 1 foot in the south and 1 in the north. My ship seemed to carry me to places faster than the wind. I saw many wonders, lands where the salty sweat drained from one's body like rain to repay Mother Nature for her precious gift. And yes, Orion, with 3, not 2 hunting dogs, strides high overhead. And I have seen Canopus and the Southern Cross. Under these, the oceans can be likened unto a bath, they were so warm. But I must rest now, I bid you all a good night.
And with that, Taliesin's voice fades into the night, leaving us with tales of far-off lands and the warmth of distant seas.
Alexis was perplexed, and turned to Ghislaine, whom he had now discovered as a love interest. My Ghislaine, who is this Taliesin who comes to us from the edge of the earth in the midst of a winter's night? He who knows tomorrow as well as we know today and yesterday?
Alexis, my dear, Taliesin, like myself, was but a lad a few yesterdays ago in King Arthur's court. Already he was the poet laureate of the land. He has now returned to us as a grown man seasoned by the world's salty seas. He has the gift of telling a tale. His tales flowed at the round table like sparkling music while he plucked the strings of his harp. Each song astonished his listeners as he told of men's deeds to come or of rights long buried with old bones. It became a favored hour of the day when our King Arthur and his companions would sit and listen in wonder to the young bard's tales. As a child, he roamed the mountains and the dark forests of his home, as did you. He listened to the young streams and sat by the wild lakes hidden in high crags that slanted to the sea. The sea-blown winds wrapped him in their moaning voices. He understood the secret of a leaf, a flower, a skylark in its truthful beauty. And he possessed a rare wisdom for one so young. He could sing of the future as well as the past. Growing to a young man, he heard travelers and countrymen tell of many strange lands. He listened to each story with a quiet yearning. Now he comes to tell us of strange lands to the south. Then, too, there seems to be things that he has not yet told us, but I feel that he will, in time.
Meanwhile, as stories were told, elegant butlers and cupbearers brought roasted venison, salmon, and wild boar, steaming plum pudding, pancakes, spiced ale, and ruby wine to the grand dinner feast. For Taliesin had returned, and this was the celebration of it. Guinevere awoke during the night, being very well rested during these long winter nights, and watched the frost ferns growing on the glass. Though it was 20 degrees below zero, she ventured outside, well bundled. She heard no birds call. There was no wind breezing through the trees. The stars stayed very firm and did not twinkle. These were the signs of the world of 20 below, of a world frozen solid, a world immobilized. Percival embraced Guinevere from behind. She was not surprised, as they often looked together at the seldom observed winter sky of the night's end. Saturn and Jupiter were on the meridian and Mars was rising. My Percival, soon, perhaps in early spring, Mars will overtake the two giants, and these three planets together are something that our world has never seen.
Then too, said Percival, speedy Mercury and Venus will join them as they are wont to do several times in the year.
And the Earth?
Yes, also the Earth. This bodes of many weather calamities to come, including this, the harshest of our century's winters.
Percival, I know you well. You are about to ask me what brings me out into the night. Well, these days I awake early in the mornings, having slept quite enough. But there is another reason of which I am not sure. I think it is to see my old friend, the winter sky, my prison friend. You see, during my years of banishment in the tower, I had only 2 small windows from which to see the world. One window for the rising stars and one for the setting stars. It was then, after many years, that I learned the stars of the night-winter sky. It's the kind of thing one seldom does unless forced to do so. And then you wonder why you never had the time before, for the night's wonder is ever about you. And now I again feel imprisoned in this inn, but just a little bit. Old memories, I guess, from the tower. Though now I am free, I must nevertheless often look to the bony back of the winter's night, that long, white, misty patch.
Guinevere, said Percival, you have overcome winter in the only way that one ever can, by submitting to it with grace and style. Would that I could have you as my queen.
You know that you do, Percival. We are one with nature now, as well as with each other. I know not why. Perhaps it is the blessings of the gods that we see up above. How nice of them to provide dotted pictures for us in the form of the sky's constellations. How clearly they can be seen now as the new crescent moon sets. There is the old moon in its arms, like our old life as it rests in the arms of our new one.
I shall indeed find rest and solace in your arms, said Percival, as you kiss my cold ears warm while the earthlight falls on our shoulders. Indeed, if I were king, you would be my queen, and that you shall be when dead Orion is seen no more and the archer of the sky pursues the scorpion to his death to avenge the poisoning of that great hunter. For then it will be spring. That will be the time of our greatest glory, once Mars the warrior catches the 2 giants that we see above us. Our glory will carry us well through the time when Orion again rises in pursuit of the 7 sisters, the 7 daughters of Atlas.
The next day's lunch, following the poet's feast, was light but delicate. There was French onion soup full of stringy cheese, ham on rye, and a cucumber. It was the kind of lunch one could finish clean by dunking the rye crust in the remains of the soup. This night, delicate stars fell to the ground as snowflakes, and the day was filled with snow bows as the morning wind stirred up the stardust, old and new. Hibernation seemed to overtake all as the full dead winter snow moon brightened the frozen night. in the era of King Arthur. A pair of queens. Alexis drew the winter away, artist that she was. Many of her sketches now littered Ghislaine's room. Here, there, and everywhere they lay like museum artifacts that had suffered through a storm. A grand announcement was made by Ghislaine this day in the inn.
Though I feel yet young, the people of my kingdom see me growing older every day that there is no apparent heir. So I have asked Alexis to be my queen, and she has accepted. We sail south on the morrow to the Mystical Isles in Taliesin's boat to meet the spring. I shall return on my northward journey not long after the equinox, while Alexis stays behind and learns to rule the isles. Then, during the Scandian summer, when the Northland is secure, she will vacation in the North Country, carrying the next king in her belly.
Many swords were raised for the royal couple in a marriage salute. Perceval, the best man, gave away the bride to his best friend with but a little regret.
Hail to you, King Ghislaine, and to you, dear Alexis. One day we shall meet again. Godspeed, my friends.
February passed quickly halfway by. Perceval, rushing the spring, had taken off down the road and was nowhere to be found. Taliesin, meanwhile, awoke from his hibernation and cried to Guinevere,
Where is Perceval? I have great news for him, though he may not think the news is so great, for it may put his wanderings to an end for some time.
Guinevere, determined and resourceful as ever, set out to find Perceval.
I'll resurrect him. I think I'm getting good at it. He has probably fallen in love with the first red-breasted robin of the season.
She rode some miles down the watery road and found him in a quaint little diner, eating potato skins dipped in melted cheese and bacon bits, and washing them down with glasses of white wine.
Perceval, my dear, our new magician Taliesin, has glad tidings for you back at the inn.
Perceval, after some time, replied,
Drink with me again as we used to. The news can wait for the afternoon.
After some amount of lingering, they returned to the inn. Taliesin awaited the duo, and all could see that he was ready to spin a tale. He began as they all caught their common breath.
Perceval, the time has come for me to unravel the riddle of your birth. Britain is ready, you are ready. Your mother never told you this because she wished to keep you in the forest forever, and Arthur kept it a secret, although he meant to tell you as he died, but death came and took him away too soon. When Arthur was still young, his brother Perceval, no, this was not you, was killed in a joust by the mysterious Red Knight. This Red Knight continued to be a source of irritation to Arthur. For example, he would appear from nowhere in the middle of Arthur's banquets and ride off with Arthur's favorite goblet. No knight could catch him. Meanwhile, you were born, a posthumous child, the son of Perceval. Your mother wished to shelter you from the violence of the world and thus retreated with you into the forest. She allowed you no weapons but a small spear for your own protection. However, you used it as a model and made your famous darts. Darts which still sting your enemies today. One day you spotted 3 knights riding, one of them Gawain, and thinking they were gods, you fell in love with their ways, and so you eventually became one of them. Perceval, now I must tell you, you are King of Britain. I shall spread the word far and wide.
I cannot believe this. It cannot possibly be true.
I also know that you now carry the king's crown bequeathed to you by Arthur at Salisbury Plain. Perceval, my king, you have so far proved to be a walking collection of the kingdom's treasures. You have found the Grail, shown up with the swinging sword, and have thrown Excalibur into the sea.
I was only given the crown for safekeeping as I was the only remaining knight. Yes, that is all true, including the king's crown, but it means nothing.
You cannot fail the throne of the Britons. You cannot fail him now. You are the son of Arthur's brother. You, Perceval, are the good son that Arthur never had. The secret was on his lips as he died. This is also why you stood at Arthur's side to the last on Salisbury Plain and during many previous battles, for Arthur himself became your protector during those last years when Lancelot retreated to monkhood. For your protection you were then insquired to Lancelot, the king's greatest knight. At the time Arthur's kingdom was in turmoil and he trusted no one, and therefore he kept the news to himself. He related this to Arthur, who saw the resemblance at once and said, "Perceval, of course, even the name is the same as that of my brother." But later, while still in your youth, when you slew the Red Knight, the reality of your promise returned to Merlin from the cobwebs of his mind. At first, when you emerged from the forest after many years, Arthur had no inkling of your identity or your relation to him. No, you are the great king's nephew.
I know that my first action as king is to ask Guinevere to be my queen. I understand many things now. Yes, I realize now that it must be true.
That I shall be.
A parade of white nuns carrying a bleeding lance then entered the great hall through the unopened door and walked once around the tables in the glow of heaven's light. Drops of blood oozed from the lance point and fell to the floor. The white nuns then departed, leaving the lance to King Percival. By the king's order, the remainder of the night was spent gathering up the blood from the floor and saving it. Although the lance soon disappeared into the air, a note was left by the Lady of the Lake saying that it was the Crimson Spear, and that it would be returned to Percival when it was needed most. Then the new king and queen began to shine in the Venus light of morn. We shall now begin to follow that rising morning star through the oncoming dawn and into the daylight, as it is now shining very brightly in the night and casting their shadows on the snow. Another time, another dream. At some point in our lives, we fall in love with the Arthurian legends, and after we have read all of the legends, we want more. So, we have had it in book 1, and now here is even more, but, alas, never quite enough. The story so far has become a set of yin and yang boxes, each of which holds the key to the other. In one treasured box, we keep our love of nature and the stars. In the other, we keep the love for medieval times. Now, somehow each love serves as a backdrop for the other. Even now, men's dreams as well as their reasons continue to change with each new season. Back in the 6th and 7th centuries, there were not so many city lights to interfere with celestial events, and nature was one's home and best friend. So, nature and the stars cannot be ignored. Without them, our heroes would be lost. However, many times their lofty vision is obscured. Over half the time, the sky is filled with clouds, and then there is the fortnight around the full moon when the stars grow pale. We know now a little bit our new cast of characters. They are alive in our minds. Their joys have become our joys. Their follies have become our follies. We are there with them, and indeed, they are here among us.
Come, Perceval, my sweetheart, come inside, and out of the ashen light of Venus. We'll sleep through the dawn and then bathe in the sunlight as it kisses us through the morning. Then we'll attend to that braggart March. You know, I liked things better in the old days when the new year began in March. Can we not change it back? Why start a year in the midst of winter? It makes no sense, for spring is the time for all to begin anew.
Well, my queen, since I am now king, I shall simply declare that the year begins in March, starting next week, in fact. A happy new year to you. And as soon as the ice armor melts away, I will take you to our new castle. Too bad that Camelot lies in ruins, but we'll use another. On the way, I will show you some of a boy's secret places, if I can still remember where they are. We'll go to the little river where I fished as a boy and to many other wonderful hideaways.
The braggart March stood in the doorway of the inn, wiping away the snowflakes from the cloak that he wore.
Won't anyone be going any place for a while?
Look at the size of these flakes. They are as big as your ears.
Yes, it looks like spring will be taking its time arriving.
That warm spell of last week has raised false hopes in all of us.
And my name is Mark to you, not March. I am the Connecticut Yankee. Looks like I have arrived a bit too late and have missed all of the action, but no matter. Come back with me to my time 12 centuries from now and I will show you the Victorian world. Here we are. You see, Britain is still here. There will always be an England. Yes, the empire has grown and shrunk over the years and some of our finest times have passed, but our finest hours are yet to come. Anyway, rest assured, Percival, although Britons no longer rule the waves, they shall never be slaves.
Well, not a whole lot has changed over the centuries. Over there I see ye old blacksmith shop. The forge is still flaming and I still hear the roar of the bellows. The yellow sparks still fly. There, across from the inn, the horse barn is still in use with its hay mows piled high, feed for travelers' horses.
'Tis true, Percival, 'tis true. See there, Percival, we still have castles. In that one yonder, your descendant Victoria has been sitting on the throne now for some 60 years, and we still have many wars. We still use the cannon, but personal armor has fallen into disuse. I could never quite understand how you knights could stand your own heat and sweat in that metal encasement. I am famished. Let us retreat to that quaint inn of yours, Percival, the White Hart. It still survives and has become even quainter with the passage of time, and no, the country inn has not moved, the city has grown to meet it. Now we stand in its doorway. Look there, on the wall, your coat of arms still hangs, Percival, and those red spots on the floor, we never could seem to get them out. Yes, there is quite a story behind that. I don't know, some ambitious people are beginning to label such pastimes as frivolous.
Aye, but the world has always abounded with men who ignore their spirit, has it not?
Here's a short toast. Spirits for our spirits.
Clink, clink.
There is one thing I must know, Mark. What is on the dark side of the moon?
We don't know, Percival. Mankind is still attached to the earth. While there are some now who fly balloons of hot air, they can hardly go high enough to investigate the mysteries of the moon's dark side.
Indeed, we all have dark sides, Mark. I've learned to live with mine.
Wake up, Percival. You dreamed too much this day. You have a kingdom to worry about now.
But Guinevere, my dream was so real. I traveled some 1,200 years into the future.
Percival, dreams are always convincing until you wake up. Taliesin again fills your head with visions. Come, I will love you like none other.
It is good to be home, Guinevere. Love me now.
Near the door, on a hook, hung a Victorian cloak. None knew where it came from. It was given to Taliesin, and he came to wear it well. The sea, the lovely sea. The watch ship of the heathen Vikings caught sight of Scandia's flagship and immediately came up to full sail and closed in on it.
We shall outrun it, Captain. We shall let their old grudges settle until the reforms of the new Scandian age can reach their ears. Later, they will be thankful for their lives, and a second chance when they hear of the song of the swinging sword from their dying brethren.
Bright starlight cracked the cold night as Ghislaine's vessel made its escape through the light, melting ice. At dawn, a small ship was sighted at the horizon. Ghislaine's navigator spied the apparition with suspicious eyes. That is indeed a small ship, my king, if it is truly at the horizon, but I suspect that it must be much beyond the horizon.
Then how do we see it? For we all know that the world is not flat. Does it fly in the air? Let us approach it and learn its secret.
Must we always face adventure, my liege? This is not a good omen. King Ghislaine, let us turn away.
Then we'll always ever wonder what it was, and it will eat at our hearts forever. No, let us face what the sea offers us. We are well armed against foe and fiend alike.
The sun soon came to burn away the morning fog, and the vision was revealed. There, on top of a giant iceberg, stood the death ship of their fallen brothers, a ghost ship full of bones, sailing the winter sea.
More sail to the wind. The berg is fast bearing down upon us.
The ship flies the Scandian flag.
Yes, come the summer, and that ship will be set gently down on the water and will sail the seas forever until it rots away. A monument to the plague of war. My crew, one only lives when he stares adventure in the face, even if it is the face of death. We must not retreat to the narrow safety area of the familiar. Vikings are what we are, and Vikings above all must learn from the sea. Follow the berg as long as it keeps to our general direction. It will show us the way as the winter battles the spring for control of the currents. But do not follow it from behind, or ice chunks which break away will be the sinking of our hopes. Follow it from the front. When it begins to turn, then we shall turn a bit further and catch the current. And woe be to those that would still follow us.
At Port of Brittany, the debris of the pursuing heathen Viking vessel soon came floating into the harbor, it having been destroyed by the iceberg. The remaining good wood found its way to the flaming hearths of the peasants who had long since used up their winter supply.
You see, my crew, our fallen brothers of the iceberg, look after us still, even in death. They have guided us to port and destroyed our enemies that followed us.
Back in Britain, the country people began to reappear in the early spring. The maple sappers, the menders of the stone fences, the pigeon hunters, the harbingers, and the new king, Perceval.
Guinevere, it is time that we went out amongst the people of our country. There they are out in the countryside, shaking off their winter fever.
And so they went, greeting their subjects at every turn. It was a good time for a new king to appear. All was peace, and was almost prosperity in the land. The quiet of this rare, calm March day was soon shattered, however, when it was broken by the sounds of a distant movement of air coming from the southeast. About 3 miles away, dark clouds could be seen moving northwest at a rather startling rate. They appeared to be the rolling, boiling black fog of a squall.
This is odd. I feel no mass of charged air surrounding us. Then, too, a squall is rare for this season.
However, the faint but almost constant rumblings of thunder announced the threat of an upcoming storm. For as far as the eye could see, darkness filled the sky. The clouds wavered and fluctuated, and before long, the sun was almost totally eclipsed. These clouds were of abnormal length and breadth, rolling furiously forward as they neared the great oaken forest. The faint thunder became an uproar. The winds changed to a great vibration of air that caused the ground beneath to tremble. The clouds were alive and propelled by 1 billion wings flapping in unison. Bluish-white excreta from the flying cloud gave the illusion of a disintegrating sky, or of a late winter snowfall. The air became heavy with the odor of birds, millions of birds. The passenger pigeons were here. They were coming back from their migratory flight to the south. The countrymen and their king soon found themselves in a shelter for maple sappers, the nearest haven.
My people, I am your new obedient servant. All that I own, I now bequeath to you. There are not many riches left, as we have spent much on battlements during the years, but all is yours now, and it shall soon be distributed among you. I am ready to rule now. I have had the last year pretty much to myself and have learned many things. I have seen the future, and I know that one day the passenger pigeon will go the way of the dragon and will be seen no more. But our goodwill must never die. The Saxons, if they are noble, should be treated as well as those of our own kind. Our kind deeds will be the wealth that we will pass to our descendants. This, most of all, is what I have to give Britain. This is why we shall never be poor. Somehow one always seems to receive more in return the more he gives. Now the sky is clear, and the night does fall. The knights of Arthur are no more. We must rebuild our dreams with our remaining links to the past as we begin the new season. Orion is well up to the zenith now and will soon begin to set in the west. His sword has served us well and has given birth to a new age. I see now the lion in winter, Leo, rearing his head in the east, coming straight up, but soon he shall twist and turn and we shall be by his side. Let us wear his face on our shields if we need to, but for now we must accept the lion's offering of peace in spring as our new life together freshly begins.
The great astronomers of the land had finally reached the king's court, with only 2 days to spare.
My king, in 2 days hence, all of the planets will be in as straight of a line from Earth as is ever possible. If this were not enough, the full worm moon rises as well as that day begins. This alignment dooms us all.
Being king is not so easy as I thought. Oh, I did expect some small amount of trivial problems, but not this, not the dreaded doomsday. Well, we must not panic now, must we? I know, we shall enjoy life as if these were our last days on earth. And then, if somehow we survive this doomsday, we shall then be so very happy, and therefore must continue to enjoy life to show our great gladness.
Percival, my king, what are we to do? We already live each day as if it were our last.
Yes, this is indeed painfully true. We must, I suppose, live each remaining day as if it were our first.
Surprisingly, on Doomsday Eve, the kingdom did not erupt into madness. There were no robberies, for what good would wealth be after Doomsday? There were no murders, for who would wish to blacken their record near the Judgment Day? There wouldn't be time enough to repent. No, it was only the best of times. People warmly thanked their friends and enemies for the spirit that they had shown through the years, explaining that they were always too busy to do this before. All was tranquil.
See there, Percival. See the mist about the planets and the moon, especially near the Sea of Vapors? The opiate rim vapors of all the great planets have calmed the people. These lofty visions of the great unknown have induced the people to forget their day-to-day minor grudges and realize the goodness of life, to realize, almost too late, what could have been. No doomsday is this. It is the first day of our new world.
Would that we could live in a time when doomsday was an everyday threat. Then we might every day find the strength to do always things meaningful and good, like the holy man Patrick, the one over in Ireland that we hear much about.
In the time after King Arthur. Goodbye, moon. Hello, west wind.
Finally, the jester said, "It's not so funny. The weather we're having, I mean."
Yes, the days seem to be getting longer, said the moon. Soon I and my friends of the night sky will be all but obliterated by the long days and the lingering twilight of the British summer. I trust that you will not forget your old pals like me who carried you through the winter. We trod the snow with you, remember? I was your shadow. Mine were the extra set of footprints that always just followed yours.
I will never forget you, old man. We will stand by your coppery side in the month of June as you disappear even during the short mystic night, the night of the broken moon, when you, our pale-faced king of the night, are disrobed of all your borrowed light by an eclipse. But now you must surely realize that the balance tips between the day and the night we have the equinox and the spring to consider. Now men's hearts must turn away, for a time, from the fathomless sky to the outdoor events that do unfold all around us in the good weather. How we love to be taken ill with the fever of the spring. Like the April fools that we are, we fall for it every time. Inebriated are we all with that first breath of spring. Not just a breath, mind you, but the beloved zephyr, that lukish wind from the west. Never a wicked wind, but a lovely soft wind that caresses your body from head to toe as long as you will allow it.
Now I remember the spring. Now this morning, as we wash our faces in the dew, I remember. And now I know, and how do I know, that life is good, especially good, when the west wind softly evaporates the morning dew from our bright faces.
Percival is king now.
Indeed, I'm always amazed year in and year out when in spring nature reinvents the world of vegetation.
Now wait a minute, isn't this supposed to be a story of knights and their battles, their tales of adventure, their maidens, etc.? What is this orgy of nature study that we have been reading through? I mean, it's okay and it's nice and refreshing and entertaining and all that, but does it really belong here? Where's all the offensive battle strategies and jousting and drinking and, well, you know, chivalrous type of stuff?
Well, dearest reader, the knight's picture painted by, let's say, Mallory in Le Morte d'Arthur is, let's face it, much rosier than it is believable. Surely there were not battles every day or even so often as every month, and when there were battles or jousting practice, knights were often laid up for months with injuries and the like, convalescing in the warm sunshine, appreciating nature, and winter came just as often as summer. And you know that the knight's adventures were very few and far between. It took days, weeks just to travel to the next town. Knights could hardly help but notice nature along the way. To survive such journeys, one often had to live off the land. Then too, the coming of the spring must be well heralded. Spring cannot be dealt with too lightly. Don't worry, adventure is just around the next corner, and once it starts, it won't stop. Consider this nature study as sort of intermission, if you must. You know that we all will ever thrill to the sounds of the knights and their horses thundering home.
So to continue, the moon never could get used to being ignored in the early spring when men's eyes turned ever downward to the up-and-coming crocus. So the moon burst forth with tales before they could grow stale. First, the moon sliced through the clouds and cut them to shreds. Next, clouds in the other half of the sky went black with the sun behind them, and the morning bells began to chime. And on a new April day, snow fell from the midst of the moon, flakes like fine willow flowers, like shreds of silk torn from the clouds. The old moon man blew it this way and that until we could hardly see from here to there.
O moon, how little faith you have in us.
Did you really think that we could forget you? Taliesin, my poet, what words do you have for us on such a snowy April day? Well, my king, I say to you that April has long been classified as portion of winter, not of spring, and that an April blizzard is not unexpected. Furthermore, the winter, like death, seizes on men whether prepared or not, and that May, like the Virgin of Virgo, will quickly work her spring charm into the embrace of winter's icy arms, such that all shall be warm and flowery for us. Even now the winged musicians do sing to entertain the bashful spring. Now, sit down and hear the snow melting under nature's eye in the sky. Put your drink in the shade so it will stay cold as the bright light melts the cold ice. And listen, the rivulets run down to the shore. The trickling is heard by us as we are laid sunning in the snow. Great white beasts lumber through the sky as clouds and then disappear at twilight.
Okay, moon, you full and budding pink moon, I have a question for you. With Percival and Ghislaine no longer knights but kings, who will be the last knight now? Who is the last knight of them all? After all, that is the title of this almanac.
Thanks for the easy question. Don't you remember? Why, I wear his face. It is Sir Arthur, once king, of course, whose footsteps follow yours now. He is the last knight, watching over you from my visage as you can but smell the fresh-turned earth mold. Remember, those who dance are thought mad by those who don't hear the music. Now choose your mate, the joyful spring to celebrate.
In the time after King Arthur, country wine. Deep into the springtime of Gaul stood Alexis with Ghislaine in her homeland as they paused on their journey to the mystical isles. Deep into the springtime of Gaul stood Alexis with Ghislaine in her homeland as they paused on their journey to the mystical isles.
Ghislaine, we have reached our day's summit. Let us pass some few days here at our vintner's home. April can be such a cruel month, but the first warm day seems to make up for all of winter's cold.
We are all alone here this fine day, Alexis, my dear, for none other have discovered it, and you own the vineyards.
I will call on the vintner's wife, and let us hope against all hope that some of last year's vintage wine still remains.
And I see that there is an outside table on the hill which calls to show us a flowering but leafless view of all of Burgundy County.
And she went on, "How quiet it is here, Ghislaine. I hear naught but birds' cries and the echoes of carts on the road far below and across the river. Ghislaine, we were made for a day like this. Imagine a lazy day now, so early in the spring. Yes, I own the winery today, as I do many of Lancelot's deeded holdings, but I certainly cannot keep them all. Starting with these vineyards and its castle, I shall give most of the holdings back to the French people, for this is what my father intended to do."
"And won't the vintner be surprised?" exclaimed Ghislaine, for he did not realize in his good service, which of course he gives to all, that his landlord drank his wine. Now, as owner rather than renter, he can but only aspire all the more to brew the most heavenly of tastes.
The day flowed like wine swirling, then fresh-smelling bouquet and sipping smooth with the swallow or the swizzle spit of the coming rain, the 5 S's of wine.
Said Ghislaine, "There's nothing like country wine in wine country, to drink it where it is so carefully cherished and nurtured as a tender grape, and so appealing."
In the times after King Arthur. Farewell, Beetlejuice.
Percival wrote about the night sky in his journal as follows. "Now the night falls on my old friend Beetlejuice as we stand to its death watch to catch yet a few more dwindling light rays from its forgotten sun. The big plow, which points to the universal hub of the sky, now pours its cosmic contents down upon us. And some days like today, the moon does not rise, but is up and stays up all night. And if one is extra lucky, it is cold and so clear of sky. All that remains is to find the darkest of night places, a place so dark that you won't even see the rocks ripping into your new shoes, so dark that a lantern is needed to spot a brown rabbit. And solitude is requisite as well as is the quiet, so that the river castle trumpets can be heard echoing and harmonizing up and down the valley. Then, that's the time to cling to the earth and look down into the bottomless sky of the last winter night and say farewell to a favorite star that's setting for the season. Can you own a star? Why not? Whether one is young or old, you can pick out a star to own. Think of the wealth that lies within a solar system. It can all be yours. One can be rich beyond measure and gain a friend at the same time. Then, on some lonely night, when you sight your friend of a star, you will be cheered, for you will know that you are not alone. I've tried to own Betelgeuse, that poor dying red star, perhaps long since abandoned by the people of its planets as it expanded into their orbits. Oh, I have tried to own Betelgeuse, really I have, but I have found that it has now come to own me. She is dying now, my star, having given her all. Now she takes, I give, never lose you."
Percival's astronomical musings continue, for this was Taliesin's influence on him. The music of the spring was coming to Devon. We had heard its prelude from the airy musicians of the trees. A cross-section of all the earth's peoples were very well represented in the season's concert to the merry month of May. There was Venusia, the bringer of peace, singing side by side with Marcius, the bringer of war. Flitting about was the winged messenger Mercuria, melting all of those who were touched by her burning desire. And mighty Jove, of course, full to the brim with the jollity of the fat man's belly. By Jove came Saturnus, so very gray with old age. Lumbering to the party he came, with Urania the magician and the old sea king, Nep the mystic. Jove's music was round and robust, while Saturnus's orchestra filled the valley with sounds of grandeur and old, venerable melodies. But Mercuria's songs picked up the pace and, in fact, moved so fast that we could hardly keep up with them. Next came the serene love songs of Venusia, followed inexorably by the martial marches of Marcius. Now was the time for Urania's magic, and her tunes played musical jokes on the minds of the assemblage, minds already reeling with the thrills of the spring. Finally, all the music came to mesh as our wayfarers of the night floated away on the haunting, mystical strains of King Nep's tune, giving birth, then giving way to the full Mayflower moon. And now we're touched, so touched by the moonlight, and I'm not afraid that we'll never be the same again. Can you hear the music of the spring? Oh, Venusia, make me thy son. In the age after King Arthur. Death of a Queen. On a cool May day, the earth was opened to receive Guinevere's body. Her longing to be with Arthur had finally consumed her spirit to live. It was not a sad day, as all knew that she would finally be able to live in peace with Arthur, now that their debts to the future had been paid. For they would live together, not as king and queen, but simply as husband and wife. Percival's vigil lasted throughout the night, and he was not surprised when the ship of the Three Graces came and hovered in the air, but for a moment before bearing away Guinevere's soul to Avalon. Yes, all this was Perceval's duty to bear. He chanced a gentle touch, and then she was gone, washed of all her mortal cares and woes. Perceval remembered the day when Arthur was borne away to the sea by the same ship. Perceval had just returned to the shore after throwing Arthur's sword to the Lady of the Lake in a pond that was cool, still, and deep when he spotted Arthur's ship drawing away. He had called, "Arthur! Arthur!" He had called until none but the seagulls floated out on the day's bloody tide. Today he called once more silently to the winds, winds laden with the scents of ginger, jasmine, and plumeria. The sky rolled with soft May thunder as dark gray floating beasts of cloud sped up their lumbering pace.
Guinevere had lived as well as any woman could, he thought. She was our Eve, our dear love.
'Twas the end of an era. Taliesin released a message by pigeon to the Mistaful Isles. It was one of his best birds. He flew it right off his left shoulder. The king disappeared into the woods alone, for none dared to follow. In the days after King Arthur, wildflowers and wildebeest. Well, there are those that say that a king should never travel alone, nor should he engage in single combat. But these days King Percival traveled alone, partly in sorrow for the queen, but also because the time was right for an overdue quest. For the winter had passed, and there was not a lot for a king to do in times of peace. The flowers of the woodland were still ever present, even with the coming of the tree leaves that spelled their doom by their shade each spring. The forest floor was strewn with ox-eye daisies, viper's bugloss, dog-tooth violets, larkspur, bloodroot, fairy lanterns, and lizard-tail, wildflowers all. The first day's ride was uneventful, but was worth it for the exercise alone. On the last night of winter, Perceval had sensed the night creatures wandering in the lonely hills, but now they were all out and all friendly and well. How different were the woods now. What a difference the seasons make in one's outlook. Planets already bejeweled the upcoming summer sky if you stayed up late to see them. Saturn and Jupiter escorted Spica across the heavens, and the great spring kite sailed high in the sky, pulled along by Arcturus, while the great Hook dredged up islands from the sea in the south. Orion was behind the sun, cutting off Merlin's last whiff of influence. But the great bear had come out from his winter's lair of the northern crown. This is the relief man needs now out here in the country, thought Perceval. As king, his mental roots had begun to wither since they no longer went down into nature's soil. At night's camp, a creature suddenly came out of the brush and headed straight at Percival. It was half-boar, the other half unknown. It was, of course, the feared questing beast. But surprisingly on this night it tamely ate remnants of tasty dinner morsels from Perceval's hand, because someone somewhere had tamed the questing beast. Who did it? Who could have done it? In the days after King Arthur, Nightwalker. How fine it can be to walk at night and own the world, thought our king. Percival picked up a walking stick and walked about the woods after he had set up his first night's camp. At night, walking the trails, our thoughts are as clear as the sky. Percival recalled the oath of the triumvirate of he, Guinevere, and Alexis to meet someday in the old hall at Camelot. It was now an impossible oath gone to the three winds, for Guinevere was dead. The time of man is now and then, not in the future, he concluded. On these nights, the virgin part of the sky was sprinkled with galaxies as carefree and generously as the small wayside flowers of May, and Castor and Pollux hung like a set of eyes just above the fading twilight. However, a storm was rising and moving in quite fast from the south. Perceval made it only halfway back to the camp when he felt the quiet lull of the storm front cover him with its stillness, as if a breath of evil was hovering all around. When he returned to his camp, there she sat, for she was the wayfarer, and still feared and still friendless, for she could only speak the truth. And thus she spoke to Perceval.
The road to Rome once more is strewn with the valiant dead as the falling Roman Empire aspires with its last gasp to regain its former glory. Soon the mystical isles will fall prey to Austinian's last remaining war fleet. None can stop it. Perceval, you and your meager armies are too far away and will be too late. And this time of year the isles are as misty as ever. The enemy war fleet will not be spotted until it is upon them.
There is one, who could be in Britain tonight, yet be well along the road to Rome by morning. There is one, and that one is you. You once came to the aid of Jalan's father, Prince Valor, and now you must come to the aid of the sun.
Then it is done, Perceval, for all you had to do was ask. Through your honor of oath to Arthur and your enchantment from Merlin, the isles are saved. 'Twill be my last act before I die, for the trip will kill me.
The wayfarer lay dead at Perceval's feet, her spirit gone to those misty jewels of the sea, islands soon to sparkle once more. And so it was that Rome never rose again. It went from aspiration to expiration. On such stormy nights, one can hear the riderless horses of Arthur and his knights going by, shod with silver shoes, sometimes leaving a silver shoe in the dirt. In the days after King Arthur, old haunts return. Perceval's next camp was high up upon the mountain rock called Call. Before him stretched the beloved Uthran River Valley. The river shore was actually a coastline, since the river was close to the sea and was therefore subject to its tides. On this river was the old haunt of the young knights, a place where Perceval had often wined, dined, and watched the river flow. But was it still there? So many times it had been sacked and burned. This day it was too misty to tell from afar. Well, I'll check again tomorrow, he thought. Maybe some lights can be seen at night. I hope it has been rebuilt even finer than ever. Perceval sat on the balcony of an old cliff lookout. Years later, he told me these stories through his writings. There was no need tonight for my usual spyglass, for before me on the cliff was a glass of the utmost precision, like a gift from the sky. I took the spyglass to my eyes, and as on so many nights before, aimed it into that sea of darkness, this time from high upon the river bluffs, but just below the sky's steamy breath. Cursing the fog, I wondered who was it that could weave such a mist, and why. Suddenly I was there in my mind, and my throat and mouth were filled with some creatures of the sea, mostly lobsters and mussels. I cried out for drink, and the milk of a German mother did appear. And just as suddenly, the mist broke in two, and I spied a beautiful light. The beautiful sight of the place upon the river shore. How I had dreamed to sight you, my dear place, just to have me see you once more. Now, the old searcher knight puts away his spyglass and leaves the Rock of Call. I began to move. At first it was just a little tug of memories from so long ago. Then I was floating, flying over the sea bridge. It was late, nearly midnight. There was no moon as I traveled, faster now, into the darkest night on all the earth. A force drew me down, down, down like gravity, down the black slide of a road, hundreds of feet down. I was too thrilled to be scared. How would I get back? It didn't matter. Down I tumbled, many other forces drawing me on as well into the bowels of the ruins. Were they still ruins? Blood surged through my heart, the tidewater swells of seas now remembered. We, for there was another who was a ghost like the mist, found ourselves next to a long wooden table. We ran our fingers along it and saw that it was a wood that was not lumbered anywhere on the earth. Where we had expected ruins, we saw only perfection. It was somehow another world. Tonight few knew of its secret, for it had only re-come into being the day before. Although few did know, surely those who cared to know would be here as well. Tonight, and for tonight only, we would own the ruins. Ruins which had somehow been undestroyed into a thing of beauty. It was some sort of magical place. I saw an old lady walking on the water. She was stooping and ancient, perhaps an ancient mariner, but before I could wonder about her magic, she was gone off into the night again. Like apparitions of the night, many people had appeared. Some from the sea, some from the land, many in Dutch dresses from Europia, but so many from the sea. Here a coastal captain in gleaming white, there a tugboat officer. All through the night they came to the docks and piers, sailors, harbor pilots, and all of the mariners of the river sea. I told the tale of the spyglass, an unexpected result of which was the obtention of goblets of drink from the wooden table for free, and not a pence did we pay. For tonight we owned this small piece of the world and stood at the crossroads of adventure. Unbelievably, at one table sat the captains of 3 sunken ships. At another table sat 3 previous English kings of centuries ago. I again told the story of the spyglass, of how I had never dared to hope that I should return to this place so soon. I reached out to pat the back of my great-grandfather, and of course my hand went right through him. I threw my glass into the fireplace. The songs of the night were so true and clear, as if no one had written them but life itself. I heard a Germanic drinking song, and also the call of Scandia from 4 blonde duchesses. Out on the docks I watched the fish jumping out of the water and into the mouths of gulls, who then flew them over to my plate. In each fish were gold and silver rings that people had lost to the sea long ago. A night buzzard flew high in the air. Suddenly a sea monster leapt out of the water and snatched the buzzard out of the sky. I'll never know how I arrived back at my camp that night, but I do remember the river again filling with a mist. It was the dragon's breath. I know it was. I saw a young girl, strangely familiar, and somehow I knew that it was the Wayfarer. She had been made young again, given back her youthful face when she had given her life to save the Mistiful Isles.
I am the mist of your mind tonight, Percival, said she, the newborn woman. I shall go with you.
And I am the King of England, said I. Welcome back. I boarded her dragon ship, and as we sailed under the bridge, we toasted that river dinery, its life, its food, its drink, its laughter, and its song. There it shone as we drew away, a lighthouse in the night for mariners ancient and new, ghostly and real.
In the time after King Arthur, River Run. We have surely seen the infusion and the influence of the Almanac into our story. We also have some further inkling of whom the last knights may be. They are us. Yes, those who would celebrate the romance of existence, those of us who can still adapt and learn from the simple wisdom dispensed by the Almanac of our forefathers, those of us who still live in a world of sights, sounds, and natural urges, as opposed to a world of abstractions, generalizations, and disassociation with one's fellows. The best definition of the word almanac is the word itself, that is, all man's knack, or sometimes all my knack. So, find your knack for life herein. We will continue to sing the songs of life in our pages, for as long as we do, it will keep us from ever withering, from ever stagnating. The faceless sea will continue to pass us by like a wave around an island as we defend our friendly little paradise and bathe in our beloved river sunshine, fleeting though it be sometimes. Yes, let us be alive with a song that only life itself could write. Let us make our presence known with no regrets. Let us start a song that we cannot help but to continue to sing. Do these things and you will never be alone. Recreate the joy of being human, and find wonder in nature and reality. For other seas are dark and cold, with a bitter wind that beats against your face. Our wind will be forever warm and caressing us, for we are braced by the calm of nature and the sanity of the earth. Yes, we allow both sides of the brain to coexist. So take a good hard look, all of you who pass here. And especially you, dear reader, the last night. Know thou that the world looks for more from thee than from others. Our story Percival has now come full circle. He is with the born-again wayfarer on the river in her ship.
It feels as though I have been here before, yet everything seems so different.
Life is a circle, Percival. What was lost is found again in a new form.
Perhaps he is still in mourning for Guinevere, but we do not know. The scene Percival and the born-again wayfarer are romancing on the Uthran River at the Port of Missing Men restaurant in the month of June.
Are you still the wayfarer?
No, Percival, I am no longer the wayfarer, although I do have a good recollection of her life. No, I am as I was long ago before the curse was placed on me, a young girl of only 23 summers, for I have earned my way back. However, all of my former contemporaries are dead and buried, and I am having trouble remembering my name. Oh, Percival, I am orphaned on the forgotten seas of time, although returned to my former state by either the blessing or the downfall of some of the older gods. I am so alone now, Percival. Oh, now you must be the wiser, but you will be proud of me, for this time around I will live my life much more nobly. Yes, I have been reborn, and so I belong to the world now in my service, much as you do as a king. I am taking a new name. Now I am to be called Evie, after evening chimes, the new eve of paradise regained.
Evie, it's a beautiful name.
Oh, Percival, do you hear the sounds? Can you hear it, Percival?
I hear it, and it is music to me, for it can only be the serenade fish, a voice that outsings even the nightingale. They say that only the pure of heart can hear it, and I thought never to hear it again, my dear Evie. Where did you get this ship, my dear, for it is over a century old?
So am I, Percival, or was. But now I have my life to live over again. A rare privilege, one that many would die for. But now I have my life to live over again. A rare privilege, one that many would die for. The river is lonely today, but smell the salty breezes, see the fish jumping over the bow, watch the tide going out, and look at the clouds forming over the mountains. It is a paradise, is it not?
Yes, it is, and many do not even know of its existence. Let us stop and have lunch in the cove.
Percival had just finished some pork skin when he spotted ship after Viking ship coursing up the once peaceful river.
Christian or heathen, she asked.
Heathen, but Vikings coming inland, usually they only hit the seashore. It is unusual that they would come inland, unless
it was an invasion. The Viking ships sailed underneath the cover of the clouds which hid the full strawberry moon. Soon the first of many river villages began to fall. The first village took the brunt of the attack, and the rest were empty by the time that the Norsemen reached them. An ugly infection was quickly spreading through the main artery of Britain.
we must retreat for now and report to Taliesin all that we have seen, for we are too few here to beat them back. And even at Camelot our knights are all old and toothless. We need a war trick, but none comes to mind. But still, there is always hope. Taliesin will answer me with his thoughts on the wind. God, it will take the luck of the moon to win this one, but I have not come this far only to see it all crumble in a day.
The king's guard had now arrived at the river's edge, a good but small force. A message was flown to Taliesin by pigeon stating 20 Viking ships coming up the Uthrin, staying only long enough at each village to load up food and war material. Talisin's weather-wise answer came before morning and read,
"The Viking raiders must be steered up the Severn no later than mid-afternoon. There is a fork off the Uthrin River."
In the home after King Arthur.
Oh, I've got the trick now too. The Vikings are not river-wise, for they know only the open sea, and this is our land. An advantage must be conceded to us here. Let us take to your ship and unfold the scheme. Run the ship through the fog, my wandering friend, and ease it right around to the head of the Viking fleet, for they've rested on the shore for the night. Don't worry, I know this river well, even at night, and I will guide you. Let us be sure to fly the king's flag, for then they will surely follow us through the cutover and into the narrow Severn River. If they take the bait, then they will meet an effect called the river bore. It is a 40-foot high wall of water that comes with the tide, one of the highest tide waves anywhere. It will hit them first, and when you see their ships scattering, then head for the shore before it can sink us and ground the ship on the sand.
She eased the old ship past the Vikings sleeping on the shore, her navigation aided by the full moon, now showing, and by Percival's river knowledge.
They don't see us yet, Percival.
Good, we need a little head start, but we shall make sure that they notice. Come very close to them.
The Viking chief could hardly believe his eyes when he saw the British king's ship appear out of the fog like a dream vision. It was coming by at full speed as it caught the morning breezes, and it came so close to the shore that it created waves that washed everyone awake when it wet their toes. The Vikings were slow to move, however, being groggy from the night's celebration of drink. The Viking chief Thorelf soon drove them to their ships with a roar, and they were in fast pursuit of the prize that was a king. The breezes died well after sunrise, and so the Viking warships were able to gain on the good king's ship, which relied only on its sail. And towards early afternoon, Perceval held but a slim lead as all ships entered the fork to the Severn. Luckily, the winds picked up again, and Perceval's lighter ship could maintain its lead. The monthly tide wave had already entered the back part of the river near the harbor, where the young knights dined at the port of missing men, where the warning bells rang and diners lifted their feet as the high deck were washed by the splashes of the river bore. Of course, it would be much worse farther down the river. It was a wall of water growing higher and higher as the river channel narrowed in the Severn. The Viking ships in the rear of the fleet, the older, weaker ships, fell first as the river tide bore them down. The ships were smashed against the rocks in this very narrow portion of the Severn, where the tide was the highest. Thorelf's Viking flagship tried to beat the wave by veering hard to starboard to gain the safety of a river island. But this was a bad move, as the mighty warship was hit broadside and was quickly swamped. Percival's ship had no time to make shore, but grounded itself on the river island as they were carried inland by the huge tidal wave. Most the armor-heavy Vikings were drowned or swept away, but towards evening an exhausted Viking chief began to gain his strength on the island beach not far from Percival and his party. The tide wave bore its way past the Severn Country Inn, where Taliesin watched and heard the death screams in his mind, while he gazed over the fields of purple heather waving in the heartland, a land now safe for the time being. It was a steamy metal night on the river island. Not a breeze was to be felt. Sweat dripped on one's cheeks even as he lay still, wrung out by the day's events. Night fell, and was brightened by the perpetual twilight that lasted all night this time of year in Britain, and by the bright moon which was only a day past full, in the time after King Arthur.
Good night, moon.
Good night, Perceval. Live and be free or die.
Thorelf thought but for a second and then threw the axe directly at Perceval, end over end. It glanced off Perceval's sword and knocked it to the ground. Both men just stood and stared at each other.
Percival replied calmly, "Your fleet has been defeated by none other than your own abandonment of nature and her ways. You forgot about the moon because it was cloudy and the nights are short this time of year. There is your conqueror, Viking chief. There in the sky just over your left shoulder, it hangs there near Jupiter."
Thorelf chanced to glance at the moon, yet in that instant Perceval retrieved his sword and spoke. Each month the full moon and the sun conspire to raise a 40-foot tide down the Severn. The Viking chief just walked away, moonstruck perhaps. Perceval did not attack him but wondered. Perhaps there comes a time in an evil man's life when he wonders what he has become and of the terrible deeds that he has done. And so Perceval threw his dart into a nearby tree as Thorelf walked off into the night. Well, these were the tides of life and death that swept through men's hearts from time to time. They could take you to new highs or lows, and now and then you stayed there, and sometimes you fell back. It was well after midnight now, and Leo had already duvet into the west. Mars was passing Saturn, and Antares, the heart of the Scorpion, was already rising in the southwest. In the time after King Arthur, verdant solitude. It was close to prime when Perceval's party broke camp. It was an idyllic day, one that we worked so hard to appreciate. It was a day of reckless mirth and celebration in the Celtic forest, where the heat could not penetrate, where every leaf reached for the sun. The point men were given new orders.
Find a path in the grass barely seen, a path to verdant solitude where the quiet will breed deep thoughts and joy. For I have had enough of pain and death.
We will find this path, my lord.
Yes, we shall not fail you.
With their mission clear, the point men set off with renewed determination. By noon, they came to a clearing in which an older man was tending a garden. There was something familiar about that man. They passed on to a little house wherein they inquired about lunch.
Please come in. I shall prepare some food for you.
A lady took them in at once and offered them food.
We are grateful for your kindness. Allow us to pay you.
No, I insist. Your presence is payment enough.
They tried to pay her, but she resisted it with a warm smile.
I have been here before. My good lady who treats us so well, I thank you. I am king of the Britons by some little-known birthright, and so we have cleared the Vikings from your doorstep. Now about that old man in the garden, although his clothes are tattered and hang about him like those of a peasant, I couldn't help noticing what appeared to be some threads of a night tunic pretending to be a sleeve. Who is he and whence he came?
Perceval's curiosity grew as he pondered the old man's mysterious past.
It is a sad story. The man has no memory of his past. He has been here some time now, and when I received him, the lump on his head told me that he'd probably been knocked unconscious and senseless. He soon recovered all but his memory, and took well to the garden. We found some solace in each other's arms, growing old as we are together.
The lady of the house shared her tale, revealing the old man's tragic circumstances.
Perhaps I can refresh his memory.
With a determined spirit, Perceval decided to take a walk in the half-light dusk, contemplating how he might help the old man recall his past. He walked a once familiar path and saw again the stones that he'd used as a child to sharpen his darts. Suddenly, Perceval was young again. This was his forest home. This was where he had first spied the night gods riding by. Oh, how I'd wished to become one. But here my mother had wished to shelter me from the world's evils. Perceval remembered when he saw the first knights. He thought them angels, and they had called him the fool. But he persisted, and eventually became one of them, as we have seen. Perceval was jolted back to the present when the old man walked by, the old gardener. The man patched with a knight's cloth.
I want to be a knight.
The old man stopped in his tracks and thought for a while, and then began to look up slowly as wave after wave of lost memories returned and swept over his mind. Then he nearly fainted and had to sit on a rock. It was some minutes before old Gawain could compose himself to speak.
Percival, how many years ago was it that I called you the young fool here when you wanted to become a knight? Ha, now I am the old fool here. What is this magic you have, my boy? Look at me now. I have exchanged my sword for a garden hoe. Ha, perhaps this is what I would have become if not for knighthood. Indeed, my boy, you have a magic about you.
Gawain, Merlin left me with a touch of magic, or so he led me to believe. But not matter, for you have returned. You are welcome to retire to my castle to live out your years in peace.
I've found peace here, Percival, but still I will come to your castle one last time to train your new generation of knights for you.
It was you, Gawain, that tamed the questing beast, wasn't it?
Yes, Percival, it was I.
In the time after King Arthur, walk, don't ride. The Cornish coast is famous for its climate, for it is so much gentler than the rest of Britain, soft and sunny even in winter, and with sea mists in spring and fall, and a site of megalithic monuments from far earlier times, a place where armor could be worn with ease and even some comfort in the cool weather. It was the home and seat of King Arthur, and now to our own King Perceval. These are the lands that inspired the English writers as they walked the countryside, and they were all walkers. Their poetry and flowing prose remain our common heritage, as does the land. We can know both when we walk. To walk is to cure all ills, both mental and physical. Cornwall, the peninsula pointing westward into the Atlantic, so inviting to friend and foe alike, as we shall see. And we'll do some walking too. A few years have passed in Perceval's time, for which we have no records. There are gaps in the medieval chronicles, and some of the stories are missing altogether for this time period. However, some fragments of the chronicles remain, and I will use these as best I can to reconstruct the events of a mostly happy period. The chronicles begin again in earnest during wartime, don't they always? A war the likes of which this almanac has not yet seen. But we get ahead of ourselves. This is what we can deduce from the small scraps and legends handed down by word of mouth in royal families. 1. Perceval solidified his reign and began to build up Wales's defenses, but by no means were they adequate, due to the continuing shortage of able-bodied men. Rebuilding of Camelot began. 2. The period was nationally quiet and peaceful, and the king continued to know the young born-again wayfarer privately. A Viking invasion force was massing, preparing to invade Britain at the worst possible time, when the men could not be spared from the harvest, and when the upcoming winter weather would favor the cold-hearted Norsemen, when help was far away, when Celtic men's hearts were happy and thus not prepared for war, that is, when the invasion was most likely to succeed. So it is still summer, in fact midsummer, but some years have passed for Perceval and for his scribe as well. We can assume that the missing years were pivotal and well spent. Some forts were built, repaired, or begun. Meager armies trained a bit better. Romance continued with the young wayfarer, one that both knew could never last, but enjoyed anyway. A peace would be broken as the final enemy appears. Yes, finally this almanac must speak of war, although we have managed to avoid it so far. But first we must make the transition from happy times to a somewhat more desperate period. The centuries have formed the body for walking and moving, not just for sitting around. Walking seems to give more than it takes. To walk is almost to float along, having achieved a balance between forward momentum on the one foot and gravity on the other. It is as easy as falling forward. It is hardly possible to walk without some stimulus to thought. The very movement seems to stir the mind into action and to loosen ideas, giving them a chance to rub against each other and mingle. As hostility and other interfering emotions fade away, all solutions soon become crystal clear. The king now did most of his thinking on his feet, and as we readers walk, our muscles literally milk the blood back to our hearts and to our every extremity. Our body and mind tingle with alertness. Whenever the king was sad or mad, he would set out to walk the feelings into resolution, to gain new perspectives, to know the real world firsthand, not secondhand. And so the king announced today that he would again walk down to the training field to look in on Gawain's military exercises. However, a new squire heard this, and not knowing the king's walking habits, made the mistake of offering to fetch the king's horse or carriage.
Your Majesty, shall I fetch your horse or carriage for the journey?
On the way to the training field this morning on the footpath, there were the merry songs of the titmouse, song sparrows tuning up on the alder bushes, a gurgling brook with its fresh-smelling loam, lichen wet with the year's last dew, long shafts of early light, pigeons flashing white wings, and fine toadstools. Had I taken my carriage and ridden down to the field, I should have had only a fleeting glimpse or none of all these fine sights. Above the noise of the wheels or the pounding of the hoof beats, how could I have heard the sea dirge of the pines? True, I could have saved about 20 minutes of my priceless time, but for what? For the sake of a more sluggish digestion, of a wider girth beneath my belt, duller thoughts in my head, a posture grown by that much older. For this I should waste a fresh and living experience. Time is a replacement for barter beads. Time is an opportunity to live before you die. So a man who walks and lives and sees and thinks as he walks has indeed lengthened his life by that experience. For the time will come when the winter will ask you, "What were you doing all the summer?"
In the days after King Arthur, suddenly late last summer. Our story. It was still a peaceful time. Waves of contentment swept over the country and over the visage of our ruler Perceval. He had been keeping to the company of the young born-again wayfarer, who, as we remember from an earlier chapter, received her youth back but still retained the worldly education that she had gained in her role as the wayfarer. And Viking oars began to cleave the wine-dark seas. At first, Percival was confused by her eerie combination of youth and common-sense knowledge, but he came to love her in a way that wavered between sisterly and knightly.
He was pleasantly surprised, but not taken aback, at the many times that he had ended up as the student and she as the master.
Aye, but the dreaded day was soon to come when he should know where her youth and laughter must go, to live and laugh as only girlhood can. Only now did Percival realize that the time was near. The king still preferred the sky as his roof, and he walked along the riverside path next to the Severn, the wayfarer at his side as usual.
The water was muddy as it carried away the dust of mountains after a late summer storm. They could not keep pace with the current and did not try to.
What did the runner of the woods say?
Take from her only that which you need for survival, leaving her heart in the same delicate balance as you had found it, beating in perfect rhythm to heaven's thunder.
Well, her spring of joy was contagious to Perceval in his summer of contentment, and neither of them knew anything of the autumn of care or the winter of death. They walked through the fields as a yellow bird darted by as if sanctioned the bliss.
There is nothing else like the smell of the clover. It is the maidenly breath of summer. It suggests all fresh, bountiful rural things.
Like you, glowed Perceval.
Indeed, one might ransack the heavens forever before finding another place as good as the earth. And as he spoke, Viking oars clove the wine-dark sea.
And how long is forever, my wandering friend?
Well, it's a long time. Hear this demonstration. Every 100 years or so, a white bird flies over a mountain. On some of those occasions, a feather falls from the bird onto the mountain. When the mountain wears away, that's forever.
And as she spoke, oar after Viking oar plied the wine-dark sea.
Once I was young,
I know, and once Old Autumn was young too.
and once you were old as the wayfarer.
For them, the long summer twilight sat brooding during that time which seemed to be neither here nor there. The time between the bright crackling day and the crashing cold night. A time between peace and war. And after some days, the summer gave way to autumn. Once I was young. Each year, in October, Jack in the Green has a rendezvous with Old Autumn, who colors the leaves that Jack made so verdant in the spring. They meet out in the middle of the woods, although never in the same place, for the seasons come and go and meet as they may. This year, Old Autumn was a little late, so Jack in the Green sat down on a tree stump to wait. He began to ponder his disappearing green youth, for it was evident that someday he would have to take Old Autumn's place and perform all of his withering tasks.
It's clear that one day I'll have to step into Old Autumn's shoes and carry out all his withering duties.
A few days later, Old Autumn came by and gave Jack a cheery greeting and an embrace which marked summer's end.
He gazed fondly at Jack, his younger self, and saw the vitality that was once his, then said, "Once I was young, once I was you."
I know, said Jack. Do you remember how I refused to believe it?
Yes, remembered Old Autumn. It was like the time that I met Old Man Winter on a snowy day long ago. He told me then that he was my older self, and I didn't believe it. Yes, I was already feeling my age, but after seeing that ancient white-haired geezer, I felt young again. Of course, he knew me very well.
There is a chill in the air as Jack Frost arrives and sings out a greeting. Hello, my brother. Hello, Old Autumn. It's going to be very cold tonight. We are going to have our first hoarfrost. But don't worry, it won't harm the pumpkins any.
Now the leaves will crack and fall all the sooner due to the ice in their veins. Yes, they'll fall like the last illusions of my youth. Soon you'll see me lying carelessly on the granary floor, and on a half-reaped furrow sound asleep, drowsed with the fume of poppies. Composing himself, Old Autumn continued. And for those of you who think that warm days will never cease, let us ever remember dear Johnny Keats, who died so young. However, he lived and saw much more than many of us might hope to do in a lifetime.
A shiver ran through Jack in the Green, and he spoke. "I must go now." I, the author who knew just a little of the above, ventured outside at 4 a.m. on a dark, frosty October morning to get an early preview of the stars of winter. It was so quiet that I could sense the spirit of the cosmos as it played rhythm to my fast-beating heart. "Oh, Orion, you are so high in the sky, you hang there only for the astronomer's eye, as the meteors fly by." Then I heard a rustling sound in the leaves around me, a skunk perhaps. But no, it was the sound of falling leaves. I knew that it must be him, Old Autumn. He was out there somewhere. Then I sensed him going by, for some of the leaves on the tree right in front of me broke loose and floated away, hitting some other leaves on the way down and making that rustling sound that I'd heard earlier. Then it stopped, but soon it started up on the next tree, and then the next. And so I could very well follow the path of Old Autumn making his rounds in the misty morn.
In the time after King Arthur, cleaving the wine-dark sea. The seas were turning red, red with the leaves from a northern autumn already long begun, and red with the blood of Viking enemies.
At Cornwall's northernmost coastal watchtower, the old sea searcher again carefully searched the sunset sea, for it was feared that the attack would come out of the sunset to spread panic and confusion in the night's darkness.
Care resided in the eyes of old men, reasoned the king, when he'd installed none but old men in the watchtowers spaced along the coast, 2 men to a tower for company, and in case one man died.
Why not young men? Well, they can't sit still long enough and their eyes are always on the ladies. Though young men's eyes were better, it was old men's eyes that would see more in this case.
Why the watchtowers? Well, Perceval knew that one day the Viking tribes would regroup, consolidate, and return. And so the old men sat in their watchtowers day after day, but seeing nothing.
Now, old men like to sit around chatting anyway, so why not install them in watchtowers?
And there they sat, bound to duty, but it was easy duty and many pleasant conversations were had.
Now what good would a watchtower warning do? Wouldn't Percival know soon enough of an invasion? Wouldn't it merely delay the inevitable slaughter by a day or so? No, there was a plan. You see, the new knights were young and untried, and the coast could not be defended because the remainder of the able-bodied men were needed in the fields to take in the harvest. Of course, the Vikings would attack at this worst possible time for Britain. And who was more used to cold weather warfare? That's why the attack was expected now, in late autumn. Then in the spring, the Vikings would take over the farms and enslave the Celts to supply food. The same old story. The old searcher in watchtower number 2 saw them first. He saw oarship after oarship cleaving the wine-dark sea. The magnitude of the invasion shocked the old searcher, for the Viking invaders were more than 3 times a match for Perceval's armies. And baggage ships too, 30 of them, and women too, and building material. Certainly the Vikings planned not only to remain through the winter, but forever. This was Thorelf's dream. In the time after King Arthur, war plans. Bonfires blazed the message across Cornwall's hills to the meadows, where riders took it from town to town, and at last to the king. As the messenger entered the king's glade with haste, Perceval already sensed what the bad tidings would be. He gave the young wayfarer a last embrace. As the wayfarer left in one direction, war approached via the other. Percival was not unprepared.
This he told to me. All those times you saw me seemingly walking without a care, well, I had cares and I made plans. That time you thought me sick for 2 weeks. That was when I went to Ireland dressed as a peasant to enlist the aid of my old friend Rory Moore. Yes, I knew that he had no love for Camelot, but I knew that he had even less for Vikings and some for me as a fellow Irishman. We have rebuilt Camelot, by the way, for our final stand. The war scheme is all planned out in such a way as to save as many lives as possible. What also helps me is Merlin's blessing, or perhaps it is a curse, that is to wit, I feel the deaths of all Britons, but I also feel their joys.
The leader in that sector, Cordicus, had ultimate authority for the first few days of the invasion. Cordicus was in the right spot, placed there by the king along the most likely invasion route. Indeed, this time the Vikings had stayed well away from the Severn and its river bore. Cordicus, half Roman, half Celtic, was the leader of the Marshmen. But both Percival and his regional field leader, Cordicus, knew immediately that this was not an invasion that could be met head-on. The immediate plan was as follows: evacuate the coastal towns through the marshlands at a right angle to the direction of the main road, and burn the towns to deny their products and shelter to the invaders.
Percival remembered his words to this effect to the young knights just before they left. This will be the hardest duty you will ever perform, to enforce a retreat, to rout people from their homes and herd them out of their beloved towns, to burn the towns behind you so that the Vikings may not gain sustenance. You must resettle the people in the deserted Saxon towns of the interior, then draw the Vikings into our very heartland and offer no immediate resistance. The price of burning is always dear, but homes and farms can be replaced, lives cannot.
This would be a good time for Jalan to retake Scandia, thought Perceval. But could he possibly make it there before the waters froze? Or would he meet the flows of a cold, icy death during a treacherous voyage through the ice fields? Let's hope for a warm northern winter, thought Perceval, and hope that Gilane's mighty ships are already asail in the misty seas. The heathen Vikings left half their armies at the shore to guard the boats and to make a base camp. The other half, still much more than a match for Perceval's combined forces, made 10 miles the very first day, stopping only because the baggage trains could not keep up the pace. Those residents too infirm to flee were butchered by the invaders. Others who would not leave their homes died bloody deaths. The Vikings were as barbaric and violent as the legends had warned. Retreat orders were issued again and again by the regional commander as planned. Many requests for relief came in, but the orders were firm. The men cannot be freed from the harvesting tasks, or Britain would soon starve. Many men had been lost in the Saxon wars, and Perceval was not about to lose the remainder and the crops as well. Many men received a summons from the king to sit at the round table that night, since the king was to explain the latest amendments to the battle plan. Gawain had come out of retirement, as had many others. When all had been seated, the king began,
"Too many battles, too many wounds, too many dead."
The full speech has long been lost, but we do know that someone's secret existence and his special mission was not revealed. In the time after King Arthur. Secrets, a flashback. The scene, some weeks ago in newly fortified Camelot.
Perceval is reading the now lost copy of Aristotle's best and final writings on metaphysics. "This book is spectacular," said Perceval.
Sire, someone has artfully walked through the quicksand of our muck and mire, traversed the rear outer walls, the maze and the tunnel, and he now appears at the Merlin Gate, a gate which he has managed to open, a gate unused for years.
Thus I suspect that it is someone very dear to me and to the kingdom. Bring him to my chambers. Unused for years, because all who know its secret have long been dead, with the exception of myself, Gawain, and Jalan, who are all accounted for elsewhere.
Sire?
Bring him here. He wears the red horse on his tunic, does he not?
He does.
Then another of the last knights has returned to us. I seem to be seeing ghosts. You were presumed dead after being missing for 2 years. I welcome you dearly, Ern.
And you too, my knightly friend. I'm well, but trouble brews among the Viking heathens, I can sense it.
Yes, we expect invasion.
I have kept my existence a secret even to my brother Gillane, king of the Mistiful Isles. As you may know, I was smitten by the hound woman Maud. For years after the Great War, I searched for her, but to no avail.
Well, as we know, there was great disruption and movement of families after that war.
And I now return to your service, but I do ask that you keep my secret.
But as eldest son, you are the rightful king of the Mystical Isles.
If discovered, I should abdicate. My life is here, or better yet, in Scandia, which is yet occupied by heathen Vikings. Besides, I am under a spell, and I cannot help but to pursue Maud, although I like to consider it more as a blessing, which it truly is. Have you ever been smitten, Percival?
Oh yes, many times, but all came to naught for one reason or another. However, I would not trade in any such experiences. Yes, I know the feeling well. It is so easy to fall in love when you've been out of it, but so difficult to fall out of love when you're in it. Sooner than later, it comes to dominate your every thought and movement. I have a plan for you to regain Scandia from the heathen. Take it as repayment in kind for your family's good deeds to us.
I have never forgotten Scandia, the shame, the fear. Should we retake Scandia, then by law I must serve as king there. This I would do and give anything for, perhaps even Maud, I'm not sure. If I could see her, I would know.
And then also by Scandian law, the secondary kingdom, the Mystical Isles, would go to the second son, Ghislaine, and all would be well. Tell me about Maud. How did you first meet her?
Long before I received my knighthood, which was to be delayed by Arthur due to my supposed treason with Maud, I was sent by Arthur to investigate a Viking landing on the Isle of Man. There I saw the huntress Maud leading 100 hounds. I was smitten on sight, and it was said she was related to an enchanter. Her hair was jet black, and she wore a red hunting cape over a black vest. Her eyes were as bright as the sunshine. She could move through the woods like lightning. She rejected me many times. This was but the first. She set the dogs on me, and I was brought into town to fight old Sawtooth, the fiercest dog. To my surprise, I beat the dog and won the right to freedom, or rather, expulsion, but to lose would have meant death. This was but the first of Maud's tests. As I sailed away, her wistful eyes met mine. Her lonely figure remained at the shore until I was out of sight. A last wave from her gave me hope. It was a mysterious time, and I was confused by her signals. Some months later, I returned and tied a piece of my tunic to the tail of a fox. It was not long before her hounds picked up my scent. We fell into each other's arms. No words needed speaking as we kissed. She again sent me away, however, telling me that I must never know her dark secret. Thus, she became more mysterious than ever to me. She gave me more hope, however. She bid me to return when I had earned my spurs, my knighthood, that is. However, Arthur overheard me speaking of her one day and forbid me to see her again upon penalty of treason. But I did see her, and I learned her secret, and I was convicted of treason and banished from the kingdom before I could explain, so I stayed away for some time and tried to forget her.
But you returned to us on Salisbury Plain and were cleared by Arthur and knighted by him on that day. Now you are truly the last great knight.
Yes, it was all an unfortunate misunderstanding, and all then became well, but I lost track of Maud. I have long ago given her up for dead.
She lives, Ern. When I visited the wounded up north, I saw her of which you speak. She matches your description. However, I do not know what became of her. This was some time ago. Her injuries were serious, but not deadly. She spoke of her love, and this seemed to give her strength. Welcome home last night. Come, hear my plan for you, for Maud, for Scandia, and for this land of Arthur's that we both love so dearly.
In the time after King Arthur, Ern's quest, the final spur. Ern, son of Prince Valor, was the very last of Arthur's knights. He was directed by Corticus, the only one, in addition to Percival, who knew Ern's secret, to act as rear commander during the retreat and evacuation of towns and villages. To Ern and his men befell the horrid duty of torching the homes. Ern, whose existence had been kept a secret by his own choice, as we have heard, was now the last knight. This almanac has had several last nights, but Ern is the last from Arthur's time. That is, the last to be knighted by King Arthur himself. As the last of the homes was torched, Ern gave his men their leave and their safety. A new war had started. He thought of the Viking crest on his tunic. He thought of Scandia's civil war when his royal family was turned out. And he had never forgotten the shame and fear when his grandfather was driven from Thule, as they called it then. He thought of his new mission. He thought of Maud. Suddenly, Ern's mount whinnies in fright. On instinct, Ern pivots in the saddle, striking in a broad arc. There were 3 Vikings after him. The first attacker falls from Ern's sword, but there were 2 more, one with an eager arrow ripe at the bow. Ern coaxes his mount with his legs and reins, and in selfless loyalty the animal rears up, stopping the arrow in its heart. Ern slips free of his stately warhorse as it conducts a dance of death between him and the bloodthirsty Vikings. Shielded now by the animal's heaving bulk, Ern draws an arrow from his quiver and lets it fly into the second attacker as the beast slumps in final agony.
Ern's mount whinnies in fright. On instinct, Ern pivots in the saddle, striking in a broad arc. There were 3 Viking after him. The first attacker falls from Ern's sword, but there were 2 more, one with an eager arrow right at the bow, and coaxes his mount with his legs and wings, and in selfless loyalty the animal rears up, stopping the arrow in its heart, and slips free of his stately war horse as it conducts a stately dance of death between him and the bloodthirsty. Then now by the horse's heaving bulk, then draws an arrow from his quiver and lets it fly into the second attacker as the beast slumps in final agony.
One left. The 3rd Viking advances with whip and mace. The air sings as leather thongs entwine Ern's legs like vines. The Viking pulls hard, sending Prince Ern down into the dust that may be his final resting place. But as he pulls, Ern severs the whip with a sword that he has been careful not to drop. A surprised Viking hurtles backwards into the dirt. Ern is quickly upon him, and in a moment the foe lies still, his life cut short by Arthur's last knight.
The 3rd Viking advances with whip and mace. The air sings as leather thongs entwine. Ern's legs like vines, the Viking pulls hard, sending Prince Ern down into the dust that may be his final resting place. But as he pulls and severs the whip with his sword, a surprised Viking hurtles backwards into the dirt. In the dirt, Ern is quickly upon him, and in a moment the foe lies still.
As the first Viking units pass by, Ern realizes that he has made it behind enemy lines, where he is caught between the Vikings and the wine-dark sea. But this was the purpose of his mission. He must climb the ridge that parallels the road, and so is spotted by the advancing Vikings. The Vikings recoil and then roar at the sight of Arthur's dreaded knight. A detail of 12 men is dispatched up the hill after Ern. Halfway up the slope, Ern removes his armor, since he cannot slay an army and needs speed of foot. He removes the armor quickly but calmly, as if danger were still far away. With the towns burned behind them, the remaining Viking units had to camp in the marshlands beside the road. There they awaited their baggage trains and began the hunt for Ern, from whom they would like to extract information. Ern climbed the hill quickly now, gaining on the heavily loaded pursuers. He came to an abandoned hut and picked up a bit of rope, some old rusty hooks, and a large piece of moth-eaten cloth to use as a night blanket. As he walked, he formulated several plans and thought deeply. Was this to be the end of his youth and laughter? To be hunted down like an animal in these woods? But Ern had an advantage over these 12 Vikings. These were his woods, not theirs. Also, he was a trained knight and one of Arthur's best. The first 3 Vikings met their maker in a deer trap that Ern had recovered and reset. This angered the remaining 9 to the point that they were no longer able to think clearly. So they split up, walking 10 yards apart, combing the woods impatiently. Ern waited behind a likely tree next to a path, and there a Viking met hard steel and died silently. Ern now stalked the pursuers. Walking silently like so much wind and moonlight, Ern surprised 3 more Vikings in similar fashion, but their cries of anguish were heard by the remaining 5 who came running. Ern's 3 remaining arrows found their mark, and the last 2 Vikings ran back with the story of horror of the woods. Ern rigged up the rope and string around his camp for an alarm system and slept soundly under his blanket and the stars. The next morning he discovered a partner who had been even quieter than he.
Maud. Now you are mine.
And he fell into her embrace for a long time.
I've been looking for you so long, and now that I can finally have you after so many years of searching, I cannot, for I must do the knight's duty one last time.
Choose me or war.
Knights serve no particular person or nation. They serve but the good of mankind, and there will not be a good life for any of us, Maud, if we should lose this war. The king has given me a mission as a part of his war plan, a precarious plan, yes, but any would be in these grave times, so I must choose war.
You speak the Norseman's language, do you not?
You know that I do?
Then I know your plan. Godspeed, I shall be with you in your heart.
And I in yours.
And so Prince Ern made his lonely way to the coast, where he would impersonate a heathen Viking, as he did so long ago on the Isle of Man, where he was first smitten by the huntress Maud. Ern reached the coast a few miles down from the invasion site. He located a boat that could barely float and rowed blindly into the heathen Viking shore camp as the waters hungrily devoured the last splintered beams of his boat. So far, the ruse had worked. Ern fabricated a story of stormy seas, a story of shipwreck, one of few survivors, of his dedication to the Viking cause. For days they questioned him, but Ern withstood the inquiries. They saw that he was well-bred. This he could not hide. But after a week or so, their suspicions died away, and he became one with them, or so they thought.
At night I open up the heavens vault, my safety deposit box of valuable stars, one of whose plan contains all my wealth. Can really own a star? Yes, if it is one's favorite star, mine is Betelgeuse in Orion, a large dying red giant. The fourth planet contains unlimited amounts of gold and silver, platinum, diamonds, and many other rare crystals. And it's all mine now. I've chosen to leave my wealth right there. If I brought it here, someone might try. Thus he pulls and severs the whip with his sword. A surprised Viking hurtles backwards into the dirt, and in a moment the foe lies still. Set apart are men of clay statues, as if they were castle guards, and be sure to move them about from time to time. Hang out the king's flag as if I am there. Leave but one man to keep the fires going. The Vikings storm the castle to conquer an army so scared that it has turned to stone and skeletons. 3 Vikings block his path. He turns to avoid them, but they follow him like vultures. Percival draws his feathered shafts against the bow, and the sting falls true to its mark. A deadly dart fells the second one. The power of the swinging sword remains, and it cracks the chest of earth, for the Viking sword is as dull as his wits. Chains of magic as black as Merlin could make it. The whole sea was green, fire and white, foam was singing mermaids in it. The knights rode their way from one wave to another. On windy days, one can still see white horses riding the waves as wave the surf in the wild, raging sea.
In the time after King Arthur, the odds. Back at Camelot.
Hi-ho, Taliesin!
Greetings, Percival. I have released the message birds to the Mystical Isles, sire.
Well, Taliesin.
At least the waiting is over. The war now begins, and I may finally prove my worth in the new kingdom. The plans I have made are now in action. We shall see.
I know I have waited and planned for this day, for the Viking Empire must fall, lest wild seed be planted. What are the chances, Taliesin?
I cannot see the future now, Percival, because the odds are about equal. In the balance, it comes down to you and your plan, but you are the deciding factor. It is to your credit that the odds have even become even. However, your plan is complicated and requires that 7 or 8 of the independent subplans come to pass. There is little margin for error unless you have planned for alternatives when subplans fail. Percival, it is wise to send Jaline on a direct route to Scandia. Could he not help us here? Why do you want it all?
If we can hold out in the autumn and early winter, then we'll have the dead of winter in which to rest and perhaps gain some assistance. This is the time for Ghislaine to retake Scandia if there ever is such a time. Then, from that base, he may aid us. If we ask him to come overland to Britain, then he'll surely be stopped by the snow. Even so, the heathen Vikings would just retreat to their ships and go back to Scandia. How would we stop them? No, let us entice the Vikings into our very heartland, deprive them of their own land, and then do them in once and for all. Well, Taliesin, we'll have to deplete the treasury in order to hire the colorful Picts if we can, though I don't like using bad men for our cause, but there is no choice. Besides, the Picts are good compared to the invaders, and remember, the Picts' lands are threatened too. We must pull out all the stops and gain an everlasting peace once and for all. Otherwise, all of Arthur's deeds go for naught.
How do we know that the Vikings will not just simply spread out along the coast?
This is no simple coastal raid like before, and I've left the roads to the interior open, have I not?
Yes, Percival, for we both know that it is you he is after now.
A grave miscalculation.
Yeah.
In the time after King Arthur, Vikings for breakfast. The indolence of the summer was but a memory now, and the crispness of late autumn was in the morning air. It was an uneasy time between contentment and the upcoming winter of death. It was a time of sober aging for Cordicus, now growing old. This was the moment that Cordicus had waited for. A large assemblage of Viking units was camped in the marshes. The Vikings were dumb, but not dumb enough to let him pull this trick too often. The Vikings made another 10 miles the second day and could have gone further, but again waited for their supply train since no supplies were to be found along the way. The Celtic woods were empty and the smoke of burned villages was in the air and in their eyes. Having made some progress, the Vikings camped early and began their celebration. They celebrated heavily, although they were still quite weary from walking the land on sea legs. No horses were to be found. The evacuating residents had taken them all. It was part of the plan. Corycus looked to the starlit sky. He thought of the wars he had seen, the wars he had led, the kingdoms he'd won and lost, many changes he'd seen since his early Roman days. But the stars, they were different. The stars were among the most enduring features of the world, and they were of the world to those who noticed them. Long after all else turns to dust, the stars will still shine. Now it was time for the marshmen to shine, the army of Corycus. They had all come, slipping through the woods on their iron-clad feather feet. False dawn came and went. Torches on angels' wings now filled the sky as the northern lights flickered in the electric night. The taunting of the Norsemen began near dawn as Corycus's bowmen set their feathered shafts to the sinew and drew them taut. Noiselessly, the arrows flew into Viking hearts, and confusion spread through the ranks of the groggy camp. As the Vikings had not brought pleasure to Britain, neither did the Marshmen deliver any in return. 3 Viking units were thoroughly destroyed. Then the bowmen melted back into the woods from whence they came, their woods, their home, where one fights best in one's own territory, something we can learn from animals in nature. A report of the victory was sent back to Perceval, and he posted it on the castle wall. In the time after King Arthur, men of clay. The Marshmen caught 2 more Viking units the next night in the same manner, but a few men escaped, and the remainder of the Viking units wised up. Even so, fully a fifth of the Viking forces had now been destroyed. However, the remainder strengthened their resolve and were not to be caught unaware again. They soon replaced their fallen comrades with units from the shore camp. A trick had to be devised to stall the Viking incursion until the men could be freed from the harvest. A trick that would cost no men.
Remember that old castle we used for the centennial celebration about 10 years back? The castle which we cannot now man for lack of men? The castle that contains the ceremonial statues, our men of clay?
Yes, I remember it well. It's quite an idea indeed.
Send a few men over there and set up the statues as if they were castle guards. And indeed they will appear so from a distance when the Vikings arrive. Be sure to move the statues about from time to time and hang out the king's flag as if I am there. Leave but one man to keep the fires going as a sign of life. The steamy warmth of the cold lives of statue armies and legions of scarecrows will protect us. Yes, the Vikings will then stop en masse for a while until they discover the deception. At least we'll know where they are, a distinct advantage to us.
So finally, after waiting some weeks, the Vikings storm the castle and conquer an army so scared that it is turned to stone and skeletons. For many days after this, the Vikings were badly shaken, but eventually they pushed deeper into Cornwall and ever closer to Camelot. In the time after King Arthur, October skies, notes from Perceval's journal. I have never seen a bluer sky than that of October. Perhaps it is because of the cool, dry air. The vision is but enhanced by the foreground of the colorful orange tree leaves. This is the last true blue that we shall see for some time. It's only fitting that it be the best of times, the bluest of times. There are some missing chronicles for this period. No leaves, no warmth, no sky, no snow. November. November is a most difficult time. The glory of the summer and of the leaves is gone. It seems like it has gone for years. Yet the spirit of the holiday season is not yet at hand. The gray and rainy skies are a stark contrast to the dry, blue skies of October. There is no snow yet for winter sports, and the land remains barren. The land is dead, and the very year itself continues to die in the night. The day is so short that when one gets home for dinner, it already seems time for bed. Time for hibernation, perhaps. To these feelings add the specter of a long, drawn-out winter war. Now we even long for February. Come December, we await, when auroras will set fire to the polar heavens to give us color to our lives during the festival of the Yule. Here the chronicles fall silent for a while. In the time after King Arthur, the Icemen. The snows came early this year, as had been predicted to Perceval by his forecaster. For now, the war's victor appeared to be the winter. Some weeks ago, Ghislaine's longboat sailing ships of the Mistiful Isles had begun their journey to Britain on the safer but longer inland routes. They followed the old Roman wall to the lovely Danube, and thence to the mighty Rhine. The war fleet crossed the channel and then headed west, taking the long way round to Scandia as they had to avoid the fast-forming ice packs in the east. The only hope was to find the Gulf Stream and its warmth as it flowed up the West British coast. However, pirate fleets now ruled the seas, now that Perceval and the Winter had called the navies inland for conversion to armies. So, the best warships of the Mistiful Isles plied the inland seas and rivers, finally reaching the Severn and passing Camelot. There was no time to stop, for the green flags were out, and this meant go. Ern's sabotage had gone well, and flames burned half of the Viking vessels. Thorolf watched helplessly as Galan's fleet sailed north on the Gulf Stream, north to Scandia. Ern had planned his escape well, and skippered one of the faster Viking scout ships, drawing further away from Maud with every gust of wind, but drawing closer to his brother and to Scandia, where they would spend the winter, landlocked, but finally at home. Who would they find left alive in Britain in the spring? He soon realized that now he could never go home again. Rory Moore's Irish rogues now took to the rough winter seas. The only enemy they had on the sea now was the winter ice. Even the hardy pirates had now abandoned the churning seas. Ice winds filled their vacuum. Scandia was brought under control in a matter of weeks. It was then that the Icemen and women, Ern, Gelaine, and Alexis, found themselves drawn back to Camelot. So they began an unprecedented wintertime journey by overland routes via the high British North Country. In the time after King Arthur, siege at Camelot. Camelot was prepared for the dreaded siege. Sheep and cattle were headed inside. Water was hauled up, the nearby forests were cleared to make the winter's fires, and the moat was prepared with spikes. On many days, the armies are completely immobile, but at least Perceval's army remains warm in the castle, while the Vikings shiver outside, although they're supposed to be used to it.
We have the enemy just where we want him, but many gambits have apparently failed or will come too late. This war will be all too close.
The king sits dejected. The winter ice is thick, and men from New Scandia cannot yet return, and Rory Moore is tied up with remnants of the rear Viking units, although he is winning. The Picts had ceased their support as quickly as their pay had run out. Perceval walks the dusty, crumbling outer wall late one night and bemoans the Picts' retreat, although he had never expected honor from them.
Well, the treasury's gone now, so we might as well look for silver in the snow.
A squire went by, and the king instructed him to go and look for silver in the snow. The squire thought him mad, but did so out of duty to the king. And there, in the deepest, darkest part of winter, just as the legends had said, Arthur and Guinevere came riding by in their ghostly carriage, going once around Camelot's outer walls, their horses leaving silver horseshoes in the snow. So, with the silver, the Picts were rehired. And Rory Moore arrived up the Severn, and the new Scandian snow troops arrived overland just in time. Alliances between youthful friends had now become alliances between nations against their powerful and common enemy. Winter turned into spring for a day. Suddenly the drawbridge thunders open. The only thing that the Norsemen fear is now at hand, the charge of the mounted knights. Lance points reach out ahead of the pounding hooves. Last night Perceval leading the first army. Last night Gelaine leading the second army. Last night Ern leading the third army. Last night Gawain leading the fourth army. Alexis leading the fifth army. Taliesin leading the sixth army. Rory Moore leading the seventh army. Victims of their own greed, the Vikings lost the war and became a people without a country. Since they couldn't reach Scandia or expect to retake it, they headed west and discovered Greenland, from where they later discovered America. In the time after King Arthur, Suddenly last winter. The battle ends as Percival's war plan of daring, patience, and friendship succeeds. Losses and wounds are few, and war horses and men must be tended to. There is no celebration yet, there is only weariness and numbing cold. Winter returns and her icy breath reaches all. A night peers out into the darkness. Wrath of the gods. Joy is a strange bird, just so much fragile bone and feather. It seemed nowhere to alight on this frozen night, as Ern lent his warmth to cold castle stone. 100 hounds or more could not keep Ern and Maud apart now were they to meet. But the dogs do keep the retreating Vikings at bay as their paths cross Maud's out in the woods of Camelot's villages. The winds carry the sounds of the dogs' warning to the castle itself, and to the cold ears of Ern, king of Thule. The wrath of the gods continues to pour down on the defeated Viking heathens in the form of winds now gusting to gale strength and sleety breath laden with the cold, icy sting of retreat. The Vikings gaze at the forest huntress Maud, but do not realize that she is soon to become their queen and mistress in New Scandia. The storm intensifies, and she sees the last of them as they knock on the door at Valhalla's ice palace. Alarmed by the intensity and rage of heaven's thunderbolts, the hounds scatter in the near hurricane-force winds. Maud, already worn from the day's long journey into night, collapses into a hunter's stick shelter. Her dogs seek protection in the deep woods but do not find it there, for winter now plays her worst hand. There is no refuge. In the night's darkest hour, Maud's shelter completely blows away. She struggles on, traveling with the wind at her back as it veers around to the north. The chronicles relate that more than one gives his precious body heat and heart strength to the shivering night. Second sight. A solitary knight, yet weary and worn from war's injury and love's yearning, nevertheless departs Camelot's crumbling fortress late into this midwinter's night.
I must walk, for it is too cold for horses' war-torn and unprotected leg bones, nor will the horses venture into a storm. But I continue, for good sense and love do not always mix.
As Ern crosses the drawbridge, he notes that the moat has finally frozen, and not a day too soon, for during the war, Percival had ordered valuable salt into the water to keep it from freezing and thereby allowing the Vikings to cross it. Ern walks across his last battlefield and notes that it too has been salted. Taken into the earth now was the salt drained from the sweat of warriors. How rare is a moment's peace.
One last quest to perform, as the winds try to warn and push me back to the safety of the castle. But I head into the wind, and the storm marks me for her very own.
Well, down the road now, Ern's eyes meet those of a man old and coatless, a man seemingly older than time itself, but somehow strangely familiar.
Ern looks to him with a knight's gesture that says, "May I assist you home?"
Indeed, I am almost home.
Ern is startled when the man reads his mind and says,
"Hurry, boy, she's waiting there for you, and don't underestimate the north wind that brings her to you, and remember this, it sends you to your death as well."
Love Search. Ern searches the city's outskirts in utter darkness that night, for no torch can stay lit in the storm except the feverish glow of his love quest. However, the search is also apparently in vain. Half alive, Maud somehow reaches the stables near the town square and lies down in the straw, wavering between death and sleep.
So cold, so tired. Is this the end?
Half dead, Ern is now hopelessly lost in the blizzard. He misses Maud by just a few minutes, and now, nearly frozen to death, his life's candle nearly out. He must, after vanquishing all other types of foe and fiend, concede defeat to the unbeatable storm. He falls to the snow and covers himself with it for warmth from the ice winds. But the snow will not stay put in the wind, and his life wick begins to flicker and spark out.
Must keep moving?
Ern gets up but can only seem to travel in circles since the snow is blinding. The sight of one of Maud's hounds spurs him on, but alas, the hound is too scared to guide him and it disappears in a swirl of snow. And once again, the winter begins to claim another lover in her cold embrace.
Maud, where are you?
The storm howls, indifferent to the cries of a man in love, as Ern's strength wanes and the cold begins to claim its victory. Sleep and death.
The death wind is from the north.
Ern readies himself for death. But then the old man's words come blazing back to him. The death wind is from the north. Only by the grace of the steady north wind's direction and the old man's words does Ern deduce and find his way south to the gutted town and its square. He finds but scant shelter in the pillaged White Hart Inn. Barely alive, he realizes that only flame and sleep can save him now, for fire is winter's fruit and rest is her bounty. With fuel gone to the war, the inn is cold, colder still without the warmth and blushing beauty of Maud.
I'll burn my bed in the fireplace and fall asleep on the hearthstone.
At the door, the Great Reaper waits patiently to collect winter's spoils. Meanwhile, Maud's favorite hound finds her and lends his warmth to her. Slowly now, the balance begins to tip for Ern and Maud, ever so slightly, from death to death's younger brother healing sleep. The Reaper departs, that wonderful time when one is freed from all worry and treated to the priceless spectacle of one's dreams, the ultimate gift from the gods. Sleep, sleep, when we can do as we please, a time when all debts are paid. We are only awake for but a few of eternity's moments, for just a few ticks on her timeless face. Twilight time. Neither Ern nor Maud awake until the next day's evening twilight. The storm is long gone and is just a memory now. The day, though nearly over now, had been bright. Helios has warmed the hearts of the victors. Twilight now welcomes all. Twilight, that graceful hour after sunset, when people love to stroll the square's pavement. Foot soldiers now stand at ease beneath the lamps as the lights of men and lamps flicker back to life after the war. Twilight, that magical, mellow hour of the day sought by lovers after chores are done. The hour which by its tender blending of the fading western light with the glimmering candle lamps answering one another in the windows, casts a veil over the crudeness of the town, restoring the injuries of time and war. Ern paces the smooth pavement of the square, adding but a little to the centuries of wear to this mirror of life, the square, where all must pass eventually. Then he sees her. She sees him at the same instant. The old man sees them both, and the old man leaves to seek out the powers of the night, from which he will again ask for youth. For without youth, of what good is immortality? The riddle solved. Maud had loved Ern for himself long before he had been revealed to her as Crown Prince of Thule. Also, long ago, Ern began a quest to prove that Maud's heart was gold, even though she was a known relative of Morgana, the witch that had played a part in the trapping of Merlin in his crystal cavern forever. Maud had survived all witch hunts and finally, with Ern's help, had at last proved her worth plainly to King Arthur shortly before his death. For years before, I had sent Ern away time after time only out of my love for him and for his career. But she was more dear to him than his career, and Ern was convicted of treason upon seeing her, and so had to flee Britain. Maud's vindication arrived on Salisbury Plain with Merlin's dream appearance to Arthur. It was a dream that was the final inspiration before that great war against the Saxons. Ern also arrived that day, won his spurs, and was so knighted by Arthur, all misunderstandings being resolved.
Merlin, where are you? How I need you now. If only you could see me wield Excalibur one last time before we must return it to the gods.
It was then that Maud turned against her mother, Morgana, adding all of her magic and power, and thus becoming mortal, to that of her father Merlin, allowing him to escape spiritually, if not physically, from the eternal cavern, and to appear to Arthur's men in their dreams as an inspiration, a dream to some, but a nightmare to others. Fulfillment. Ern and Maud met in the middle of the square, together at last, melting into the night, and melting into each other, dissolved by their love. In the days after King Arthur, the gathering. Life was not easy in the Dark Ages. One was lucky to make it through the day alive and gain a good meal. And so, perhaps pleasure was worth a little more than, relatively, than it is today. Sometimes we look back to the good old days of 50 years ago, which we always think were better than today. And perhaps they were in some ways, but they were also the times of polio and long working hours. I prefer to look neither forward nor backward, and like to think that today is the best of all days. When we walk the woods, there are always some who look only down the road at where they will soon be, and when they get there, they are found to be looking further still. Here and now is the moment. We can seize the moment or let it pass, but it is seldom fruitful to attempt to run after the moment and recapture it. But memories are a different matter. They are sweet, and we shall not forget Camelot, for it is a part of us now. A gathering takes place in Camelot, the likes of which has not been seen in many years. It is a combination victory celebration and belated Christmas festival. All of our characters are present, including the old man who we suspect is Merlin. Winter has returned in force, and as seems to happen on winter's deepest nights, a carriage drawn by horses wearing silver shoes appears and travels once around Camelot. And this time, because it is a special time, it enters the great hall through the King's Gate, a forbidden gate to all but kings. Arthur's spirit appears in Camelot beside that of his beautiful Queen Guinevere. They are together at last. Prophecies. Merlin takes to the floor, and all recognize his three-headed staff. However, his aged body is beyond recognition. Ern knows Merlin as the old man who had helped him through the winter storm, and he drops to his knees. Memories from over half a life ago return and flood the great hall like a warm blanket. Arthur is both resplendent and ghostly in his crimson robe and smiles at the good progress that has been made since his death.
I have come for Arthur and Guinevere, come to take their spirits to Excalibur, a world far from here. Do not be concerned when my decrepit shell of a body crumples to the ground as I leave. I must also travel in spirit. Perhaps the powers of the night will once again give me youth. Meanwhile, I have but my immortality. Now I shall address you all one by one. Percival, once squire of Lancelot, Grail Knight, inheritor of Arthur's throne, nephew of Arthur, Knight of the Round Table, king and lover of all in this nation, your search for love continues, but beware of the witch. 3 witches remain in Britain, 1 is good, 2 are bad. And remember that it is not easy for a king to pursue a woman. They covet your power and throne. It is hard to know their hearts. Soon your friends must leave, and you should take on a squire and continue to train the next generation of knights, for there may be troubled days ahead in 10 years or so. Alexis, daughter of Lancelot and Guinevere, queen of Lancelot's lands in Gaul, queen of the Mystical Isles, wife of Gelaene. Do you remember the pledge you made atop Lancelot's tomb with Percival and Guinevere, to meet again in the Great Hall and also in heaven? Well, here you are in the Great Hall. Only heaven now remains. The pledge that once seemed impossible is now quite possible. Ern, King of New Scandia, King of Thule, son of Valor, Knight of the Round Table, brother of Ghislaine, husband of Maud, once squire to Gawain. Take care of my daughter Maud, and beware the danger that awaits in Thule. Taliesin, my son, I leave you what little power and virtue I have left. From my own demon sire I gained my power, but my mother was a saintly woman, a nun in fact. And it is from her that we've received our virtue, and thus we have used our powers wisely. Maud, my daughter, restorer of Merlin, Queen of Thule and New Scandia, wife of Ern, my virtue remains in you as well, and I wish you well in your chosen mortal life. Ghislaine, King of the Mystiful Isles, brother of Ern and son of Valor, once squire to Gawain, Knight of the Round Table, husband of Alexis, you have found contentment, and it shall forever be yours.
And now Merlin's voice begins to fade as he pulls Ghislaine aside and says,
It is time for the swinging sword to be passed. So it has gone from Valor to Percival to you. It must now be passed on to Ern. Twin to Excalibur, the gods have let us keep it. Gawain, child of the sun, knight of the Round Table, breaker of women's hearts and men's heads, the finest knight alive, defender of heaven and protector of earth, you have outlived all the original knights, and your remaining days shall be pleasant. Remember the four greatest things of value. First, people. Second, the natural earth. Third and fourth, inseparable, adventure and love. If we know not these things of value, then life has nothing for us but dread and drudgery. Years from now, when this castle turns to dust, this castle that I built by magic, remember Camelot. When the journey seems too long, remember Camelot. Savor these moments together. When the shadow of death is near, remember Camelot. When you are faced with evil versus good, remember Camelot. It is the doom of man that he forgets. Goodbye, I leave you now.
The celebration ends as the spirits fade from sight. Some days pass, and many prepare for journeys that will take them from our story for many a day. Percival gives good Prince Ern, now King of Thule, a last embrace, knowing well that the coming duties of kingship are more than enough of a burden for any man to handle. The visitors now depart through Camelot's 7 gates. Percival is atop the highest parapet. He looks out and is proud, for these are all his friends, and it is good to have lived. In the days after King Arthur, the wake of summer. The great gathering in the house that Merlin built has ended, and the last knights sail away on the 4 winds. Merlin returns to Excalibur, taking Arthur and Guinevere with him.
We must journey back to Excalibur, Arthur. Our destiny awaits.
I will stand by your side, Arthur, as we face what lies ahead.
The winter has been too long and too hard. Men's minds begin to wander to the lost warmth of summer. A young man, Bogar, the new squire of Percival, attends the services of a lost friend.
I will honor your memory and carry your legacy forward.
It is said that Bogar's mother was a goddess and his father a barbarian. It appears that he will someday make a splendid knight.
Taliesin constructs a lament for summer's passing.
Lament? Long since have the winds scattered the leaves of the trees to make of them a burial shroud for the flowers that died grieving at summer's passing. Even that time called autumn is now nearly lost to memory. Winter is summer's ungrateful heir, squandering his riches and abusing his gifts. Summer lies underground now, forgotten, silent, and crusty, covered by winter's stern mantle. Only April's tears can make his grave green again.
Taliesin and the Chickadee.
Percival's new squire Bogar must first study under Taliesin and learn the ways of nature. As they walk together, Bogar hears the tinkling of sleigh bells and looks all around. But there are no sleighs to be seen. However, he fails to look up, a victim of two-dimensional thinking. Responds Taliesin to Bogar's dilemma.
They are not sleigh bells, Bogar, but the chickadees. Their hijinks make them resemble a group of school children at play.
The loon takes a vacation to the south of Gaul when the weather turns cold. But the chickadee always stays with us, a beloved friend, no matter how stormy it gets. They will study until the spring, when Bogar is to receive his first quest. In the days after King Arthur, death to Ern. With his last gasp of determination and brutality, Thorelf the Viking collects the elite of his battered troops and gives one last order before sailing to Greenland. Kill Prince Ern before he can reach the safety of the throne of Thule. He will not suspect you, for in Thule the rebel Vikings have the same appearance as the Christian Vikings. Go now and be off. Commit no other deeds but this. Go straight away. With his last gasp of determination and brutality, Thorelf the Viking collects the elite of his battered troops and gives one last order before sailing to Greenland. Kill Prince Ern before he can reach the safety of the throne of Thule. He will not suspect you, for in Thule the rebel Vikings have the same appearance as the Christian Vikings. Go now and be off. Commit no other deeds but this. Go straight away. Meanwhile, the two brothers, Ern and Ghislaine, have traveled together to meet the British coast where they must part. The North Sea and Thule beckon to Ern, while the southern climes of the Mistiful Isles call to Ghislaine. The sword passes.
Take the swinging sword now, Ern. I know that you would never have asked for it, but you shall have need of its services. Merlin has told me this.
The Haratine witch said to our father, Prince Valor, that he who has the sword shall never know contentment. Yet Valor could have had contentment any number of times, and he chose adventure instead.
That is true, Ern. Valor chose. It was his free choice. While I have owned the sword, I have known much happiness. So take it. Take the accursed weapon. It can only be used for good causes anyway.
The brothers part and take to the seas, Ern with the swinging sword. Ern travels with no guards or men-at-arms in his ship, wishing to be alone at last with Maud, perhaps a fatal mistake. However, Ern's guards and men-at-arms will follow closely, but under separate sail. Ghislaine's fleet takes to the mighty Rhine, thence to the lovely Danube, along the old Roman wall, to the Adriatic and Aegean seas, to home. The elite Vikings take to the seas as well, after Ern, and are filled with the bloodlust. Halfway across the channel, a storm arises and Ern's ships are driven apart. Ern's ships make a landing where they can, but far from the appointed spot. Fate brings Ern's enemies very near. For Maud, arriving at the mighty coast of Thule, Ern and Maud unload their horses quickly and take to the inland road. But all roads now lead to death. A band of rebel Vikings wait for Ern, and they soon come thundering on behind. Maud takes a dagger in the back, and Ern takes her to his horse, son of Arvak, and Speed of Horse takes them ahead of their pursuers to a narrow bridge, the place that Ern has chosen to make his final stand. He sets Maud in safety a short distance away. Her wound is not severe, but without attention she will bleed to death, so Ern quickly pushes a part of her cloak into the wound. Ern sets up at one end of the bridge, just beyond the narrowest part. The swinging sword comes whispering out of its scabbard. Ern can feel that it is alive and singing the god's tune. The Vikings cringe at the sight of the sword, but nevertheless they press forward, hoping to overcome it by sheer numbers. All morning long the terrible blade rises and falls, hacks and hews, gleaming wet in the sunlight with the heathen blood. And above the roaring of the waters and the clashing of arms can be heard Ern's rousing battle cry. Only 2 Vikings are left at noon, but Ern spares them so they can report their failure back to Thorelf. Indeed, the swinging sword is a powerful master.
Ern wonders, does the sword really have charm and power, or does its possession merely inspire confidence? He sticks it into the ground and kneels before it as a cross, and then notices the sword's motto, which reads, "Invincible is he who uses me in just cause."
Life's progress reached out ahead of the pounding hooves. Persever leading the first army, killing the second, Ern the third, Gawain the fourth, Alexis the fifth, Taliesin the sixth, Rorimor the seventh. The beaten Vikings headed west and discovered Greenland, from where they later discovered America. Top at one end of the bridge, the swinging sword comes whistling out of its scabbard. Ern can feel that it is alive and singing the gods' tune. The Vikings cringe at the sight of the sword, but nevertheless they press forward, hoping to overcome it by sheer numbers. All morning long the terrible blade rises and falls, hacks and hews, gleaming wet in the sunlight with the heathen blood. By the grace of the steady wind's direction does and find his way south to guarded town and its square. He finds but scant shelter in the pillaged White Hart Inn. Barely alive, he realizes that only flame and sleep can save him now. For fire is winter's fruit, and rest is her bounty. With fuel gone to the war, the inn is cold. Ern burns his bed in the fireplace and falls asleep on the hearthstone. They round the brow of the last hill and cross rhododendron bridge over a small gurgling creek. Suddenly Hargrave gasps, for there stands Camelot, a sight that can hardly be taken in one glance. Spire on spire, turret on turret, it soars into the clouds, with walls and buttresses, posts and gates, and battlements built to last, until the end of time, a shining beacon in the dark age of terror. Art's loftiest pinnacles fly penance crested, with the royal heraldry of Arthur and Uther Pendragon, the kings who had come before, Percival gleaming and glistening in the morning sunlight. It seems to the squire's eyes not to have been built by man, but by magic, and indeed it was by Merlin. More than just a castle, it was a city of marvel. And they right up below approach you closer and closer, until again they stop aghast. And now Camelot Castle is towering above them, beautiful beyond imagination. Music frozen in marble, whose shadow cloaks the great battle, hurrying up from the glittering moat. Then tower after tower soars into the sky, all aglow in the light of the golden morning star. The lying sun rules the toiling day, but the unicorn moon brings wisdom and calm in the night, at the magic times of dawn and twilight. When the lion and the unicorn battle together to capture the heavens' only beauty and goodness in men, and women can ensure the victory with her. We are always three, counting my shadow and my friend, the shimmering moon. The moon knows nothing of drinking, and my shadow is never thirsty. When I sing, the moon listens to me. When I dance, my shadow dances too. When I go home, the moon goes with me, and my shadow follows me. I believe at one table sat the captains of 3 sunken ships. At another table sat 3 previous English kings. 5 centuries ago, I reached out to pat the back of my great-grandfather, and of course my hand went right through it. I threw my glass into the fireplace, and I threw my glass into the fireplace, and it's a gas into the fireplace. This is stranger city. I watched the fish jumping out of the water and into the mouths of gods, who then threw them over to my dinner plate. Each fish were gold and silver rings that people had lost to the sea long ago. A night buzzard flew high in the air. Suddenly a out of the war. Snatch the buzzard out of the sky. The best definition of the word almanac is the word itself. That is all man's cack, or sometimes all my knack. So find your knack for life herein. We will continue to sing the songs of life. It will keep us from ever withering. Let us be alive with a song that only life itself could write. Could write. The Viking ships in the rear of the fleet, the older, weaker ships fell first as the river tide bore them down. The ships were smashed against the rocks in this very narrow portion of the Severn, where the tide was the highest. For else Viking flagship, the mighty warship, was hit broadside and was quickly swamped. Then sapped, then wept. Three Vikings block his path. He turns to avoid them, but they follow him like vultures. Percival draws his feathered shafts against the bow, and the sting falls true to its mark. The deadly dart fells the second one. The power of the swinging sword remains, and it cracks the chest of earth. For the Viking sword is as dull as his wits. Chains of magic as black as Merlin could make it. The whole sea was green, fire and white foam, with singing mermaids in it. The knights rode their way from one wave to another. On windy days, one can still see white horses riding the waves as wave the surf in the wild, raging sea. At night I open up the heavens vault, my safety deposit box of valuable stars, one of whose plan contains all my wealth. Can really own a star? Yes, if it is one's favorite star, mine is Betelgeuse in Orion, a large dying red giant. The fourth planet contains unlimited amounts of gold and silver, platinum, diamonds, and many other rare crystals. And it's all mine now. I've chosen to leave my wealth right there. If I brought it here, someone might try.
In the days after King Arthur, entering hell to kill the devil and save truth and beauty.
Wake, wake from sleep, ye dark ages past, your secrets over my muse be now cast.
This is a rather long episode presented in parts in which an impossible quest is called, in which Perceval takes 2 squires, abandons his kingship, and becomes a knight-errant, in which a long journey is begun and many strange new lands are visited, discovered, and named. Our story, Ern gains the throne of Thule aided by use of the swinging sword. Spring is sprung, and the shadow of the Dark Age turns from black to gray when the battle in Asia swings against the Huns. Also, the Vikings have been driven into the sea as we have seen. The Danes are quiet, and feuding between the minor English kings has subsided to the minimum that is necessary for excitement and entertainment. Camelot is nearly empty, all other knights having departed to supervise the spring planting at their fiefs, or to aid the fight against the vanishing race of Huns. The swinging sword's journey is now complete, from Val's boyhood friend Ern, after whom Val's son Ern was named, to Prince, no, we must now say, King Ern. Many pages will turn before we hear of Ern again. The born-again wayfarer who had no name at all has taken the name Evie. It is derived from eventide, evening time, but with an extra E added at the end to differentiate it from the Eve of the Garden of Eden. Squires east and west. Meanwhile, 2 squires to be, they were still in training but still called squires, converge on Camelot, one from the east and one from the west, each bearing a message that will help turn a page of history. The squires are named Bogar and Hargrave. Bogar had been sent to Carleon to complete his training, while Hargrave had been taken under Gawain's wing as his squire at Castle Or, now ruled by Gawain and called his home, as Gawain had finally conquered matrimony after all his years of romancing. Hargrave and Bogar meet on the last leg of their journey to Camelot on the South Road. Hargrave has never seen Camelot, and is therefore full of questions and anticipation. Both squires are rather nervous, as this is their first real assignment. They pray that they and their urgent messages will arrive at Camelot intact, and so they ride on all through the night, stopping only to change horses, moving silently and swiftly through forests of great oak, passing over broad heaths glowing silvery under the moon, and coming ever closer to Camelot, about which they had heard many tales of wonder, and which with every forward step Hargrave grew more eager to see.
Not yet, Hargrave. Patience, patience, Bogar smiles, seeing Hargrave straining his eyes through the darkness.
Bogar was an expert on Camelot because he'd been there once for a brief moment. At last, they round the brow of the last hill and cross Rhododendron Bridge over a small, gurgling creek. Suddenly Hargrave gasps, for there stands Camelot, a sight that can hardly be taken in one glance. Spire on spire, turret on turret, it soars into the clouds, with walls and buttresses, postern gates and battlements built to last until the end of time. A shining beacon in the dark age of terror. From the loftiest pinnacles fly pennants crested with the royal heraldry of Arthur and Uther Pendragon, the kings who had come before Perceval. Gleaming and glistening in the morning sunlight, it seems to the squire's eyes not to have been built by man but by magic, and indeed it was, by Merlin. More than just a castle, it was a city of marvel. They ride up the low approach hill closer and closer until again they stop aghast. For now the castle is towering above them, beautiful beyond imagination, music frozen in marble. Blue shadow cloaks the great battlement shouldering up from the glittering moat. Then tower after tower soars into the sky, all aglow in the light of the golden morning sun. Yet on the ground, dawn is not quite yet fully broken. As they watch, they are startled when from the squire's gate The great drawbridge comes crashing down to the sound of bugles. Both draw a great breath and ride inside the castle of their dreams to deliver their separate messages.
They round the brow of the last hill and cross rhododendron bridge over a small gurgling creek. Suddenly Hargrave gasps, for there stands Camelot, a sight that can hardly be taken in one glance. Spire on spire, turret on turret, it soars into the clouds, with walls and buttresses, posts and gates, and battlements built to last. Till the end of time, a shining beacon in the dark age of terror. Camelot's loftiest pinnacles fly pennants crested, with the royal heraldry of Arthur and Uther Pendragon, the kings who had come before, Percival gleaming and glistening in the morning sunlight. It seems to the squire's eyes not to have been built by man, but by magic, and indeed it was by man in more than just a castle. It was a city of marvel. And they ride up below, approaching closer and closer, until again they stop aghast. For now Camelot Castle is towering above them, beautiful beyond imagination. Music frozen in marble, blue shadow cloaks the great bats, soldering up from the glittering moat. Then tower after tower soars into the sky, all aglow in the light of the golden morning star.
And so they ride on all through the night, stopping only to change horses, moving silently and swiftly through forests of great oak, passing over broad heaths glowing silvery under the moon, and coming ever closer to Camelot, about which they had heard many tales of wonder, and which with every forward step Hargrave grew more eager to see.
Not yet, Hargrave. Patience, patience, Bogar smiles, seeing Hargrave straining his eyes through the darkness.
Bogar was an expert on Camelot because he'd been there once for a brief moment. At last, they round the brow of the last hill and cross Rhododendron Bridge over a small gurgling creek. Suddenly Hargrave gasps, for there stands Camelot, a sight that can hardly be taken in one glance. Spire on spire, turret on turret, it soars into the clouds, with walls and buttresses, postern gates and battlements built to last until the end of time. A shining beacon in the dark age of terror. From the loftiest pinnacles fly pennants crested with the royal heraldry of Arthur and Uther Pendragon, the kings who had come before Percival, gleaming and glistening in the morning sunlight. It seems to the squire's eyes not to have been built by man but by magic, and indeed it was, by Merlin. More than just a castle, it was a city of marvel. They ride up the low approach hill, closer and closer, until again they stop aghast. For now the castle is towering above them, beautiful beyond imagination, music frozen in marble. Blue shadow cloaks the great battlements shouldering up from the glittering moat. Then tower after tower soars into the sky, all aglow in the light of the golden morning sun. Yet on the ground, dawn has not quite yet fully broken. As they watch, they are startled when from the squire's gate the great drawbridge comes crashing down to the sound of bugles. Both draw a great breath and ride inside the castle of their dreams to deliver their separate messages.
Hi-ho, Taliesin. I feel the wanderlust coming over me. It seems I've been doubly imprisoned by the winter and by my kingship. I've been thinking of Merlin's words, that it's not easy for a man of power to find love and true friends.
Yes, Percival. As one rises higher and higher in the ruling world, he does seem to lose touch with the real world, and wealth and power relationships only compound the problem. You must find what has been lost, and become one again with the land. Shed your crown for a time and roam the world at will, or you'll never be happy, and you will never improve in your kingship.
I'll go to Ireland where none will recognize me.
The trip is sooner than you think, Percival. I sense it now, and I have seen it coming.
Then as he spoke, the squires, Hargrave and Bogar, arrive with their urgent messages, and are asked to read them before the king and his poet-magician, Taliesin. The first message is read, and King Percival is greatly grieved to hear of the attack by Thorolf's men upon King Ern, but is relieved that it did not succeed.
Thorolf must die.
The second message was found in a bottle which floated in from the sea. The reading of this message brings many tears to the king's eyes. It seems that Thorolf, Sea King and Barbarian, took the maidens Evie and Melody for his entertainment as he escaped from Britain. Evie and Melody, the two people in all the world who are most dear to Percival. The two sides of a most beautiful coin of great value and charm were now captives of evil, taken into cruel bondage at such a young age.
Truth and beauty must be preserved.
Percival knew that he would have but a few minutes of clear thinking before rage overcame thought. Yet in that time a plan was formulated, a desperate plan. Then he took his rage to get it out of his system.
I will have no rest or peace until Thorolf is dead and the maidens are delivered.
The first message is read, and King Percival is greatly grieved to hear of the attack by Thorolf's men upon King Ern, but is relieved that it did not succeed.
Thorolf must die.
The second message was found in a bottle which floated in from the sea. The reading of this message brings many tears to the king's eyes. It seems that Thorolf, Sea King and Barbarian, took the maidens Evie and Melody for his entertainment as he escaped from Britain. Evie and Melody, the two people in all the world who are most dear to Percival. The two sides of a most beautiful coin of great value and charm were now captives of evil, taken into cruel bondage at such a young age.
Truth and beauty must be preserved.
Percival knew that he would have but a few minutes of clear thinking before rage overcame thought. Yet in that time a plan was formulated, a desperate plan. Then he took his rage to get it out of his system.
I will have no rest or peace until Thorolf is dead and the maidens are delivered.
Percival knew that he would have but a few minutes of clear thinking before rage overcame thought. Yet in that time a plan was formulated, a desperate plan. Then he took his rage to get it out of his system.
I will have no rest or peace until Thorolf is dead and the maidens are delivered. A quest is called. Who is here to answer it?
The words fell but upon the two squires, Bogar and Hargrave, for Camelot was empty of knights now.
Come, squires, let us visit the Hall of Champions and see who is available for quest by noting whose shields are present on the wall.
Empty pegs in the Hall of Champions. When a knight arrives at Camelot, he hangs his shield on a peg in the Hall of Champions to indicate his presence and availability for a quest. Often Arthur would smile to see the shields of his favorite knights hanging there on the wall. Yet no such joy would greet Percival this day, for he knew that the pegs were as empty as his heart. The threesome enter the Hall of Champions with Taliesin drifting along behind as always does a shadow.
There is the retired section where still hang the shields of knights dead or retired. To see their shields assures us that they are yet with us in spirit. There is Arthur's shield of the 3 golden dragons, and next to it on the right is Lancelot's white eagle. To the left is Valor's crimson stallion, and next to his hangs Tristram's winged lion, then Galahad's white lily, and Bors' unicorn.
All now change their glance back to eye level, and see naught but a row of empty pegs containing no shields, save one at the very end of the hall. After all, knights these days are few, and and they are mostly at their fiefs to supervise the spring planting that will mean the very life of their people. The remaining knights and legions have been sent to help push the Huns back deeper into Asia. Among the missing shields are Gawain's golden falcon, Ghislaine's trident, Ern's red stallion, and numerous other assorted and well-known crests. To the end of the hall they are now drawn and see only the shield of the golden chalice, King Percival's shield, adorning the wall of empty pegs, for Percival had been used to hanging it there in the old days, and there it remained on a non-central peg.
I see there's only one available for quest, so by default the quest is his. In the name of King Arthur I give myself this quest.
But sire, a land without a king is easily preyed upon. It will be difficult to conceal your absence.
Then I shall travel secretly.
But Thorelf could be anywhere west of Britain, in thousands of leagues of ocean and unknown territory. You may never find him.
And so it was that all of the following conditions contributed to the need for a quest. The need to be free, the urgency of the quest, the lure of spring, love, revenge, escape from winter's chains, staleness. Yes, all of these conditions now combine to cause a quite rare happening, the king himself to become a knight-errant.
At least there is one thing in your favor. Thorelf does not know that the maidens are dear to you, and so he will not anticipate pursuit. However, the quest is well nigh impossible. Well, I understand.
Impossible?
No, not impossible, just well nigh.
And so I'll have a chance to succeed?
A hellish, torturous route to the unknown lies ahead. I have never explored the seas in which you are to travel, and Thorelf is a crafty sailor for which we have no match. On the sea he rules. Even if you conquer the sea, you may be but delivered to Thorelf's ocean stronghold as a prisoner beyond all help. You will be entering a hell of revenge to kill the devil. Suppose you even manage to do so. How does one then return from such a hell?
Why, I'll simply use the fire escape.
It's good that you have retained your humor, for it will prevent madness from taking over your soul. But are you driven by love or revenge? That will tell the story.
Both now. I feel both.
It is a curious mix. Be careful that you yourself are not kidnapped by madness of the mind. If this happens, no one can save you.
In the time after King Arthur, the truth of night and the beauty of day.
And now, Taliesin, you who are the beauty in the back of all our minds, relax us by telling the squires about the two maidens.
The poet began. Long have the troubadours sung of the beauty of Evie and Melody. The loveliness of their form and spirit is still told in song everywhere, from Brittany to Athens, from Dublin to Paris. But the songs, as beautiful and as lyrical as they are, do them but scant justice and are only shadows of truth and beauty. The maidens are two sides of the coin of love, alike yet different. The beauty of Evie is like that of a starry night. Even her name, Evie, rings of evening chimes. Her soul is the beacon of eternity's beauty. Indeed, men cannot forget her influence, and her name yet rings in their hearts like a bell. Her dark eyes make aged men perform great deeds that they had once meant to do, and at the very sight of her, young men are robbed of peace forever. The spirit of life is awakened in them and is not forgotten, and Melody is all golden sunshine, laughter, and lilting song. It is said that springtime follows at her dancing heels, that it is her pet, that it goes wherever she goes, that all who she touches are lighted with life's strong flame, that the sun at evening leaves rays entangled in her yellow hair, causing her to outshine all evil. And now perhaps their life songs have been stilled forevermore. Even as poet I can say no more. I must tear up my verses before I can fully describe the maiden's complete and utter beauty. One must see it, live it, and be touched by it to know its truth. You must hear the voice of music that thrills the ear and gaze into the truthful eyes that makes the spirit glad. I do believe I'm in love with Melody.
And I with Evie.
But you've not even met them, and it's not likely that you will, for they are gone now.
It was then that the squires made a request, practically a demand to be included in the quest. Percival looks deep into their eyes and notes that their fire burns deep in their souls, that of such men, knights are made, that there is resolve and determination, youth and hope, goodness and honor in them.
Then to Tintagel we ride, and as far as the world is concerned, I go to Tintagel as usual to meet the spring and stay for the lovely Cornish weather. Rule the kingdom while I'm gone, Taliesin. You're the only one that can.
Of course, Percival, you should take it. It is of a new design built for sailing and can be manned by just a few good men. The boat is at Tintagel, and bring 5 of our famed and feared English longbows.
And your ship, Taliesin, the one made of wood of the tree of knowledge brought from the Garden of Eden?
Bring your lute and sing some Irish songs and seek information from the 3 witches that Merlin spoke of, and fetch copies of our unknown sea maps from the archives and...
I tell you, Keeper, lend me your page boys for my journey, and I will one day bring them back as complete squires, fully trained and seasoned as men. For we can train along the way, but more importantly, I sense in them a spirit and life, something more fundamental than training. Yes, they will make mistakes, certainly they are yet immature in some ways, but we can learn from each other. In them I can see my younger self, in me they gaze at their older selves. Friendships between the old and the young often reach a happy middle ground, an unexplored but stable and exciting territory, as the old grow younger and the young grow older. We have all to gain. It unifies the generations. Yet I give the squires one last opportunity to recant their hasty request and remain at Camelot, for the quest will be a dangerous one, and remember, the maidens are my dear friends, and Thorelf has become my personal enemy. So, you squires may take your leave and think it over. Return in an hour. Any clues, Taliesin?
But they're not ready. Why, but a month ago they were still on the list of page boys, and they've not yet completed even half of their squire's training.
And now we must go, Taliesin, before the trail grows too stale. I'll take Bogar and Hargrave along on the quest.
The squires accept the quest and are sent to the armory to be fitted with armor and traveling clothes. The threesome forms, and they take the travel packs that are kept ready for departure at a moment's notice. They untether 3 great stallions and soon leave Camelot behind.
One thing, my master, Gawain, who obtained the message from the sea bottle and read it, requests that, if a quest is to be given, that it be his.
The king does not reply, as he knows that Gawain has only recently found a wife, and much happiness as well. Amazingly, Gawain's wife now arrives on the scene, and reports that Gawain is even now packing his gear in preparation for the quest. She pleads with the king to deny Gawain's quest request. Adventure was always his first love, and if he asks to attend the quest, I can hardly deny him, but his remaining days are few, and he deserves the happiness of his home with you, whether he realizes it or not, so...
We will leave without him. I hope that he will understand. There's no time to wait for him anyway.
Thank you, thank you.
They gaze fondly at the safety of Camelot and take one last look at the Usk River. There is no tide either way. The river is perfectly flat and placid like a mirror. It is a mirror almost. One can look into it and see birds flying in the reflected sky. One's mind is almost convinced of its reality. It is a rare sight, still water on a river. To happen, it demands no wind, no tide, and no boat's passage for hours. Bogar absent-mindedly throws a pebble into the mirrored river sky. The ripples do not die out but reach the shore and rocks. They then reflect and encounter ripples still on their way from the center of the disruption. The river mirror is ruined by but a small pebble as far as the eye can see, and Bogar feels ashamed that he has destroyed such a rarity of nature.
Don't feel bad, Bogar. We are all pebbles now, but such shall be our influence upon distant shores. It is a sign, a good omen.
And so you suspect that we will travel far?
I fear that we will have to.
But how will we know where to go?
We'll have to look for the trail of evil, for signs, portents, perhaps even consult witches and oracles, use our senses, gather clues. In other words, we do not know where we are going. We only know that our enemy is somewhere to the west of Britain. Thorelf has but a month head start. Perhaps the late winter ice in the northern seas will hold him for us in its grip. They have outfitted themselves with finely meshed coats of mail under their garments to provide themselves with both warmth and security. Then the rains come and the reality of the quest hits them hard.
The sun reappears after a day or so, and they all know that the best way to dry wet clothes is to ride in them.
Yes, Bogar, that may help to close the gap, but first we need more information on him, and you squires need more training. So, at night, when time permits, there will be training and instruction in arms and in nature's ways. For now, Bogar, if we encounter a challenge, stay close on my left, and you, Hargrave, on my right.
The squires begin to look solemn, and they must be reminded not to lose their humor, because life is full of constant challenges and apparent worries. If one waits until they are out of the way to be joyous, then joy will never come, for there are always worries. They never end. At the Grail Castle they swear an oath on the hilts of their swords. Raising their swords into the air, they swear that they shall not return until the maidens are safe and Thorelf is dead, that until then they shall have no peace, no rest, that they shall not return to the soil they love without success, or they will find peace in death beneath a foreign soil. Passing Avalon, home of the Mother Goddess and the Lady of the Lake, the protective magical mists part, but for a moment, and they can see the legendary island. It is another good sign every night, when time permits. There is more sword and shield practice, and the squires learn quickly, as is often the case, when spirit and desire attend. In the time after King Arthur, the witch. They take an overgrown side path to the haunt of a known sorceress. The signs say, "Enter all who welcome death," but still they continue. The witch meets them at the outer gate and bids them to enter. They gallop to the entrance of the evil place, but as they arrive they see her to be already inside, a trick, but enough to unnerve any squire who knows not of the use of doubles and twins. The abode is crawling with tarantulas. It has the desired effect on Bogar and Hargrave.
Oh, whoa.
Do not believe all that you see. Merlin has revealed many magic tricks to me.
We seek Thorelf the Viking.
Purchase the spear that bleeds. It is but one link in a long chain that may strangle you or save you. And seek the land of ice and fire. It is far to the north. There you may find Thorelf's wake that will take you to him across the ocean desert of despair. And you, Percival, you would have found love on a foreign soil. However, you will not survive to use the clues I have given you.
And with that admonition, all sink to their knees and thence to the floor, overtaken by the fumes coming from the witch's pot. The fumes are not deadly, for the witch does not derive power from killing men, but only from controlling them. No, this witch rules by chemistry. The very air is drugged with gases. The price of information is sometimes dear, for she means to enslave them. The squires cry out as their heads fill with visions of demons and creatures so hellish as to defy description on this printed page. Logic and good sense are stilled as terror reigns and begins to take over the squires' souls. but the king's heart is tested and grown strong.
Before reason escapes altogether, a calmness of thought occurs to Percival. If that which cannot happen does indeed seem to be happening, then one must be experiencing a non-reality, a dream perhaps, or something akin to it.
To test his theory, Percival closes his eyes.
Aha, the demons are still there.
They are but in his mind, he realizes, and are hallucinations induced by potions, not really very different from night dreams. The Night King arises calmly from the floor, ignores the visions, grabs the two squires, and exits the hovel, holding them firmly in the night's embracing chill until their minds have cleared and their lungs are free of the witch's potion. The witch's slaves and legions are not allowed to follow, lest their minds be cleared as well.
Why is it, thinks Percival, that those with second sight and such rare powers, those who could be so useful to the world, often fail to use their powers wisely?
He turns and stands before the witch's hovel and vows to someday find the power to return and destroy it. They ride through the night without sleeping, for their hearts are still beating quickly. The morning finally dawns on the squires, and they see that nature is new and that the grass is now green. Renewal is at hand. Nature is reinventing the world. In the time after King Arthur, the journey through legend and symbolism begins. Journey through legend and symbolism?
After the silence of the continuing journey becomes too much, Hargrave inquires, what is the origin of the Grail and its purpose? Well, it was the actual chalice used by Joseph to catch Christ's blood as he hung on the cross. It was passed down through his family and was God sent to Arthur by the mother goddess of the Holy Isle of Avalon. When Arthur would hold the Grail, and only Arthur, it would turn red, and it was first called the Crimson Chalice. Arthur himself is a symbol of the Savior, and is said to be 7 generations descended from the Savior. We knights are Arthur's disciples, modern-day priest soldiers out to make the world a better place. But then the Grail was lost, and you know the rest of that story. Guinevere is a symbol of Eve, temptress of men, and of paradise regained. Taliesin is a symbol of the beauty of our pure souls, and the Lady of the Lake, she is a mother to us all, as we are all from her descended. But to answer your question more completely, the Grail symbolizes man's harmony with nature and with the gods, which are really one and the same with us. All is of a whole. God and nature are not without us, they are within us. When Arthur received the Grail back, he again became one with the land. I found the Grail by shedding my armor, a symbol of my pride. In what kind of God do you actually believe in then, asks Bogar. Well, there is no doubt that Jesus, Merlin, and the spirits of the Holy Isle of Avalon are either gods or messengers of the gods, for they are real enough and many have seen them. But we touch only the hem of the mysterious garments of mystery in which the universe is clothed. That there are mysterious forces beyond our comprehension, I do not deny. There are mystics and magicians with senses beyond our own. It is called second sight. And there are many forces that tug on us from beyond the sky. However, my God cannot be separated from all that is. There are forces of physics in the universe, immutable and unchangeable. That the universe has our well-being in mind is proved by our very existence. However, the most preposterous notion that humans ever dreamed up is that the Lord God of creation, shaper and ruler of all the universes, wants the adoration of his creatures, can be swayed by their prayers, their begging for favors, and becomes petulant if he does not receive this flattery. This God of mystery, this vengeful God who will allow no other gods before him, who exacts homage from us, this God of the sky I cannot see or understand or believe in. Men have invented this God to their liking in their own image. These men could not simply accept the fact that man and nature and all that exists in the natural world could spring from no place without cause. These men saw complexity in the world which they could not explain by any other means but by this God. They refused to believe that the world simply was, that is, either always was, or that it made itself. Who made the world, they ask. So this God was invented to explain their world. But a God invented by man is infinitely more complex than the world, which next to this God appears relatively simple. And these same men who would not accept the world without explanation now accept a more complicated idea, that of God, without any explanation. Or they're more than happy to reason that God always was, or that he created himself. But now we're back to the original quandary. So where did God come from? Who made him? The mystery has only grown larger. So, save a step and accept that the world simply is. Otherwise, we are merely begging the question, that is, answering a question with an even more complicated question, compounded by the silly fact that we are then satisfied with the answer. Look for God within nature and yourselves, not without. Know that the universe has our well-being at heart only in the general sense, and not in the personal sense. Do not curse the rains that nourish the land, the worms that cultivate the soil, the winds that blow hard and carry the seeds. Without these things, the world would not have survived. We're all in this together. You, me, the rain, the winds, and the worms. What kind of super being would create creatures, a God who knows all, knows our folly to come, and then expect praise and glorification from people begging for favors and blessings so that they can have an easier life? Let our goodness of heart and our good deeds be our God. They are real, they can be seen. We are of the world, that is our origin, like it or not. The world can be made a better place through action, not through passive praying. And so you may think what you may, my squires, but that is my opinion, and I do not preach it, but if I am asked, I give it. And since forming that opinion, I've later come to conclude that we should not worry about that which we can never know, and so I no longer do so anymore.
They arrive at a tavern and celebrate their good fortune. In the midst of the celebration, an apparently sick man arrives at the door, coughing and sputtering.
"Drink up, men," he says. "There is cause for joy. The Huns have been driven back to Mongolia. Asia is free." But then he falls to the floor, and Percival approaches cautiously.
"It is the Red Death," cries the king. "Burn this tavern and the boat he came in on."
And all are thrust homeless into the windy night, running from the howling fire.
By the time we return, squires, a third of Europe may be dead. The Dark Age does indeed continue. "Tell us of how and when the Dark Age began," asked the squires. Well, 50 years before Arthur began his reign, the Roman legions were recalled from Britain to help defend the realm. They never returned. This is when the Dark Age began. But Britain, being an island, was not as greatly affected as Europe was, though we were headed in that direction. When Arthur came to the throne, the land was divided, but he brought it together under his rule. Chivalry flowered, and Britain became a light in the darkness, the last burning torch of freedom in all of Christianity. For many years we kept the flame alive. Years later I rode with Arthur at the height of his glory, triumphantly into Rome, as his armies cleared a path through Europe and drove back the Visigoths and the Huns to Europe's edge.
In the time after King Arthur, Tintagel. Finally, they reach Tintagel and transfer the horses, water caskets, and themselves into Taliesin's ship. It is now perhaps a ship of fools.
The shield of the golden chalice stays here. I shall use the shield of the white horse, the usual shield for jousting by any challenger who wishes to remain unknown.
The king makes his knight-errancy official. The squires spread forth the broad white sails of their youth, so exuberant, so sure that their lives will never fail, their broadswords yet so keen and bright. They are an inspiration even in their naivete. Lonely Tintagel, guardian of the coast and birthplace of Arthur, is left behind as they leave English soil on a short voyage to Ireland. For King Rory Moore was the last to see the Vikings flee to sea and may know their direction. To the land of Ire.
I can see a small one-man sailing craft pursuing us, but I'll say nothing to the squires for now. I wonder if and when they will notice.
The squires, however, do not notice the small craft. After half a day more, they do notice an approaching storm and call it to Percival's attention.
King, there's a storm approaching.
The king remains at Tintagel, squires. Watch your words or you'll give me away. I travel now as a knight-errant, not as king.
Percival, a small craft, follows us to our rear. It is too far out to sea and much too small to survive the swells that will be generated by the upcoming storm.
Yes, Hargrave, I too, when I first spotted the craft, wondered who could be following us in such a hopeless pursuit. But I kept coming up with the same answer. Drop our sails and prepare to take Mary Gawain aboard. Knowing him, he is already quite seasick. We need his big heart and his experience. They say he has conquered all that faced him except matrimony and the sickness of the sea. It is still true, but I guess he endures the sea.
The old knight Gawain is taken aboard and still cuts a dashing figure.
Thank the gods I've found you, boy, for I am the key to your journey. Merlin said that my last days would be happy, and joining 3 damn fools set to sail off the end of the earth must indeed mark the beginning of my last remaining days.
And so you have picked a good day, Gawain, for this is April Fool's Day. But your wife, Gawain, I promised her that you would stay home.
Yes, Percival, I love her, but to love all of me, she must let a part of me go. For a part of us all belongs to the world, to king and country, to personal growth and to adventure, to enjoy the pleasure and passion of existence. Now bring me aboard your skip before my tongue becomes even further entangled with such glib nonsense.
Irish Spring. After a rather short voyage, the haunting cliffs of the Emerald Isle come into glorious view. The winged musicians of spring fly out to meet the ship. It is a time of coming home for migratory birds and for men as well. Ireland is a joyous place, for the very lushness of the isle has entered the people's souls.
My mother was Irish, my father was Celtic. She died some years after I left the woods. Nightly duties kept me from seeing her as often as was required. I never knew my father, he was slain before my birth. Nor could I be all things to Evie and Melody. The duties of kingship kept me from being fully theirs. But I suppose that we must all share love and adventure with everyone, as Gawain said, else we would certainly dry up from lack of diversity and stimulation. Now let us find good King Rory Moore and tighten our search pattern for Thorelf the Viking.
Two kings, a holy man, and an oracle. As they ride inland through rolling green hills, their path is soon blocked by a gathering in a meadow which overflows onto the road. They observe a man addressing the crowd and, growing curious, sit down to listen and soon ask about him. He is a great holy man called Patrick, another crack in the armor of the Dark Age. He speaks of goodness and charity among men, of its rewards for the doer, and he has penetrated the iron hearts of men and has become sort of a local hero. As he speaks, the roads suddenly filled with snakes leaving town for good. Rory Moore is among the crowd at the great happening. He recognizes the English king, but does not address him as such, for he notices the thin disguise. The two kings embrace, and Percival inquires of the Viking pursuit.
When the Vikings were driven out of Britain, I put a garrison on shore and sea to ensure that they could not make a landing in Ireland. Nevertheless, they raided some villages, butchered some of our citizens, and I ordered pursuit to the very limit of the northern ice. For a week we pursued them, running far into strange and unknown waters. Simultaneously, both reached and discovered a land of ice, which, for lack of a better name, we called Iceland. Here the Vikings attempted to stand, but we bested over half of them. The other half, in just 3 boats, escaped to sea. Unfortunately, Thorelf was in one of them. However, the encounter with us delayed his departure for a large number of days.
And he was attended by 2 maidens?
Yes, how did you know? Anyway, this place called Iceland is a land of fire and ice to the northwest. The fire is volcanic and the ice is glacial. Let us keep its existence a secret. So, fearing that the Vikings would return and use Iceland as a base to raid us, I pursued the Vikings at sea. Then Thorolf did the unthinkable. He headed west, out into the open and unexplored sea towards the edge of the world. And I knew that all of his oarsmen would never be able to bring him back against the terrible westerly winds that blow there. So you see, Thorolf is as good as dead, and that your quest for him is surely over. You need go no further.
I make no such assumptions, Rory. I sail to Iceland on the morrow so as to make sure that I am assisted by the very same winds and currents that swept Thorolf into the unknown sea toward the edge of the world.
Well, if you must pursue, there are some fine sailing men here now who wish to pursue Thorolf, though as I said, I disallowed them. But they are yours now. I can spare but 5 of them.
The great holy man finishes speaking and Rory invites him over.
What advice do you have, Patrick, for those that pursue the devil into hell to destroy him?
Only God can guide you, my son. And beware the river of ice that pours down from the north. You will have to detour south around it, or you will not have a snowman's chance in hell. And Percival, the world is round. Fear not the edge.
Journey to Iceland. It was a curious force that set sail for Iceland. The voyage takes several days, and the men spend the time keeping fit and telling stories of the sea. The ocean spray is cold and salty, and the men's very life rests in the caskets of fresh water.
We've seen giant fish in the sea up north, states one of the sailors. Monstrous forms that break out from underneath the sea and blow water from holes in their heads. Their numbers increase as one sails west into the great unknown sea. Are you not afraid? Asked Bogar. No, not anymore. Our life is on the sea, and yes, we were afraid to sail north before we discovered Iceland, for we had heard many strange stories of fire mountains and demons. But when we landed, we found it to be just another part of Earth.
And so Iceland is reached. The crew stays only long enough to restock supplies. Then they too do the unthinkable. They set sail for the open sea. 2 sailors refuse to go and are to be left behind. But as they look back, the flames from the volcano rise and scorch the skies, and the 2 sailors climb aboard. In the time after King Arthur, pursuit to nowhere. Percival's great sailing ship follows the currents for many days until the great river of ice increases. Then they detour south, as Patrick had said, hoping to make up much time on the pursued Vikings, who will take much longer to come to the southern conclusion. There they spot Thorolf's ships on the horizon and try to keep him there to avoid detection. But Thorolf's men are wary and have sharp eyes.
It moves as we move, Thorolf.
Could it be a sea mirage, a reflection of the west in the east, like that of twilight at sunset? I keep wondering who could be following us, and I keep coming up with the same answer.
Head into that fog bank for cover.
But we may crash in the fog.
Head into it. Heed my order. It will shield us and save us. I'll use my sea skill and daring to evade them. Why should I lose any more men in battle?
But the mist is not a simple fog bank. It is the front of an oncoming storm. And the storm only brings the two ships closer together. For Taliesin's ship is better equipped to take on sidewind, and Thorelf's oarsmen are useless in the large swells. For a brief moment the ships are side by side, and Percival sees Melody's lovely face shining in the storm's breath. But then the ships begin to separate, perhaps forever. A wave from Evie indicates that all is well. Bogar and Hargrave catch a glimpse of the pair as well, and are immediately cast under their spell.
Get me the bleeding spear!
The spear is forthcoming, and Percival throws the crimson spear firmly into the side of Thorelf's skip. Luckily, it goes unnoticed by Thorelf. The ships are indeed separated, and the night seems very long, during which time Percival heads slightly south. At dawn, they head north until they reach water that is pink with the spears spreading blood. Then they turn and follow the red stream as Thorelf pulls away. For the wind has shifted and Percival's ship must tack and zigzag, while Thorelf's oarsmen can row straight into the wind. But the bloody trail remains as a link. Hargrave, still seemingly in love with the description of Evie, is now haunted by the elfin smile and two gray eyes of Melody. Bogar is similarly confused and feels that his heart is about to burst for love of Evie.
Beware, squires, warns the king. You are building golden shrines in your hearts for the love of maidens that you don't even know.
Thorelf lands in an amazing land where the North Star is practically overhead at night, yet the land is still green. For lack of a better name, he names it Greenland. He heads inland and begins construction of a fort of tree and stone, for his men refuse to sail on any further. Greenland note. During these times, Greenland was still green. Within 100 years, however, the glacier appears and turns it white, thus precipitating a permanent Norse exodus to Vineland and America. Percival, Gawain, and crew spot Greenland, but return behind the horizon to wait for nightfall, at which time they will land silently in the dark, downwind from Thorelf's landing so that scents and sounds cannot carry. In the time after King Arthur, Thorelf's men are too many in number to fight head-on, so a trick is devised. They begin to weaken some trees next to the path that runs from Thorelf's guarded ships to his fort. Then they all stay out of sight until well after dawn. Finally, Thorelf and his men come down to the shore together to retrieve goods from the ships. The Sea King is attended by the false love of the maidens. Their act is quite convincing. The weakened trees are nudged and now come crashing down to the ground to separate Thorelf from the bulk of his men. With the maidens and a handful of men that made it past the barrier, Thorelf races to his escape ship lying out in the water, well guarded and ready to sail at a moment's notice.
Quickly to the ship, we must not delay.
Then the English longbows take their terrible toll, and Thorelf has barely enough men to man the oars. Yet he escapes, and again does the unfathomable. He sails west to certain doom at the sea's end, leaving the last known bit of land forever behind. But he is back at sea where he reigns supreme. His other two ships do not follow. Two knights and two squires and a crew of fine sailing fighters engage the Viking remnants on land to ensure that they cannot follow. But a better plan is born, and Perceval calls a retreat. However, I remain. That's the end of Gawain, they fear. But when they look back, they see that he is carrying the fight to the Vikings. Most of the Vikings are blockaded by the trees across the road, but some make it through. Gawain stays back to engage them and to buy some time for his friend's escape. Gawain fights bravely, one against many, and promotes most to the grave before his wounds sap his strength.
A gentle word to my mighty steed.
And the warhorse takes him to the safety of the shore, where he slides from his horse to the sand and awaits his end and the Maker's hand. During the retreat, Perceval's men shoot fire arrows into the remaining unmanned Viking ships, and they go up in flames. Thorelf has discovered the bleeding spear, removed it, and has left it on the beach. Bogar spots it and gathers it up. A final long-range shot from the sturdiest longbow sets Thorelf's rear sail aflame, but his frightened rowers more than make up the difference and pull safely away as the sail is dumped into the sea.
We must keep rowing, men. Do not let the flames deter you.
Two come to take Gawain away, Death and Hargrave.
Hold on, Gawain. I will revive you to the point where you can walk.
And with that, Death departs for now.
To the ship,
cries Gawain.
To the ends of the earth and beyond.
The crew gives long, hard thought to his words as they board and leave Greenland behind. The bloody job of sewing Gawain's wounds begins. He flirts with Death and ladies alike, but he is a most dynamic fellow, but for now he collapses into sleep's misty sea. Death's ship sails closely behind, awaiting Gawain. Perceval, who had sewn up Lancelot many times as his squire, now makes use of that skill and goes to work on Gawain, trying to heal the last knight. Grinning Death yet follows in his ghastly ship, now coming closer, now drifting back, but he is ever waiting, sitting atop his throne of skulls and smiling, ever ready to take Gawain to the damp and cheerless grave.
Oh, thank the gods for
the melodious sea. Days pass on the seemingly endless sea, and Thorelf's crew is becoming uneasy, for they are pursued by crazy men, and their ship is headed to who knows where. Yet they are dedicated to the task at hand, sailors to the last. Percival's crew is also wary, but he senses this and raises a challenge to them.
Behind lies death, ahead lies the unknown. Merlin proved to me that the world is not flat, and Patrick the Holy Man has confirmed it. Do not fear. The world is round like a ball.
We sail on a doomed ship. Once a knight makes a pledge, it cannot be revoked.
Thorelf's crew begins to place a higher value on their lives, but continues to row. They pull away from their relentless shadows through days and nights of endless sweat and toil, taking them farther and farther out into the unforgiving sea. Blind rage is upon Thorelf's face as he looks at the maidens and surmises that they are the cause of his ill fortune. Calmly, "My luck, such as it was, has run out." Melody rises calmly, preparing to reach for the dagger on her leg, so that Thorelf may follow her into death. Evie stands also. Thorelf walks toward Evie and Melody with sword in hand. But Melody begins to sing, as always she did in the face of danger. Her song reaches the once unfeeling hearts of the evil crew and searches their souls for the love hidden so long by hate. Singing. The face of Thorelf, one that had been so commanding, is now a mask of despair, but fury is still in his eyes. A sudden lunge by him sends Evie and Melody to the deck. But from the throats of the crew comes a hoarse growl, low and menacing. Thorelf grips his sword, but then he hesitates and the crew stands in Thorelf's path. They will not allow such a beautiful song to be stilled forever by death's smothering hand, for although dressed in rough clothes and sprawled unconscious on the deck, Melody is still as graceful and inspiring as the new moon. At last the crew know true beauty and goodness, and it feels good. There is almost a mutiny, but Thorelf cuts down the crew's leader. However, Thorelf does not dare to cut Melody or Evie down, and they live, as does Thorelf. For it is a standoff and the voyage resumes with Thorelf, mighty Sea King, now something of an outcast among his men, but still in control. Melody's song is so vibrant and so intimate that it is picked up by the birds and taken far on the wing, from where it is carried by the breeze to the hearts of knights and squires, whence it finds its way to breath, and thence back to song on the lips of men. A song so joyful as if no one had written it but life itself, because after all, a song belongs to everyone.
Do you hear it, men?
Joy's the King of Britain, and her song rings in their souls.
We hear it. We drink the music from her ruby lips. It touches a sympathetic string in our spirits.
Then take the clue and bear to the south from whence it comes.
the days after King Arthur, on the endless sea, the sky is dark at night on the endless sea, but eternity's lights shine brightly in the utter blackness. At night they must navigate by the stars to keep their heading to the south. There is Arcturus, orange, and anchoring the spring kite. Regulus is upon high in the very heart of the lion. Spica rises in the east, an ear of wheat in the hand of the virgin Virgo. Red Betelgeuse sets in the west. Gemini's two eyes peer over the horizon. The winter cross is setting.
Farewell to winter and hail to the spring.
Have you a favorite star, Percival?
I have two Hargrave, Betelgeuse in Orion and Antares in the Scorpion.
But the Scorpion bit Orion and they are enemies.
Yes, Hargrave, and so the gods have separated them, placing them in opposite parts of the heavens. It is now impossible for them to be in the sky at the same time. And so I am always guaranteed to have a favorite star in the sky at any given time of the year.
At night I open up the heavens vault, my safety deposit box of valuable stars, one of whose plan contains all my wealth. Can really own a star? Yes, if it is one's favorite star, mine is Betelgeuse in Orion, a large dying red giant. The fourth planet contains unlimited amounts of gold, silver, platinum, diamonds, and many other rare crystals. And it's all mine now. I've chosen to leave my wealth right there. If I brought it here, someone might try.
To the New World.
I could have done away with Thorelf, that time when he washed up on a river island after the river boar on the Severn destroyed his fleet, but I thought that I sensed some good in him. I was wrong. The good are at a disadvantage in such situations, since there is always hope for rehabilitation of evil men, but I suppose that I am wiser now and no longer believe this.
Well, at least good men can put trust in other good men, but the evil man cannot trust other evil men, for they must be always on their guard.
Land ho! There is a land of vines to the west. Perhaps our enemy lands there. For lack of a better name, let's christen it Vineland.
They begin the tedious process of searching the coast with all of its inlets.
If Thorelf has sunk his boat and gone inland, we'll never find him, but then again he is a sea king now, is he not? And so he will attempt to master us at sea.
A day goes by without success and hearts are sinking, for now all may be lost as valuable time is taken to search the shores. Then even worse happens. The voyage has been a strain on Taliesin's ship, and the mainsail finally can take no more and rips down the center.
What a setback! The trail is to be lost again.
The ship limps to shore on its side sails. Tender and supple vines are gathered and the long repair effort begins.
Desperately, we must climb that mountain. It meets the sea. Perhaps we can find a sign from its highest point.
Yes, Sir Percival, we will follow you. There must be something up there.
We can't give up now. Let's move quickly.
The last streaks of gray are fading from the sky, and they still can see no sign of their quarry.
We've been searching for hours. Is there no end to this darkness?
The men stand dejected, each alone with his own thoughts, embraced only by the blackness of the night of loneliness.
I can't believe we haven't found anything. It's as if the world itself is hiding from us.
We must hold on to hope. There has to be something out there somewhere.
In the silence, the weight of their quest presses down on them, but the flicker of hope still lingers in their hearts. But then a light is seen, for Evie has managed to set Thorelf's ship on fire and make it look like an accident by tilting a lantern precariously deep within the ship. It is eventually doused, but the crew is alarmed, and they again sail out into the sea as the currents carry them south and away from Vineland. But the mighty Viking flagship is crippled and must soon land somewhere. Our good ship follows like the day follows the night. A week passes. All ships begin to run out of water. The thirst begins to affect Percival's crew and they cry out for a drink.
Press on as he studies a scrap of the old sea maps from Thule written in the hand of one he can trust.
But there is land to the west, a newfound land. The birds come from that way, points one of the crew.
We dare not stop now, even though we are near the coast of a new land. Thorelf will not stop either. I know that man well now.
And for lack of a better name, the newly found land is to be called Newfoundland and to be just as quickly forgotten. They sail on. In the days after King Arthur. Fresh water.
Get me a drink of water from over the side of the ship.
My God, it is fresh.
We've got them now. For this fresh water flows out to sea, and the current will stand against their mighty rowers. We sail in a monstrous river into the heart of the New World.
We sail in a monstrous river into the heart of the New World. Some days pass, and finally Thorelf's fire-disabled ship comes into sight. The once mighty Viking flagship is coming apart at the seams.
The English king is a sorcerer. How does he know my every move?
But Thorelf, not knowing that the water is fresh, must land ashore. Besides, his ship is nearly sinking. A great island presents itself. Thorelf rams his vessel onto the shore to gain time to set up an attack. On shore, he sets up with his men to make a stand. But when the English ship also comes crashing ashore, he thinks better of it and deserts his men and runs into the woods, carrying his 2 battle axes, one in his hand, the other on his belt.
He's abandoning us. To the woods, quickly.
In the time after King Arthur, death amid truth and beauty. The maidens are taken into the care of the squires, or perhaps it is the other way around, and most of Thorelf's men lay down their arms. The remainder are sent to the stead of the dead at Hell's Gate. Evie points the way of Thorelf, and Perceval runs into the woods after his nemesis. Revenge seems out of place now as the fresh winds make love to the flowers of May and the woodlands sing with joy. But Thorelf has brought death to many and must be taken. Thorelf climbs a cliff hill to his last battlefield. He thinks himself free at last, but looks down and sees the resolute figure of the English king steadily mounting the hill after him. The first battle axe is thrown down the hill and it knocks Percival's shield away. They reach the edge of the cliff together. Beyond is the new world in all its spring beauty, and far below the waters pound against the cliffside in fury. The terrible roar of the maelstrom fills their ears. They stand but 20 feet apart, eyeing each other and catching their breath. Percival draws his sword from its scabbard, and Thorolf takes his remaining battle axe from his belt. Thorolf, mighty chief of all the Vikings, has never stepped back from any man, but the English king has pursued him relentlessly, and it has given Thorolf much to think about. Percival begins to walk toward him, but suddenly stops and looks at the fear-haunted figure. Can this be the mighty sea warrior of lore and legend? Thorolf's life flashes before him as he realizes its folly and its meaninglessness. Thorolf assigns and takes his penance bravely, his first and last noble deed of his life. For the first time in his life, Thorolf steps back from an adversary and so is taken into the crashing sea below. He screams on the way down into the yawning chasm, and his soul takes the opportunity to attempt an escape. The consuming flame from hell's fire ascends, a deadly flambeau light, and licks at the soul that tried to flee eternity's treadmill, and soon that soul is pierced by the burning spear of hell's master. Now Percival stands alone amid all of the terrible grandeur of the scene, drained of all the high resolve, that flaming determination that had led him halfway around the unknown world. For the impossible quest has succeeded and has come to an end. But the contest has not gone unnoticed. An Indian squaw, a runner of the woods, takes the news to her tribe. Savages. Evie relates of how Thorolf's crew came to the aid of the maidens when Thorolf threatened the maidens, and so Percival lessens their sentence.
They have certainly sought to do us harm, but they have now found goodness, so their punishment is not death or captivity, but banishment. So let them live and settle the new land, never to set foot in the old world again.
A shelter is constructed, and they begin to make repairs to their ship, for it is a long way home. Suddenly, one morning, they are surrounded by near-naked savages with their arrows and stone spears and hatchets poised at them. The men seem to be red with anger, for this is their island. How sad for our crew to have come halfway around the world, only to find death. Bogar has an idea. He stands forth, ready to take their arrow in his hidden coat of mail.
The red men will think him a god when the arrow bounces away, unless it catches him where he has no mail. But this is the germ of a better plan.
Percival holds up his hand, as if it will stop the assault, which, curiously, it does, and asks that Melody be brought out of the shelter.
Bring Melody out of the shelter.
She appears, and the red men fall to their knees, for they have never seen blonde hair before, and they think her a sun goddess. Gawain now cements the alliance by giving them Thorelf's gleaming metal axe and a fine-crafted longbow as a gift. It is well appreciated, for all the red men had were stone axes and simple stick bows. Peace is made and a breakfast feast begins. Sweets and friends. Now, it said poetically in the journal, we roam at ease, drink sweets in every flower and feel balm in every breeze, threading the lovely radiant web of life that affection's finger weaves so finely. This way, now that way, around and about with friends, knights, squires, and maidens. And all now sit on freedom's great throne, snuggling deep into each other's being and drinking draughts of life's delight.
What shall we call this great island? I'm getting tired of these simplistic names that we've been assigning to places.
How about Quebec City after the Indian chief?
Fine, and so it shall be ever known. In the time after King Arthur, return.
Well, we can't go back the way we came because the winds and currents will be against us. But since we are so far south anyway, I think that we but need to go a little further south, and we shall find a wind-backed route at lower latitude. However, there are no islands on my map, so we must load plenty of extra water.
They do so and depart. They soon find storms pushed by the great wind, and darkness reigns for weeks. Suddenly a great light fills the sky, seemingly emanating from an eye-like beacon which is too bright to look at directly, too bright for mortal eyes. Indeed, the penalty for looking at God is blindness.
What is it?
The Grail?
No, Coms Bogar, it is just the sun. Had you forgotten it?
And the great orb of day careens majestically along the zodiac as the good ship continues its long voyage home. Below the waves lies the sunken land of Atlantis, the land of the Celts' forefathers. Several weeks pass, and the badly battered vessel limps toward the Irish coast, a coast infested with pirates. It is not long until a pirate ship spots its prey, Perceval's vessel, and starts to close on the apparently hapless vessel. It is written in the chronicles that the Crimson Spear had been lost overboard in a storm during the voyage, and that it now rests and rusts in the depths of the all-consuming sea. So, although Perceval is without his best weapon, there are many tricks known to the sailor. A bucket of charcoal is launched on a string toward the pirate vessel. Then an arrow is shot into the charcoal package, and soon the pirate vessel is in flames, now having learned the power of Greek fire. Landfall is made in Ireland, where a toast is made. For you, my friend, and you, my friend, and all of us together. Here's a toast to life and to laughter and song. Good cheer, my friend, good cheer, my friend, through every kind of weather. Take the bells and ring as we sing loud and strong. We're up to throwing steins again with foam on every lick. We'll give it a go and shout Yavo. Here with friends we drink, and let the world wait. May we drink to love all our livelong days. It is a short way now, from Ireland to England.
Percival, I believe this belongs to you.
We are home. They pass the golden vales, the romantic hills abound, and suddenly crowned turret and tower arise. A brave city of marvel lies ahead, gleaming in the skies. Camelot!
Well, I'll be damned. Here comes the ghost again, the vagabond, the snow yet streaking your hair. You burst on the scene, already a knightly legend, then you strayed into my heart.
And there I intend to stay.
It all comes back so clearly. I love you dearly.
In the time after King Arthur, several impossible challenges. And so we continue to fill our heads with the best from nature, from adventure, from winter, spring, summer, and fall, from the world of sights, sounds, and natural urges, from fantasy, magic, and mysticism, folklore, and legend. from science and astronomy and from romance, mixing it all together into a book for all seasons, that is, into this almanac. Another mainline theme of the almanac is that of life with nature. For my education in this matter, I can only thank John Burroughs. But if the almanac is many things, perhaps even a hodgepodge, then so is life. And if we are to be persons for all seasons, then we must become well-seasoned in all the areas of the almanac. For all seasons are interrelated and woven of the same basic universal thread. As for Percival, though he has become rather a pater familias to us, he remains the focal point of the almanac, for he has finally come into his own, a king for all seasons. Our story. Summer is warm but not yet indolent. It is the lovely month of June, perhaps the greatest month of all, since many are free now, and still excited about the upcoming summer. Victorious knights return from both the Asia frontier and from the great unknown sea. But sadly, St. Patrick has died and all Ireland is in mourning. King Perceval receives a summons from the Avalon Lady of the Lake. Avalon calling. A king may receive a summons from but one person in place, the High Priestess of Avalon, the Lady of the Lake herself, the distant power behind the fables and fortunes of Britain, the mother goddess who reigns holy and supreme with the assistance of the Merlin. If the Merlin be the power behind the throne, then the High Priestess of Avalon is the power behind the Merlin. And so our Percival again takes the shield of the white horse and slips unnoticed out of Camelot during the height of the summer festivities. Percival rides to Avalon, a land forever shrouded in the mist that separates it from the world of mankind. Many have been lost trying to cross Avalon's impenetrable swamps, so Percival waits patiently at the edge of the foggy lake. He brings the crimson spear, for this is surely a gift from Avalon, as was Arthur's Excalibur and Price Valor's Flamberge, the swinging sword, or flame cutter. Avalon is flooded with water during summer and with treacherous ice in winter. And there is always the fog, which only the priestesses can wave aside, for they and they alone know the underwater paths for the horses. Many adventurers have fallen into the gloomy depths of despair and death trying to find these trails, so Percival awaits his guide. Only once in a great while is a king summoned to Avalon, for most of Avalon's effects are not direct, but long range, and even so are often carried out by the Merlin or the Taliesin, the only residents of Avalon who are allowed to mingle with those in the mortal world. The guide arrives, and Percival, without a word, steps into her canoe, for she is a novice and is not allowed to speak. She waves the mist aside and they approach a castle in the water and then enter the lady's mysterious secret chamber. The story of Avalon.
Now, Percival, name your pleasure and it shall be yours, anything you want. They are my second and third born, respectively, and may someday have to rule this isle if for any reason my firstborn cannot. Thank you for your rescue of my daughters, Eve and Melody.
The Lady of the Lake appears, old now and perhaps dying.
I ask no pleasure but that of continued life. There is one thing, however, I should like to gain the power to destroy a witch, to free those poor souls who are enslaved by her. For I swore an oath to return there one day with the power to succeed.
The Lady of the Lake, Mother Goddess, now finally growing old with age after many centuries, first speaks to our hero about age and the ancestry of the Round Table before answering him.
Here in Avalon, the royal line consists solely of women. Soon, my firstborn daughter will take over for me, as someday her firstborn daughter will take over for her. Only a woman can be sure of maternity. Paternity is never certain. Who knows who one's father might be? Thus, a royal line of firstborn sons of kings really does not make much sense for us, but we tolerate it in your world. Here, we seldom even keep track of paternity, but in your case and in the case of many of the knights, an exception was made in order to try and save the world. When I was young 400 years ago, I played with Merlin, who was also a child at that time. I happen to know that he and I are the great-great-great-grandparents of yourself and of many of the knights, making most of you third and fourth cousins. Indeed, Lancelot was born here as my last son, thus his full name, Lancelot de Lac. And so in this way we passed our godliness on to man in a last desperate hope of ending the many centuries of the Dark Age. Merlin is not really a man's name, though it has come to mean his name. It is actually a title, the Merlin, of our only male office holder, a position that Taliesin will soon inherit and hold. The office of the Merlin is the only link between our two worlds aside from the rare summoning of a king. I am the power behind the Merlin, but I cannot interfere in everyday matters, for then man would not have his freedom, would he? We can only do long-range planning, thus your throne and your bleeding spear.
The Lady of the Lake continues, revealing more about the legacy and the future of Avalon.
We of Avalon are not actually gods, but druids descended from the many gods of old. We are all that is left of the great Atlantis. Avalon is soon to be forever removed from the world of mankind. This we have known and feared, so we have passed our legacy of love and goodness to you and your knightly cousins. As for your witch, she was once one of us, but has since gone astray. That's how she knew about your bleeding spear and why she fears you. As we may not interfere directly, we may not slay her. But you have asked for the power to destroy her, and so we will see that you have it in the form of your spear, and in the strength of yours and Taliesin's minds when combined. This but makes you her equal. Success or failure will still come from within your own strength and goodness. But bring the Crimson Spear. Indeed, you would be doing us and the world quite a favor if you were to succeed in destroying her.
The Lady of the Lake issues a final warning.
And beware, she once held the high title of Death Crone, and she will undoubtedly place a curse upon you. Just remember this, never give up hope, and know that every curse has an escape. But how sad that she was once one of us and is now out of control.
In an era where knights ruled and magic was afoot, a winding, overgrown path leads to the lair of a notorious sorceress. Her dwelling, marked by foreboding signs, stands as a testament to her dark powers, inviting only the brave or desperate. Enter our heroes, Bogar Hargrave and the wise knight, Percival. They are met at the gates by the witch herself, who, with a flicker of her eyes, vanishes only to reappear within her abode. A chilling sight that sends shivers down the spines of the inexperienced squires. The witch's dwelling is a den of terror, teeming with tarantulas. The squires, unsettled, express their fear. Yet, Percival, seasoned by the teachings of the legendary wizard Merlin, urges them to question their perceptions. They declare their quest for the elusive Thorelf the Viking. The witch, in response, presents them with a riddle, a spear that bleeds, and a journey to the land of ice and fire. She prophesies danger and death, leaving them with an ominous warning before they succumb to the fumes from her cauldron. The witch's power lies not in death, but in her ability to control the minds of men. The squires are overwhelmed by terrifying visions, a consequence of her potent brew. Their logic and courage falter, their souls gripped by fear. But Percival, fortified by his royal heart, realizes the nature of their predicament. The horrors they see are mere hallucinations, induced by the witch's concoction. With this realization, he rises, ignoring the phantoms, and rescues his companions from the witch's grasp. They escape into the night, leaving the witch's minions behind, their minds still clouded by her enchantment. As they ride away, Percival contemplates the misuse of such powerful abilities and vows to return and destroy the witch's lair. Their journey continues through the night, hearts pounding with adrenaline, minds filled with the resolution to accomplish their mission. Their adventure has only just begun.
Imagine, if you will, a path less traveled, overgrown and shrouded in mystery, leading to the chilling abode of a notorious sorceress. Foreboding signs warn, enter all who welcome death. Yet our courageous band of adventurers press on, driven by their desperate quest for knowledge. They are met at the gate by the witch, an ominous figure who beckons them to enter her lair. As they approach, they find the witch already inside, an unnerving sight that rattles even the most seasoned squire. The lair is teeming with tarantulas, a sight that sets Bogar and Hargrave's hearts pounding. "Oh!" cries Hargrave. "Whoa!" exclaims Bogar. Yet wise Percival offers words of caution, whispering, "Do not believe all that you see." He has been privy to the magical illusions of Merlin and knows that not all is as it seems. They announce their quest. "We seek Thorelf the Viking," Hargrave proclaims. The witch's response is cryptic. "Purchase the spear that bleeds, which you will never find. Seek the land of ice and fire. There you may find Thorelf's wake." But her final words strike fear into their hearts. "And you, Percival, you will not survive to use the clues I have given you." As these ominous words hang heavy in the air, they are overcome by fumes from the witch's cauldron. Their minds are filled with nightmarish visions, their bodies crumble to the floor. This witch's power lies not in death, but control. Her tools are not spells, but chemistry, drugging the very air with potent gases. In this moment of terror, Percival finds clarity. He realizes the visions are hallucinations, induced by the witch's potions. With newfound strength, he rises, guides his squires out of the hovel and into the night's embrace, away from the witch's intoxicating fumes. They leave the witch's lair behind, her legions unable to follow, their minds still clouded by her control. As they ride into the night, Percival ponders why those with extraordinary powers, who could bring so much good, often misuse their gifts. He stands before the witch's hovel, vowing to return one day with the power to destroy it. Their journey continues through the night, their hearts still racing from their encounter. As dawn breaks, their adventure is far from over. The clues they have gained come with a heavy price, but their resolve is stronger than ever. They will face whatever lies ahead, for they are the seekers of truth, the explorers of the unknown, the adventurers in a world filled with mystery and danger.
Have you ever pondered the origins of the rites of spring celebration? Picture a time of knights and kingdoms, of mystery and merriment, a time when a simple roadblock due to a spring carnival could lead to an adventure of epic proportions. One such adventure begins with three travelers, Bogar, Hargrave, and King Percival, whose journey is interrupted by the annual rites of spring celebration. Among the crowd, a vendor catches Bogar's eye, selling sacred objects at prices that seem too good to be true. The vendor, a seasoned traveler himself, has a collection of relics that he claims to have unearthed from the Holy Land. Intrigued and eager, Bogar exchanges his valuable coins for a piece of wood the vendor insists is from the true cross. His interest piqued, Bogar continues his shopping spree, acquiring a nail from the cross still encrusted with Christ's blood.
a portion of the crown of thorns, a part of the tablecloth used at the Last Supper, a bone from St. Peter's arm, a piece of the manger, vials of the Virgin's milk, and a cup said to have caught the blood of Jesus. Just as Bogar is ready to leave, a golden box catches his eye. Inside, resting on a purple cushion, is a piece of rusted iron. The vendor claims it to be the tip of the spear that pierced the Savior's side. With Hargrave's help, Bogar acquires this final piece. Upon their return, King Perceval is less than pleased with the purchases. He mocks the authenticity of the relics, claiming to have seen enough pieces of the true cross to construct a fleet of warships and a bridge. He even jests about the supposed Holy Grail, suggesting it be given to a beggar by the creek. Amid the laughter, they notice the box with the spear tip is now filled with blood. The laughter dies down as King Perceval, recalling a prophecy, instructs Bogar to keep the spear tip. He suggests attaching it to a sturdy stick, believing the crimson spear has been returned to him in his hour of need. In this tale of gullibility and divine intervention, we witness the allure of relics, the folly of blind faith, and the surprise of prophecy fulfilled. The rites of spring celebration, a simple roadblock, became a turning point in our trio's journey, highlighting the power of belief and the unexpected ways in which destiny can unfold.
In the hushed silence of the witch's land, Percival, our knight, presses onward. His grip on the crimson spear tightens, a beacon of hope in this fearful landscape. He leaves his faithful companion Bogar behind, instructing him to follow if he fails to return within 2 days. The weight of his mission hangs heavy in the air, a silent promise to bring light back to this cursed land. As he ventures deeper, the feeling of being watched is a cold shiver down his spine. Instead of revealing his awareness, he slips like a shadow into the nearby woods. A silent companion, Taliesin, lends his wisdom and guidance to Perceval, a comforting presence in his mind. Peering through a grimy window, Percival witnesses the pitiful sight of the witch's slaves. Their malformed and misshapen bodies tell a tale of cruel enslavement. Among them, a giant stands out, a formidable adversary, but there's a glimmer of humanity in his eyes. Morning dawns, bringing a new challenge. The giant blocks Percival's path, but an unexpected alliance forms. The giant, trapped by his duty to protect his friends, agrees to aid Perceval in his quest to vanquish the witch. A vow is made. Perceval promises to ensure the safety of the giant's friends, a pledge that is understood and respected. The battle against the witch, however, is far from easy. The sight of the crimson spear sends her into a fury. The witch attempts to wrench the spear from Perceval's grasp, filling his mind with terrifying visions of monsters. Yet Perceval stands his ground, the spear bleeding profusely, a pool of blood forming on the ground. For a day and a night, the mental battle rages on. Perceval and Taliesin, weary and pushed to their limits, fight against the onslaught of the witch's sorcery. Meanwhile, the enslaved, free from the witch's potions, slowly regain their freedom. As dawn approaches, the battle reaches its climax. The witch, Avalon's wayward daughter, uses every trick in her arsenal against Perceval, Avalon's grandson. But Perceval is armed with Taliesin's wisdom and his pure heart, making him an adversary not to be underestimated. The Curse of the Death Crone, a tale of bravery, alliances, and the power of a pure heart. A testament to the strength of one knight's resolve to bring light back into a world shrouded in darkness.
In a world where the sword and the sorcery rule, where knights and witches cross paths, a tale of love, curse, and redemption unfolds. Picture this. Our hero, the noble knight Sir Percival, standing victorious yet cursed, his destiny twisted by the spiteful words of the fallen Death Crone. A deathly silence sweeps over the battlefield as the witch's curse echoes ominously. The curse of the Death Crone, a spell so potent, so devastating, it promises a fate worse than death. A life devoid of love, a life filled with hatred, and an inevitable lonely demise. But let's not forget our hero, Sir Percival, is no ordinary knight. He's the embodiment of courage, strength, and virtue. Even as the curse takes hold, his spirit remains unbroken. The witch's words, however, cast a long and dark shadow over his triumph. The enslaved are free, yes, but at what cost? The king, their savior, is cursed, doomed to live a life of solitude and despair. The joy of freedom is tainted by the sorrow of their savior's fate. Yet the story doesn't end here, for in this world of magic and mayhem where curses are real, so too are miracles, and it is in these miracles that our hero places his faith. For the conditions of the witch's curse are not merely impossible, they are absurd. Rocks flowing like water, the sun refusing to rise, the new moon visible in broad daylight, the planet Mercury seen at high noon, fire in water, snow in Cisalpine Gaul on a summer day, and all these phenomena to occur on the same day within a month. These are not mere obstacles, they are insurmountable walls designed to break the spirit of the strongest of men. But Sir Percival is not just any man. He is a knight, a warrior, and in his heart hope flickers, refusing to die. What follows is a journey of a cursed knight, a journey filled with trials and tribulations, a journey that tests the very fabric of his soul. He battles not just the physical demons, but also the emotional ones. His heart, once filled with love, now bears the weight of the curse. Yet amidst the despair, he clings on to hope. Hope for a miracle, hope for love, hope for redemption. In the end, the tale of Sir Percival is not just about a knight and a curse. It's a tale of love, of hope, of the indomitable human spirit. It's a tale that teaches us that even in the face of the most profound despair, hope can still find a way. And it's this hope, this unwavering faith, that makes our hero Sir Percival truly heroic. So as we delve deeper into this tale of curses and knights, of witches and miracles, let us remember the power of hope. For in the darkest of times, it is hope that lights the way.
In the heart of the Middle Ages, a knight named Boga embarks on a solemn journey, carrying the weight of his master's despair back to the fortress of Camelot. A tale of a witch's curse hangs heavy in the air, a cruel jest of impossible challenges laid upon a king. The king, Percival, shares his predicament. A mockery of hope, he says. The witch gave me a challenge that appears simple, to find a place where rocks flow like water, but the rest, they seem impossible. Percival's voice trembles as he outlines the true impossibility of the witch's curse. The new moon, a celestial body that hides in plain sight, cloaked by the brilliance of the sun, unseen and elusive. Mercury, a shy planet, only peeks out at dawn or dusk, never daring to show itself at high noon. Snow in southern Gaul in the heat of late June or July? Unheard of! A day without the sun rising or fire coexisting with water? Both notions defy nature's laws. Percival's despair takes a physical form in the archives of Camelot, where he and Taliesin, the court poet, lose themselves in ancient manuscripts and intricate diagrams. Their efforts yield but two certainties. The new moon will make its unseen journey across the sky in a fortnight, and there is one place where rocks flow like water. The place, Iceland. With the day and the location set, the king is faced with a race against time. The impossible challenges stand between him and the lifting of the witch's curse, but Percival is a king unbowed. All curses have an escape, he says, a spark of hope in his voice, and with that, he sets off for Iceland. As the king's silhouette disappears in the distance, one cannot help but wonder, will he find the new moon and witness rocks flowing like water? Will he see Mercury at high noon, or snow in the heart of summer? Will he find fire in water, or a day without the sun rising? Only time will tell if Perceval can defy the impossible.
In the era of chivalry, where valor and honor were more than mere words, a tale unfolded under the endless twilight of the north. This was a time when the sea was a mystery, a vast expanse of water that held secrets and dangers unknown. Knight Percival, a man of courage and virtue, found himself sailing towards the icy shores of Iceland. His journey was long, and the twilight seemed to stretch on indefinitely, mirroring his anticipation and the length of his voyage. But the sea, ever unpredictable, threw a curveball in his path. A vessel, caught in distress, drew his attention. A knight's honor is his shield, and Percival knew he had only one choice. He turned his ship around, braving the icy waters to save a life. And there she was, the Ice Maiden, Daryl. Pulled from the depths, she clung to Perceval, their lips locked in a life-giving kiss. A kiss so sweet it bound them together in a way neither had anticipated. Daryl, her eyes mirroring the icy waters from which she was saved, finally broke the silence. "I am cursed, you cannot love me." Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of a prophecy. "I am sent to remind you of that which is forbidden to you. I have no choice. The spell overwhelms. You should have let me drown. Then you would have had some peace. From now on, everyone you touch will catch the curse until the world fills with hate and destroys itself." Percival, the brave knight, was taken aback. The weight of Daryl's words hung heavy in the air. He sighed. "So this is how it is going to be. How I shall hate to give up life's wonders when I am gone." And thus, Percival was faced with a decision that would shape his destiny and perhaps that of the world. A love that was a curse, a choice that was a sacrifice. His tale is a testament to the complexities of life and love. It reminds us that even in the face of adversity, the human spirit strives to make the right decision, to choose love over hate, even if it comes at a great cost.
Once upon a time, in the age of knights and chivalry, there was a valiant knight named Perceval, who journeyed to the mysterious land of Iceland. This was no ordinary day, but the day of the new moon, a day filled with anticipation and a touch of foreboding. Perceval and his companions found themselves on the shore of Iceland, where the sun did not rise or set for 2 months straight. As noon approached, peculiar bands of shadows danced across the land, a harbinger of something profound. An eerie silence fell, so profound it could mute the boldest of men. Something was about to happen. As if on cue, the world plunged into darkness. The moon, in its new phase, eclipsed the sun, casting a shadow so deep it seemed as if night had swallowed the day. Perceval could only marvel at the sight, grateful for the wisdom of the old wizard Merlin, whose notes had predicted this celestial event. In those 7 minutes of absolute darkness, Perceval saw the new moon, a black disk encircled by faint streams of fire. A bright star that did not twinkle revealed itself nearby. It could only be the planet Mercury. And there, a bit farther out, shone Venus. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Perceval and his companion, the Ice Maiden, rushed to their ship, leaving Iceland behind. As they sailed away, they witnessed the eruption of a volcano, its fiery rocks flowing towards the sea. But the water quelled the fiery onslaught, releasing a plume of steam. A massive cloud of smoke and debris ascended into the sky, carried south by the unusual winds. A spontaneous cold front swept over Gaul, bringing the ashen darkness with it. The blocked sun's rays turned what should have been rain into snow, a brief phenomenon before the winds dispersed the volcanic cloud around the earth. In the evening, the sun hung low, casting a glittering path on the water, a beautiful spectacle of fire in water. The sun and the moon had shared a celestial kiss, and inspired by this, Perceval embraced the Ice Maiden Daryl. His heart, far from being frozen, was filled with growing love on this extraordinary day. Their curses had been lifted, and they basked in the glow of their newfound freedom and love. And so the greatest day on earth had unfolded. A day of celestial wonders, volcanic eruptions, and a love story that defied curses. A day that Perceval and Daryl, and indeed the world, would never forget.
In the time after King Arthur, summer love, in which love conquers all of our characters, for life is good and peaceful, and the summer never seems to end. Again, we sit down to record that which we can decipher from the Celtic chronicles. But what are these chronicles? Where did I come by them? Excavating on my own in Wales for ancient artifacts, I found the chronicles beneath the ruins of what must have been an abbey at Glastonbury, where a particular thorn bush caught my attention. They were sealed in an iron box and were quite well preserved for their age. Not wishing to expose my illegal tamperings with these sacred grounds, I told no one of my find, and kept the chronicles for my own. Unfortunately, they were written in an old and long-discarded Roman script. However, after some searching, I located a Latin master, an old Jesuit priest, and together we, over a 3-year period, found understanding and meaning in the knight's last tales, be they, as they often were, peppered with old Celtic words for local people, places, and customs. We discovered the abbey's name, the Abbey of the Soul. It housed both a monastery and a convent, but not in the modern sense of the words. For back then, abbeys were wholly the world's centers for libraries, education, and philosophy. So, I write the tales of the last night's Almanac as if I were the king's scribe himself, since indeed, he was the writer, although dictated to, and even partially the author, as he often added his own reflections and descriptions to flesh out the storyline. But the scribe's hand grows shaky during Perceval's reign, and the translation went slow. Indeed, many pages have defied translation altogether, and so the chronicles are both a pain and a joy of tears and sunshine, but at least they are mine, and now they are yours as well. The King's Scribe, Austin. Our story Perceval is on his own in Iceland with the Ice Maiden Daryl. Taliesin has met Calliope, the muse of epic poetry. Bogar entertains Evie, and Melody courts Hargrave. Troubadours sing new songs of Ern and Maud's love, while that of Ghislaine and Alexis is already well known in legend. Gawain and his spouse continue to appreciate each other, for how can true love fail this time of year as we move toward that magical night of nights known as Midsummer's Eve? Ice and fire, ice and fire. The scene unfolds with Percival and Darrell, the Ice Maiden, fleeing from an erupting volcano in southern Iceland. Yet for a moment they find solace in each other's arms, an embrace so intense it could melt rocks.
The ashes and sparks are heavy now.
Yes, and as we reach the shore, we throw ourselves into the sea to quench our smoking clothes and our passion.
Percival's small landing craft catches fire, but they manage to extinguish the flames by splashing water onto it.
The volcanic heat drives our sails and our bodies as we round Iceland's tip to the north, finding safety and deeper into each other's love hold.
Bereft of their tattered clothes, but not of hope and happiness, they drift in the sunny seas not far from shore, embracing as one.
Just a lad and a maiden in love now. Nothing else in the world is important anymore.
Including this story, which is why we lack the complete scribe's record of their lovemaking.
Now Percival, it turns out, is the King of Britain, but he forgets to mention this to me.
And Darrell, as it happens, is the Queen of Iceland, but she forgets to tell me as well.
For fear that it may place a bias on the other's love. Many royal suitors were power seekers at heart.
Each of us is quiet now on the beach bar, alone with our thoughts.
I look at Percival and see only a penniless lad.
I look at Darrell and see but a poor peasant girl.
Unfortunately, even then, royal romances were more political than meaningful, since sovereigns must always put the needs of the kingdom, or queendom, ahead of their personal desires.
But tonight belongs only to us, not to the world.
Sleep finally comes and takes each into the other's dreams, as if they'd always belonged there. And this fact, when wordlessly parting the next morning, each knows in their heart to be as true and sure as the bluebird's coming in spring. Lovebird, spring comes late to Iceland, and with it come the bluebirds. Some of the birds land at Percival's feet, having not yet learned that man is to be feared.
These bluebirds are truly the reflection of all that surrounds us, for they wear the color of the sky on their backs and that of the earth on their breasts.
Percival thinks of Britain, of how it has grown strong again, for during the Viking War, volunteers had come to its aid, and many of them had stayed. Even Saxons who, under the continuing wise policy begun by King Arthur, were given lands should they stay and farm it for a year. To the east, the Danes and the Jutes had begun to settle their differences under Ern's direction, and were at long last on their way to becoming one nation with Thule.
Well, there she would greet him as queen and the truth be made known to him. And then it was that she tasted the sadness of a true love tear shed.
Now showered, groomed, and cleansed of ash, and sitting on the throne, there can be no mistaking her for anyone but a queen. Percival only smiles, and the queen's court is amazed at the mere lad that dares to smile in that fashion at a sitting queen. Meanwhile, Percival's fleet has seen his signal fire and comes ashore in the unmistakable uniforms of the king's guard. Taken aback at first, she then returns his smile, but both know that things have only become much more complicated than ever. The affairs of state. Now the affairs of state and council come to occupy the time of two who would rather be but a poor boy and a peasant girl in love and alone in a sweet-scented wood. Diplomats arise right and left while banquets sprout as protocol dictates. Advisors abound, and the duties of the kingdoms are attended to for more hours than can be tolerated. There is time for only short conversations between Percival and Darrell.
Oft, when the wine in my glass was red, I longed for the wayside well instead.
Rather I be kissing you, Percival, than this glass.
Then meet me in the outside well house, and tonight I'll shut your eyes with kisses 5.
Soon after dinner, the Queen excuses herself and bids good night to her guests and attendants, stating that it has been a historic but tiring day. The wellspring of love and desire. The well house is dripping, cool, and wet, providing welcome relief from the eternal northern sun that shines all night in these latitudes.
How I do miss the night and the stars.
There is a rustling in the grass outside, and he knows she is near. The weariness of the day vanishes from his body, and his heart flutters like that of a schoolboy. Life is sparkling now, and there is a feeling that all things are possible. Indeed, there is no better feeling than to hold another human close who loves you in return. She arrives graceful and slim behind a gown that alternately clings and floats, suggesting with its movements a phantasm of the evening. The kisses do not stop, and she gives as well as she receives. She does, in fact, often take the initiative, for she is, after all, a queen. Words need not be spoken, for there is no doubt that they must, somehow, be together always. Kisses done, she lays her head on his shoulder as their bodies touch from head to toe, her breasts ringing against his heart like a bell. Such sensuousness in this world of senses can only add to the beauty of love, for when love is right, you know it by instinct. Now we again leave the lovers alone, for well do we know that such things do so often happen during the fortnight that surrounds Midsummer's Eve. Some days pass and their love stays strong as we knew it would, but a week later a king's messenger leaves Britain for Iceland with news of the start of calamitous events in Europe. Il est plus tard que vous croyez. In the time after King Arthur, a cloud over the earth.
If a great cumulus cloud forms early in the forenoon and keeps on growing well towards evening, then it must be watched very closely, for there is always a threat in its ivory heart. For in a cloud's heart the invisible genies of water and heat fashion lightning, thunderbolt, and storm on what becomes the cloud's anvil. But if you are lost on the sea under a clear blue sky, then search for a cloud near the horizon, for this signals the presence of an island, since clouds are not found over the sea except during a storm. Also,
But Percival does not continue, for a king's messenger's ship approaches and lands, and the king is handed a parchment by Bogar, who has come to fetch back his master. It reads, "All Europe is ill with the plague of the Red Death. Hundreds are dying daily and the streets are filling with corpses. It looks very bad, but Britain is not yet affected. As per your previous directive, in case of such a reoccurrence, Britain's borders have been ordered sealed by Taliesin. The process should take about a week, after which all travel and trade from Europe will halt for perhaps many a year. A similar message is on its way to Thule and to the Mystical Isles. What do we do?
I must leave in the morning, Daryl.
I know, and here I must stay and rule.
One thing is clear, that if I live, I will return.
And I will wait forever if need be, my darling.
Daryl spends the early evening in her garden with a netherworld creature, thinking, then lies awake all night, dreaming of the dark otherworld. Daryl does not see Percival off. Perhaps she cannot bear to do so. Indeed, the inevitable separation is happening, but the foreseeing does not lessen the pain. The ship departs, and twice, once near shore, and again when Iceland is almost out of sight, Percival nearly orders the ship to turn around. However, the lonely hours pass slowly as they swiftly enter the lower latitudes under the blessing of a squall wind at their backs. There can be no returning now. At night, for twilight has returned as the sun rolls along just under the green horizon. Percival looks into the glimmering sea but sees only the reflections of a forlorn sailor of duty on his way to spending his life far beneath the top of the earth.
What would you give to have her here with you?
About 8 years of my life as it appears now.
Suddenly the quiet twilight is disrupted by the clattering of doors below and by shouts of joy and girlish laughter that can only be Daryl's.
I'm haunted, but no, it is really her. She is hidden away.
Percival, I live now the tales of my garden of the dark otherworld. Like Persephone of legend, I shall spend 6 months of each year in Iceland and the other 6 months in, shall we say, warmer climes. And so Demeter, goddess of agriculture, loses her daughter Persephone in autumn and winter when nature's fruits disappear, and regains her in spring and summer when the earth again bears crops. So it was that Hades had honored the request of his brother Zeus.
The gods be with me today, Daryl, and by God I'll take it, never lose you.
Chapter 60, The Spell of the Woods. Bogar returns in late afternoon in search of Evie, as his heart still leaps at the first sighting of Camelot in the distance. Bogar has reached the highest levels of squireship, and for the first time, knighthood is within reach. Evie intercepts him, finding him first, and they immediately take to the woods, for they have not seen each other for a week, and there are many things to do and talk about. The forest is alive with a strange power that casts its spell upon all who enter on such a fine summer's day, but especially on midsummer's day. The senses are always alive in good weather, and the mind is ever alert. Once they hear a stirring in the grasses nearby, but see nothing. Other creatures drop unseen from trees.
It is only the wood sprites making way for us, Evie, so we will not be disturbed.
They come to a dense growth of new and slender pines and slide through and betwixt them along the unmarked path of a well-known maze. They arrive at a grassy clearing and stretch out on the ground, resting their heads on soft mossy rocks. A half roll by Evie, and she is snuggled close to Bogar, her head on his chest, her hip yet on the ground, and her top leg up and bent and resting on Bogar's thigh. The chronicles do not elaborate on what they talk about or what they do, but only that each has never been happier. They do have a vision, or is it a dream, of Bogar dressed for battle and leaving without Eve for a war in a distant land, so they embrace all the more and spend the night where they are. The enchanted forest is kind to them this night, and the love they share now and through the upcoming years will have to sustain them during the terrors that are to sweep the world during the next decade. For there are those who would take advantage of the plagued souls in Europe and throw the world into a new dark age.
Coming home.
The scene. In the women's quarters at Camelot, Melody waits for Hargrave to arrive for the dinner feast. But again tonight, he does not come. And this, the special midsummer banquet. Her eyes well up with tears. Has he forgotten her lately?
Well, she thinks he did say that he would be away now and then, off and on, to work on a secret project.
Just then a giggling page girl arrives with a message that is sheer magic.
It reads, "I have built a hut in the wood at our favorite spot. None knows it but you, my love. An ash tree this side, a hazel on the other, and in between a little hidden lowly hut where waits my flame-haired love."
She knows well the place of which he tells and rushes out of Camelot into the magic of fast-falling night. Out of breath now, she begins to walk and reads the rest of the message.
"I ask the gods small bounties, a secret hut in the wilderness." A moss-lined well beside it, and a thicket for the singing birds within, a row of tall, bright candles, and under their light the face of my love, her eyes the twin stars of constancy, drawing me to the smooth haven of her arms.
She arrives at the hut and looks in. It is simply wonderful. It is to be their first home. Hargrave awaits.
Come in, dear Melody, and share this secret abode.
And so, Melody steps into their new sanctuary, her heart alight with joy and anticipation. In the time after King Arthur, Lake in the Woods. When love's feeling is right, one knows it. It is beyond all doubt when the intensity pervades your every thought and action. But I say to all of you who have not found true love, that if there is the least sense of doubt, if long courtships are necessary before you can know each other, then that is perhaps not true love, but labored love. Because as I began, when love is present, one knows it without question. And subsequent marriage occurs without either party even having to ask it of the other. So it is with Daryl and Percival too, as they dally about their lake in the woods. Their cottage is nestled in the woods between the hills and the seashore. The lovers sit on a swing on the cottage porch, as the peeping eye of the full moon spies on them from the top of a hill. They rock gently, bathing in the harmony and rhythm that has so recently flooded their joined being. At the sides of the porch, the flowers of the white evening primrose begin to close, while lightning bugs flash their mating calls to one another.
There, darily over those hills, is the former abode of the witch.
Well, bless her wretched soul. Come, Percival, let us walk the grounds.
Moving through the glittering fields of fireflies, they walk along the lake path without words. Though still weary from sea travel, love's energy carries them on its eagle's wings, as being near to one's life partner is contentment enough for anyone on a night in the age of darkness in the midsummer. There is a strange chill in the air, as the woods compel them to enter and share in its secrets on this one night of magic. Church bells knell the toll of 10 o'clock from the nearby town. The sounds are muffled and distant because the air has suddenly grown heavy.
I think that we are not alone, Percival.
Yes, the forest has many eyes, and I have come to love them. And tonight I feel as if the air is filled with the magic, hopes, and dreams of all of the souls which have come before us since the dawn of time.
There is a similar night in my country, during which these feelings of old, sealed in our souls, become known, and float in the air so that we might know of our dim and animal past.
Hark, I see movement ahead and in the trees.
They run to the spot, but the impish form is gone. However, the grass is yet bent and marks the small man-creature's passing.
Hold me close, Percival.
I know this feeling. It is but the witch's soul on its way to its final and eternal resting spot in Hell's heart. It's gone now. I again feel the beauty and goodness of man, and only this can ensure the victory of wisdom.
Making love on a midsummer night. This time, dear reader, we do not leave our lovers alone, and you frustrated. For sensuous love is as natural and necessary to human life as breathing, and just about as common. At a comfortable distance from the fire, Percival sheds his downy vest, for the heat grows warmer, and uses it as a pillow when he lies on a blanket covering the finely sifted sands of the lakeshore. Darrell straddles him, hovering in the air above him, her knees and hands supporting her and settling into the hollows that she carves in the sand. Percival lies on his back looking up at her, and into the starry night where endless fires burn. She is now the huntress reigning supreme over her willing prey. Her rear pointed to the sky, she brings her lips within kissing distance by lowering down on her elbows, her ripe breasts now brushing ever so lightly against her lover's chest, which she has managed to bear as well as her own. The kisses are full and moist, playful, but then lingering. Percival loved this position because it left his hands free to harvest her breasts as they hung in fullness, like fruit from a tree. She enjoyed the power and control that the position offered her. She could direct the lovemaking as quickly or as slowly as passion dictated. She turns her head this way and that so he can kiss her from ear to ear. Her soft hair brushes his cheeks time and time again and sweeps away all notion of time and space. She reaches down and releases his love arrow from its confines as he reaches above and over her to strip down the last flimsy piece of her undergarments and, for a time, massages her buttocks but does not press her down upon him. For this is her move, and there is magic to be enjoyed in that airy space of attraction between the sword and its scabbard. He reaches under her to fan her quickly rising sparks into flame. After some minutes of this, her lips below are engorged and dripping hot rain down upon his manhood. Several times she stills her movements as her body's many tensions are swept away by the waves of well-being that orgasm brings. With his other hand, he gathers up first one breast, then the other, then both together. Balancing on two knees and one hand now, she reaches for the stiff wick to which she will pass her fire, and strokes him from his balls to the tip where she finds the seepage of love's juices waiting to burst forth. She plays it against her button of desire to set the final fuse aglow and creeping. Now her pulsating well of flame devours wick and wax, surrounding it with heat and comfort beyond belief for many lovely minutes. Finally, with a last surge of activity that they both know will take them beyond the point of no return, the raging flame of sword and scabbard tastes the powder itself in explosions of passion's tremendous energies revealed. Yet awash with waves of contentment, they pull a blanket over them and drift into the calm sleep that only lovers know. The last curse on earth. Percival sits down to hear the giant's tale, and the giant begins.
The witch placed a curse on me as well. I will forever roam the earth in sadness if I do not accomplish the following by the end of this day. I must see the sun set 3 times in one day, and I must during daylight create a dark space behind me that never ends. What will I do? I cannot stop the sun and raise it up again, nor can I cause the absence of light behind me and into the infinite depths of space.
Day is nearly done, and the horizon is rising to meet the bloodshot eye of day. Percival, having studied under the poet-astronomer Taliesin, quickly leads the giant to the shore, where a small piece of low, hilly land juts out into the sea. They face to the west and view the setting sun, now a symbol of the sad giant's dying hopes. The sun drops through some clouds and is bright again, but half of it is already below the horizon.
Look at your shadow, giant. How long is your shadow at sunset or sunrise? What is shortest at noon grows longer as the afternoon wears on, until finally it stretches forever behind you, since you are directly between the sun and that which is behind you.
That is fine, Percival, but the sun is nearly set and will certainly not rise again until the morrow. I must still see 3 sunsets.
No time to explain now, giant. Quick, lie down on the ground and see your first sunset today as the top sliver of the sun falls below and is extinguished by the horizon. See? There it goes. Now quickly, stand up to your great height, and what do you see?
I see the tip of the sun again.
And your second sunset of the day, giant?
Yes, I see it, and another green flash as well.
Now run up yonder hill and bring up the sun again so that it may set 3 times in a day.
The gleeful giant runs up the hill in great leaps and turns to see the sun set 3, 4, even 5 more times, each sunset lasting a few seconds.
What it would be like to live in an era filled with magic, knights, and mysterious creatures. An era where the world was a vast, unexplored wilderness and every day was an adventure. Welcome, then, to the medieval period, a time of knights and nobles, witches and wizards, giants and goblins. Our tale begins with 2 companions, Percival and Darrell, journeying through the beautiful but eerie forests of Britain. Their quest? To ensure that the witch's old dwelling is devoid of any lingering malevolence. As they traverse the glittering fields, a silent understanding passes between them. Despite the weariness in their bones, a shared energy propels them forward. Love, that powerful force, carries them on its wings, offering a sense of contentment even in the heart of darkness. But as they move deeper into the woods, a strange chill permeates the air. The forest, it seems, is alive with unseen eyes, watching their every move. The distant tolling of church bells from a nearby town adds to the eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, Darrell gasps, her eyes wide with fear. "I think that we are not alone, Percival," she whispers. "Yes," agrees Percival. "I feel it too. The air is thick with the hopes and dreams of souls long past." Just then, they spot a small, impish figure darting through the trees. They run after it, but it disappears, leaving behind only a trail of bent grass. Darrell clings to Percival, her heart pounding. But Percival, a knight of the realm, is unafraid. He reassures Darrell that the strange feeling they experienced was merely the witch's soul departing for its final resting place. He speaks of the inherent goodness and wisdom of mankind, their only weapon against the forces of evil. And then, as if summoned by Percival's words, a giant appears. Will our heroes triumph over this colossal foe? Will their love and bravery be enough to see them through this perilous encounter? For that,
dear listener. You must wait for the next chapter of their adventure. Until then, remember, every era has its heroes, and every hero has their tale. And in the medieval times, those tales were filled with magic, mystery, and the unyielding spirit of the human heart.
And so it was. The clever knight Percival, with his knowledge of the world, had helped the giant to see not just 3 but a handful of sunsets in a single day. The giant's laughter echoed across the hills and valleys, a sound of pure joy that hadn't been heard for many moons. As the last sliver of the sun dipped below the horizon, for the final time that day, the giant turned to Percival, his eyes reflecting the twilight sky. "You have lifted the curse, Percival. I am free at last. I will no longer roam the earth in sadness. The witch's curse has been broken." Percival, feeling a sense of accomplishment, replied, "It was not I who broke the curse, but your willingness to see things from a different perspective. Remember this lesson, my friend. Sometimes the answer to our problems lies not in changing the world, but in changing the way we look at it." And so, under the starlit sky, the giant rejoiced, his heart filled with newfound hope and happiness. The last curse on earth had been lifted, all thanks to the wisdom and wit of a humble knight named Percival. He had not only saved a giant, but also taught a lesson to all who would hear this tale. That perception is a powerful tool, capable of transforming curses into blessings, despair into joy. And so ends our tale, a tale of magic, curses, and the power of perspective. A tale of a knight and a giant and their unforgettable sunset adventure. A tale that reminds us that even in the face of the impossible, there is always a way, if only we are brave enough to seek it.
In the days after King Arthur, the jongleur. During Arthurian times, the values of bravery, chivalry, and service were spread far and wide, coloring men's deeds everywhere. In this respect, the Dark Ages were not so dark because the deeds of these men lent light to the future in the form of chivalry. The carriers and tellers of such deeds were the jongleurs and the warrior troubadours, traveling minstrels wandering from castle to castle, singing songs of heroes, bringing news, reciting lyric poems of Britain's history, all in exchange for free meals, lodging, and whatever other compensation the listeners wished to provide. The freest of men, they roamed the countryside at will, owned by no one, ruler of none but themselves, but always welcomed by one and all. They searched not for fortune, but, as Whitman realized in his Open Road, they were good fortune. And so it was that a jongleur sang his way into Gawain's castle on the day celebrated as the middle of summer. Gawain, the light-hearted merry man who often showed youths how to be young, had found true love in his spouse, Catarin, and yet lived many zesty days with her as she danced in his fine, twinkling eyes. The Harritine. The flagship of Thule enters the uncharted waterways of the marshes called the Fens. It carries Ern, king and commander of Thule, Scandia, and Daneland. The ship makes its way ever deeper into the Fens, that place of exile of Ern's grandfather, King Aguar. Ern seeks the Harritine, keeper of the iron book of all fate, in which is sealed the future. With Britain's and Thule's borders about to close, this is Ern's last chance. To come here, to the heart of the Fens where the Harritine lives and hides, is simply something that the owner of the swinging sword must eventually do. Feelings of dread accompany Ern as he walks the way to the Harritine's lonely hut home. The door is opened for him by a sort of half-monkey, half-man. A small candle flickers and illuminates the crumbling pages of an ancient book. The Harritine turns the page and looks up. Ern notes his own name at the top of the page.
So you come, Ern, son of valor. I await you. I know only too well the legend of the swinging sword, the sword that I hastily forged to guard against evil. With it you will lead armies, walk the halls of palaces, travel far to foreign lands, but it is an awful master and will never bring you peace, since its terrible thirst for blood will bring many evil men to their end. Come, show me the blade. For the last time I will look upon the monster that I have made. Once I warned your father, Prince Valor, that the owner of the blade would never find contentment, and I showed him the future, that Camelot was to be ruled by Morgana. But you know what he told me? He said that this thing called contentment is only for those who have reached their goal and are satisfied to go no further. He then used the accursed sword to help change the future of Camelot. And so I tell you now as a prophecy that after 6 years of peace, the free world of good men will end suddenly, and that only the swinging sword and the crimson spear stand in the way of this fate. Go now. Be gone. Let me die in peace.
Taliesin bids farewell. Riding down the coast to Tintagel at the tip of Cornwall, Percival and Darrow seek out Taliesin, for it is rumored that he is about to depart Britain. Indeed, Taliesin awaits, and there is a hearty greeting between the king and his wizard.
Where do you go, my friend?
The time has come, Percival, for me to go to my people and live out my life with them. Also, I have found true love in Calliope. Of course, I would not leave before speaking with you of the future, for there are critical times ahead.
And if your people depart the earth soon, as it is foretold that the gods will do to leave the earth to man,
then, Percival, I must go with them. Now listen, I tell you of the future. The plague will spare Britain in the years ahead, and indeed, I go personally now to battle with the plague witch far out at sea. But the seeds of contagion have already been planted in Europe and will wreak great havoc there. Taking advantage of the confusion, the barbarian hordes will come to rule most of the earth, including Britain and Thule. All this in 6 years or so from today. That is the future as it now stands. Bleak.
The ghostly specter of Merlin fills the darkened sky, and old Merlin speaks. Night falls quickly, as if the sun cannot bear to hear the news.
Now, Percival, my son Taliesin does that which he must. So has the Haritine spoken to Ern. But do not rush off to Europe now, for the plague would consume your armies along with all of our hopes. But rather, now, enjoy a period of peaceful and beautiful years here in Britain. But I say to you now that if the world falls to the likes of the Goth, Hun, Muslim and Turk, then all that we know and love, all of our world, all of our literature and deeds will have gone for naught and be destroyed, and the world will enter a new dark age from which it will never emerge. While some of the immediate future is certain, sometimes the distant future can be changed by heroic deeds.
Goodbye, Percival. I may not return if ever.
I need you.
You need only to look deep within yourself to find me in time of need. I have always been there and always will be. Be good, be happy.
You do your part, Taliesin, now, and I'll do mine when the time comes. Hail and farewell.
In the time after King Arthur. Our story. The lights of civilization grow dim as the deadly plague of the Red Death overtakes good men and barbarians alike in Europe. Only those on islands like Ireland, Britain, Iceland, Thule, Scandia, and the Mistiful Isles are spared. But they remain isolated from the world and from each other, their borders sealed against the horrid sickness. Sad stories. When Pandora opened the box of wonder, many evils flew out and were loosed upon the world, including envy, discontent, plague, crime, and desolation before she could slam down the lid. However, it was just in time to prevent the escape of one thing, hope. And this was what the world needed now, for it was the most terrible outbreak of illness that had ever occurred in history. The first year of a plague is always the worst, and hardly any family is spared. About 1 in 10 dies, and corpses are soon rotting in the streets, causing the spread of many other illnesses. The next year is not as bad as the first, but is by itself terrible and takes 1 in 15 to the grave. During the next several years, the plague returns each spring, but lesser and lesser outbreaks occur each time, until finally, for 2 years, the plague does not return at all and is assumed to have run its course. But fully 1/3 of Europe is dead. There is one benefit of the plague, if we dare think of a plague's benefits, that there being less people alive, there is more than enough wealth and property for the survivors. Nearly everyone is well off, even rich, good, and bad man alike. Although all races were affected by sickness and death, that of the Visigoths was not as greatly affected, perhaps due to their sheer orneriness, and so they began to enjoy a resurgence from their recent subjugation. Only fragments of the once great Western Roman Empire remained to prevent this, and though they fought valiantly, they were soon overcome. And so it was that the unexpected wealth of the Goths merely whetted their appetites for more riches and the power that accompanies it. But we now get ahead of our story, and so the world war that ensues will be detailed on another page of the last night's Almanac. He will awake no more, oh nevermore. Within the twilight chamber spreads apace the shadow of white death, and at the door invisible corruption waits to trace his extreme way to her dim dwelling place. The eternal hunger sits, but pity and awe soothe her pale rage, nor dare she to deface so fair a prey, till darkness and the law of change shall over his sleep the mortal curtain draw. Shelley. What is death to me? Where death is, I am not. Where I am, death is not. To that high capital, where kingly death keeps his pale court in beauty and decay, he came, and bought, with price of purest breath, a grave among the eternal. Come away, Shelley. In the time after King Arthur, a poem in stone. Our story. We are back almost. A year has passed since the meeting of Percival and Darrow. Sorry, but there are not any chronicles for that year. We do know that they were married in Camelot and lived happily. She returned once to Iceland and, as promised, returned to Britain for the next 6 months. It is summertime now. The plague is quieting down in most parts of Europe, although not gone yet. But here life goes on as it must. Britain grows stronger each day. Many squires have distinguished themselves and now stand before their king. Knighthood. Knighthood is never granted hastily, but many men were more than ready now, having proved themselves during the preceding years. These men, Percival knew, would form the nucleus of the force which would eventually be called upon to thwart the sad future that would otherwise come to pass after several more years. Camelot, that poem built in stone, called many to its service and to that of the world's good causes. Many rose up through the ranks, although some did not, but all dedicated their lives to the causes of righteousness. The ranks were as follows: novice, page, common foot soldier, common squire, pikeman, archer, or grappler, knight, squire, knight of the Round Table, senior knight of the Round Table. Now it is Bogar's turn, and then Hargrave's, to kneel and be dubbed a knight by a light touch of the crimson spear, as King Percival steps forward.
In the name of God, King Arthur, St. Michael, and St. George, I make you a knight, Bogar, and give you the right to bear arms and the power to meet justice. Now rise, Bogar, knight and protector of the Empire.
My king, it is a duty that I will solemnly obey.
Now, Bogar, kneel and prepare to rise again.
Bogar is perplexed at the king's strange request, but kneels again. There's another touch of the crimson spear, this time on the other shoulder.
Now rise, Sir Bogar, Knight of the Round Table and Defender of Heaven.
And now Hargrave steps forward. Darkness falls. Our story Europe has not been entered for 7 years. The plague has been absent for a year. If it does not return this season, it will be assumed to have run its course. Britain welcomes Angles, Jutes, and all who come in peace to its shores. There is a new feeling of confidence, for Britain is herself once more free yet powerful, alluring but commanding, and beautiful beyond belief in mind, country, and spirit. Sadly, Taliesin left years ago and never returned. And from Europe come only these ominous forewarnings. The Goths grow strong in the west and the south. To the east, Mohammed incites followers to spread Islam by force. And to the north and east, barbaric hordes are contained only by the Rhine and Danube and stretch all the way back to China's Great Wall. And the Turks are restless as usual. Evening for a classic lady. Once before, the Visigoths had nearly conquered Europe by pretending to come to the aid of the falling Western Roman Empire, and were only stopped by the brave deeds of King Arthur and his knights. Now, only isolated fragments of Arthur's once great empire remain, and, thanks to the plague's effects, quickly crumble, and the Visigoth, not as severely affected by the plague, gains from sickness what he could not win in war. For now, Western Europe is his. Again, the flow of goods from Europe is cut off, and the Goth interferes with trade between Britain and her allies. Now, every day that passes will see the Goths grow stronger from Europe's riches, while all others grow weaker. But the time for Allied action is not yet ripe. There is much preparation to be done, for a world war is no idle venture.
Winter is at its height, our supply lines would freeze, and the contagion may yet lurk in hidden recesses. In the spring we shall know for sure. And finally, the Goth is strong and unified now. Attack now is not wise. Better to wait until he grows fat and lazy with his newfound wealth.
It is we, Britain's Saxons, who shall fight the fiercest for Saxony, our fatherland.
But sadly, Percival knew, as he had been alerted by Taliesin, that soon the whole world would be aflame with hate, and that only careful, cunning, and crafty planning, not rash action, would bring the world's hopes home to stay. As winter eases, a Grecian treasure ship sails into Camelot, laden with the pride of Greece, its classic literature. The looks on the faces of the ship's crew tell Percival what he already knows, that Greece, that lady of classic splendor, has fallen to the Moslems. And that Constantinople, also called New Rome and the jewel of Christendom, unconquerable for centuries, now stands alone against an onslaught of Islamic madmen, driven to war feats beyond comprehension by whirling dervishes and Muhammad's ceaseless preaching. Blackness arrives. Percival orders the precious Grecian literature onward to Ireland, for even Britain may not be safe for long, and thence to Iceland if need be. The Grecian ship's captain reports about the war that those sailors which survived have fled to the Mystical Isles, while the remaining soldiers flock to Constantinople, vowing to defend her to the last.
It is true that if Constantinople were to fall, then the Eastern Roman Empire would be forever lost, but the city cannot be conquered now, and can withstand a siege of a year or two before its only possible conqueror, starvation, can take it. And believe me, we will not then let that happen. But better now that she draw the Moslem like a magnet to his slaughter, thus diverting his attention from other weaker regions.
Yet by twos and threes, so as to not attract attention, British warships are sent to that great inland sea, the Mediterranean. For this is where the war must begin if the great plan of cleaving enemies apart, those known and those as yet unknown, is to be accomplished by distant and separate invasions. A fast ship now bears into Camelot's harbor, carrying another dreaded messenger. Dreaded because they always bring bad news of late, the news. The Hun has crossed the Rhine to take unfair advantage of Europe's plight. The Vandal marches to sack Rome and mark its final fall. The Turk retakes Jerusalem, and the Visigoth pushes the Franks to the sea in Gaul, and the Franks ask for your evacuation aid. Clovis II, King of Gaul, facing certain defeat, does what he must do and calls a retreat to allow the finest of the Frankish troops to seek refuge across the Channel, so they might live to fight another day when the odds are better. Percival immediately dispatches every available ship to the shores of Gaul in one of the largest successful evacuations of an army that the world has known. And it succeeds because Clovis II will not leave his beloved land, and entices the Goth with the bait of his ready capture as he draws inland with a few brave men, and so diverts his pursuers away from the fast-retreating Frankish army. The French soil that he loved so much now surrounds Clovis II in eternal and everlasting comfort, in an unmarked grave where a few dedicated followers buried him, while the 12 Goths that he took with him rot in the fields abandoned in death. But where, oh where, is young Clovis III? A defeated, but mostly intact army arrives safely in Britain, and it is then declared that if and when Europe is invaded, that Frankish shock troops shall lead the way home to retake all of French soil, or join Clovis II beneath it. Our continuing story. The time for invasion is not yet at hand. However, equipment arrives daily in Britain from free foreign shores. Blacksmiths work day and night. Early and second plantings continue in the fields. Spring freshens the air. Regiments are formed and trained. Frankish troops grow healthy once again. King Percival can only hope that all will be in readiness by the time that the geese fly south and the leaves begin to fall. In the time after King Arthur, Constantinople. The scene. The Muslims and Turks are laying on the longest siege that the holy city of Constantinople has ever known. Great siege engines have been constructed and rolled hundreds of miles over roads carved ahead of them to reach the wall of the fabled city. Hordes of crazed madmen encircle the city on every side. Constantine IV supervises the action at the latest trouble spot on the wall and watches yet another mighty siege tower go to blazes from the effect of his newly discovered Greek fire. There, on another wall, comes a human wave assault with ladders. Archers on the ingenious triple-tiered walls let loose arrow after arrow into the mob. The slaughter is endless, for when one Turk falls, another takes his place to meet death and glory. To die in war was the ambition of every Turk, or so the great Khan would have them believe. Finally, the blessed darkness falls as the attackers retreat to their camps for the night, and the city's defenders sneak outside the walls to make repairs. The attacks begin anew the next morning at some other gate or portion of the wall, but Constantinople was built to last. Well stocked with food, water, warriors, and weapons, the Christians' finest city has easily survived the first 100 days of siege. Indeed, as Constantine IV turns from the wall and looks inward, his city and its churches look quite eternal in the bright summer sunlight, especially Holy Sancta Sophia, the most magnificent church in all of Christendom, its gold, glittering dome a symbol to all of that which is forever good and eternal. Constantinople, unconquerable for centuries, heart and soul of the Eastern Roman Empire, New Rome, sister city of Camelot, built on 7 hills and ever protected by the mountains, the sea, and 3 solid walls. When founded and laid out by Constantine I, declared Caesar in wild and old Roman Britain, his followers were aghast when he walked out the boundaries of the city he was to have them build, for the walls were to be several miles on each side. But no site was so fortified by nature. The hills gave it height and view, the harbor of the Golden Horn and the Sea of Marmora gave it access and control of the sea and protection from attack, and cold winters helped also, as did the strong winds on the Bosphorus. Many a caliph had attacked it, over long periods of time, and each went home in despair, never to return to power. Blockaded for 200 days now, the city yet stands solid. Where outer walls weaken, new inner walls are built overnight. There's no longer any grain left from the steppes of Russia, but the city is large, and every spare patch of dirt is put to the task of growing food, which is to be carefully rationed. 2 portions a day to warriors, 1 to all others. And then elsewhere, the Huns cross the Danube, the Vandals enter Rome, casting an eye on North Africa, and somewhere in the uncharted waters of the foggy Aegean Sea near the Mystical Isles, a nation of born sailors goes to war, while another great navy enters at the other end of the great inland sea and passes the Rock of Gibraltar. A crippled sailor looks out from the first ship. It is the man with a peg leg and a hook hand, the one who built the ships that he thought he would never sail, Sir Gunnar, now commander of Britain's war fleet. Victory at sea. Our story. Deserted for decades now, Rome falls easily to the Vandals, but the words Rome has fallen still hang heavy in the air as the messenger speaks them before the king's court. In the great inland sea, a spy notes the passage of the Vandals to North Africa, and eventually takes the news to Gunnar and his fleet. This is a lucky break, since the Vandals could be easily isolated in Africa, and all of the commanders knew that isolation and separation of enemy forces was a most essential part of the war strategy. If the Mediterranean Sea could be soon taken, then much enemy shipping and communication could be brought to a standstill. The Vandals are followed by a small ship, painted blue to match sea and sky. In the time after King Arthur, the boy who carved ivory ships. Many years ago, a valiant prince of Thule gazed at a ship model carved wondrously of cedar and ivory. The prince, after many moments spent lost in admiration, asks the origin of such a fine piece of work. He discovers that it is the work of a crippled carver of ivory named Gunnar, and so seeks him out to learn his story. Gunnar tells him, "I was an ivory hunter and sailed to the icy north in search of the walrus. We were successful, but then a terrible storm broke, and it was many days before the broken ship's survivors were found. My foot was so badly frozen that I lost it. Later, we were attacked for our valuable ivory cargo, and in the ensuing fight I lost my hand. Now I am but half a man and carve the ships I'll never sail." But the young prince knew of Thule's need for good shipbuilders and hired Gunnar to build full-scale ships. Soon, Gunnar rediscovered his worth and became the finest shipbuilder Thule had ever known. Gunnar implemented many new concepts, and his ships took to breeze and sea like none that had come before. Knighting followed. Many years later, Percival and Ern, upon hearing the terrible prophecies, put every craftsman at Gunnar's disposal, and he began the construction of the great fleet that now sails into the great inland sea. Commanding the ships that he visualized as a boy, Gunnar fights the feared and swift corsairs, plunders the pirate of his plunder, and begins the long process of laying open Europe's soft underbelly. Yes, at last, Gunnar, now senior knight of the Round Table, commander of the Navy, sails the many ships that he carved as a boy. Spain is bypassed, for its barbarian forces are easily cut off by sea power and its own mountainous hem in the northern inland portion. Italy is retaken and will be used as Gunnar's base, for it is undefended and is taken by surprise. Back home, the victory-starved soldiers of the Allied forces rejoice at these first naval successes of the war, for they know that when the sea is secure, then the land invasion can begin. The Mystical Isles. The story backs up slightly. Somewhere to the east of Greece in the Aegean Sea lie the Mystical Isles, forever shrouded and protected by nature's moist embrace of mist and wave. To the far north, the brave men of the Eastern Roman Empire make their last stand at the city that Constantine built. To the southeast, the infidel has taken Jerusalem. To the southwest, the pyramids stand resolute against the sands of time. and mock the impermanence of man's frail empires. But here the Vandals land to conquer all. The misty sea itself is infested with barbarian sailors who will aid whatever madman rules with the most power and money. Hidden in the middle of this sea are the Mystical Isles. From her temple on the main island, Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, watches in stone as her rapidly growing fleet puts to sea. A flutist sets the tempo as oarsmen pull against the morning winds. Then, when out into the open sea, the sails swell and another day's work begins. Ghislaine leads a crew of native mariners that know the sea as well as their mother's breasts. One day, a fleet of pirate ships is seen, bound for occupied Greece, and filled with plunder, and the chase is short. Ghislaine unfurls vinegar-soaked hides to save against fire on his ships. Cross-cutting through familiar winds, Ghislaine slices into the rear of the enemy fleet, thus causing the lead ships to waste time turning about. Archers set their flaming shafts to the sinew, and the untreated wood of the barbarian warships takes readily to the fire. Hooks are thrown onto the wallowing plunder ships so they can be pulled to safety. The pirate soon loses his courage when faced with men that draw theirs from love, kindness, and family ties. Blue, our story moves but for a page back to the great inland sea that separates Europe from Africa. While Gunnar and his fleet attend to the healing of Rome's wounds, the pride of Gunnar's navy, a blue spy ship, follows the trail of the Vandals towards Africa. Yes, the ship is blue. There are not many things in this world that are blue, other than the sky and its reflection in the sea. But the blue spy ship blends with both of them, and as a result is nearly invisible. The sails, once white, have been stained through and through with blueberry juice. The mast is, of course, blue spruce. On its flag flies the bluebird on one side and the bluefish on the other. The ship's bell is in the shape of a bluebell, and the captain's nickname is none other than Bluebeard, the original. Thus the ship blends with and becomes the sea. The ship also carries gray sails for overcast days, but today is azure, and the Vandals are seen landing on the dark continent. Then, from deep within the hull, the captain brings to deck the only thing aboard ship which is not blue, a startling white pigeon, which knows only the Mystical Isles as its home. The bird is released as all the sailors cry, "Fly!" The pigeon is unsure at first and circles the ship 3 times before heading in the correct direction. The bird is alone now, overseas it is never known, but all it does know is that there is no place like home and that it must return there at any cost. On its leg is an important message, but the bird is not aware of the band. It only knows that it must land soon or grow weary from flying and drop into the sea. Finally, the first isle appears and the pigeon lands near some of its own kind. It would be nice to stay, but home's magnetic attraction seems overpowering now that the bird is so close. Mystical Isles, Conte. Day after foggy day, Ghislaine's swift trireme set forth into the familiar azure Aegean Sea, weaving among the isles, searching for and destroying pirate and Visigothic vessels of war, with underwater rams on strengthened bows to leave the cargo ships without escort vessel protection. The triple-banked ships are a fearsome sight, slashing through the quiet blue sea, oar blades flashing wet in the golden sunshine, spray curling white above the powerful rams, or with large single sails swelling in the soft, warm, misty breezes. Then, homeward bound, comes the protection of the enveloping mist that gives the Mistiful Isles its name. So, little by little, the Gothic Turk sea power is whittled away to the point that even the hardiest barbarian will not take to sea. On this day, it is deemed safe to leave the Mistiful Isles to the more senior citizens, and Ghislaine's navy set sails southwest across the Mediterranean Sea, in a fog toward the shores of Africa controlled by the Vandals. This then is the path to victory, for the pigeon has landed and given up its precious message. To protect the Mistiful Isles, a mighty chain blocks the harbor entrance to all who might chance upon it by accident in an enchanted sea. The good man cannot be bribed. He is good for nothing. In the time after King Arthur, a little bird told me, Ghislaine takes most of his fleet on the long and dangerous voyage far from home.
Little Ghislaine waits on the railing until the last ship is nearly out of sight. One last wave and his father is gone.
One last wave and his father is gone.
Alexis wonders if she can find the heart to tell her little boy that she too may have to leave soon, to give hope to the people of Gaul where she rules the many lands of Lancelot's father, her grandfather, where she has been declared regent until young Clovis III can grow up, if indeed he yet even lives and remains well hidden.
To give hope to the people of Gaul where she rules the many lands of Lancelot's father, her grandfather where she has been declared regent until young Clovis III can grow up, if indeed he yet even lives and remains well hidden.
Father left in a hurry, so I know the sea is awash with great danger. Was it the bird messenger?
Yes, the pigeon arrived a short while ago with an emergency war directive. Your father kissed me farewell. Said that the time and the day winds were already right and left immediately with his swiftest ships and his best men. It seems that the world is crumbling to pieces now as never before.
Mother, why does he not take me with him? I want to be a part of history too.
One day you will be, my son. One day you will be.
Meanwhile, in Africa, Huneric, Vandal King, is proud. Oh, he has miscalculated a bit and has landed in a desert part of Africa, but he nevertheless rests to reflect on his other luck and accomplishments.
I have carried off Rome's treasures, and Gunhar's fleet is tied down in Italy, undoing the damage I have done to the land and people. The winds have just changed for the season, and Gunhar cannot therefore sail forth at any rate, even if he could resist helping people in need, which he can't. Oh, at what a disadvantage is the good and saintly man, for he is not free to do whatever he pleases, as do I, Huneric, soon to be king of all Africa. Let the Goths, Huns, Turks, and Moslem divide up the states of Europe, for here we will rule an entire continent. Even our landing spot is lucky. Yet unseen by anyone worthwhile, we can easily send out many scouts and spies to size up the country's strengths and weak spots. And when Africa is taken, we'll come to rule the great inland sea as well.
Sailing all day and through the night, Ghislaine spots the thinly guarded Vandal fleet at the reported spot. Now the flutists stop as the oars hang silently in the air just above the water, and the vessels coast out of the early morning mist into the harbor while the Vandals rub their eyes in both astonishment and sleepiness.
How did they know, and so soon?
A little bird told me, thinks Ghislaine silently. Cries go out for help, but the bulk of the Vandals' forces are far away, looking for more wealth. Soon their war fleet is in flames, stranding the Vandals in the hot, bare, sandy desert of Africa. Look around, reads the inscription on the Sphinx I rule, all that you see now and forever. In the days after King Arthur, call to arms. Our story. We are back in Britain now, and our story is but slightly behind in time from the events in the great inland sea. Never has an island nation, outnumbered 10-1, brought men and horses to oust an enemy of such magnitude from Europe and been able to sustain such an attack with its long and tenuous supply lines and without holding a single castle in the enemy's wide territory. But such preparations were even now taking place in Britain, because good men cannot stand idly by while their brothers cry for aid. However, the time is not yet right, but is drawing ever near as the ships of Thule fare forth to make safe the local seas. From far away comes some bad news. The Huns, Goths, Vandals, Moslems, and Turks have formed an uneasy alliance for their common good. Each day it grows stronger, and they have formed a central headquarters in Vienna, in the heart of their collective empire, equidistant from all edges of the known world. Britain's warriors grow rash and restless, but Percival forestalls the invasion because summer's heat reigns over Europe now, and there is still much preparation to be done at home.
Soon, soon.
Percival begins to think out loud while his new squire Arslan stands by. Arslan is so young, just a boy really, and too small to make a good warrior. But he is determined to make his mark in the world on the face of war.
What shall we do, fight? Mars and Venus, two extremes with us right in the middle. Arslan, the Earth is surrounded in its orbit by warlike Mars on the one side and by peaceful Venus on the other. We of the Earth are bound by love and beauty in the orbit above and by war and destruction in the orbit below. If not on Earth, then in heaven.
I will be a great warrior someday, my king.
But Arslan, is there not life to be lived and enjoyed?
If I die a warrior, my king, it is so that others might enjoy life, I suppose.
What to do, my boy? What to do?
I know not.
Well, replies Percival, since Taliesin is long gone, I shall go one last time to Avalon to find out what must be done, although I believe I already know the answer to the terrible decision that must be made. So the king travels to Avalon.
But where there was once mist and bog, there is now only clear sky and solid ground. The gods have departed, Taliesin gone with them. There is no more Lady of the Lake, no more Avalon. It is gone forever as if it had never existed. So Taliesin and his people, perhaps not gods, but certainly much more than men, had finally departed, as they'd said they would. Having made man in their own image, it was time for them to move on now to seed other worlds. When will we meet them again? Thinks Percival, the king and commander, as he returns. Well, Arslan, perhaps we do survive after death, immersed in the mind of the gods. But what matters now is social justice. Man, in his love and beauty, is the divine essence itself, perhaps. Maybe in man alone is our vision of God, a God created in man's image. But certainly if we fail now against the barbarian, then God dies with us, and all is lost forevermore, and the devil reigns supreme. Now comes what many believe and hope to be the final call to arms. But even so, the king and his captains know that there is yet much training to be done in a short period of time. Britons, Celts, and Scandians heed the mobilization call. Many who were once enemies of Britain are united by the common foe and come as well. The Scots, the Saxons, the Jutes, and the Danes. As summer begins to fade, the Arabs take Tunis, and Gunhar's fleet wends its way from whence Rome in eternal grandeur stands. But some feel that the largest crusade ever to be taken by man will fail, and they have many questions for Perceval.
How will we gain food and drink in Europe if our supply lines run out?
If we are right and good, then the people will feed us.
How will we take Europe's strongly fortified castles?
Well, we helped build those castles, didn't we? So we can easily unbuild them.
Meanwhile, the Huns cross the Rhine, and the Ostrogoths, the gentler cousins of the Visigoths, leave the Ukraine, carrying all that they own and hold dear, driven from their homes. King Perceval drills his knights and foot soldiers without rest to perfect them in his new tactics. His captains grumble. There will be no individual heroics, just machine-like efficiency. The bugler calls the troops to the king's standard at the end of another day as the horsemen practice the taunting of the boar. In this particular drill, an enemy which holds high ground is patiently taunted by bowmen into charging into a valley of death. This day there is a chill in the air as the dry season begins and the natural world begins its annual decay, but there are many drills and calls yet to be perfected. There is the flight of the seagull, in which several flocks of horsemen seemingly float and flutter about the field of battle to feast on scraps of enemy garbage. There is the sting of the bee, in which the best of the lancemen suddenly converge and swarm from the wide field of battle and head straight for a vital enemy area. There is also the charge of the wounded bear, in which reserve horsemen hide inside caves or woods while defeat is feigned on the field. Then, when all seems lost and the enemy breaks ranks to partake in the slaughter, the reserves rush forth into the confused flanks of the enemy as the retreaters suddenly turn back on the enemy. All such calls of the bugler must be memorized, with each man knowing well his part, since there is little else that can be heard above the sounds of battle. Each day near the end of practice, a special call, the crane, is signaled. Although it is practically useless in battle due to its complexity and intricate timings, not well suited to the wildness and emotion of the battlefield. Invented by Gawain, its use now in practice is necessary if only to build discipline and attention to memorize detail under pressure. In the crane, the enemy is given many openings wherewith they could easily totally triumph, while the perpetuators seemingly stand first on only one leg, then on the other, then on neither, until apparently unrelated wide field maneuvers finally come together in pincer-like movements which devour the enemy from the end to the middle in slices. In the time after King Arthur, the world in decay or the goose has flown. Autumn comes early in Britain, and its weed flowers invade the fields of purple heather as the dry season begins. In September, the earth rests, after having given itself wholly to the sun. The The sunflower embodies that idea for all to see, but soon it too begins to droop its head and die. Soon the leaves will grow brittle and make their return to Mother Earth. The Moors from Morocco grow greedy and invade Spain from the south, and Vienna is hailed by fiend and foe alike as the center of a new and evil empire from which the entire world can be controlled. Indeed, the world is truly in decay. However, the Goths in northern Europe begin to cast a wary eye at Gunnar's deep incursions into Italy and begin to send several divisions south.
But sly Gunnar, after drawing these Goths south, will only put to sea and make his next move, already planned as part of a master plan mapped out long ago. For his navy and Goth armies are but pawns jostling in the early stages of a global chess game.
I shall join the hunt for winter's meat. It's crucial for our survival.
Percival, there's something you must know. This hunt is more than just a quest for food. It will set your destiny for all time.
As Percival rides out with his comrades, little does he know that the journey ahead will shape his future in ways he cannot yet imagine. The words of his guide, Hogarth, echo in his mind, hinting at a fate intertwined with the very essence of his being.
See there, my liege, high up in the sky, all alone, it is the leader goose come to take the flocks south. It's quite amazing that the leader goose can know the precise day that the flocks will come to him and the exact place in the sky to wait for them. See him there, just circling and circling, biding his time, and sure enough, here come the flocks of geese that he is to guide. The season's turn now, the goose is flown.
And now, Hogarth, my guide, I must be the leader goose, for the Allied leaders have just elected me supreme commander of Allied forces. I fear the time is near. Now I ask you, are there many leader geese?
Yes, my king, there are many, but all are driven by a single overriding force, a supreme leader goose that drives their souls. And now, my king, I ask you a question. How can we win against a united enemy in foreign territory who outnumbers us 10-1?
Not to fear, my guide, like our friends in the sky, we'll split up and follow the leader geese in separate flocks so we do not have to face the enemy all at once, and so he will be forced to spread out his forces thinly. Also, note that the enemy is in territory that is foreign as well. Then, when the enemy is worn down, the flocks will join together in the final battle. When it is over, and this may be many years from now, I will sit down and say hello to the other leader geese. That is, to the friends that I have not seen for years, namely Ern, Ghislaine, Gunhar, Alexis, and Gawain. The days are bright and sunny now, but the year dies in the night while we sleep. It's time for old friends to meet, old wine to drink, and old wood to burn.
In the days after King Arthur, the serpent. On the third day, the setting sun gleams on helmets and spear points as the Visigothic horde appears, filling the vale with its vast numbers. As night falls, 1,000 campfires flicker in the darkness.
We are much outnumbered, but the snake can swallow a prey larger than itself. In the serpent maneuver, the snake encircles its prey, the enemy's struggling mass on their only open side, squeezing hard so only the front of the enemy line can strike a blow.
At the morn of the next day, the leader of the Visigoths, knowing he can't hold back his savage warriors because they have no discipline, sends them toward their waiting foe.
The serpent then sheds its skin and renews itself as follows. Percival's foot soldiers form in 3 lines across the valley floor.
Every quarter hour, a trumpet sounds and the first line steps back while the line behind takes its place. The Visigoths, hampered by their great numbers, must always face fresh troops. When part of the line gives way, the adjacent parts weave back with it. Though, like a snake, the line has many bends, its gaps are immediately filled by roving men called scales. Many are the deaths of the Visigoths this day, but they, nevertheless, gradually gain ground through their sheer numbers alone. So the time has come for the serpent to die. A trumpet sounds the snake's time-delayed death knell. 12 minutes later, so as to disassociate the next maneuver from its trumpet call and disguise its prearrangement, the Allies give way in apparent panic. This causes the Visigoth to break ranks in a wild scramble for blood. However, the Visigoth has not yet been introduced to the mounted knight. However, the introduction is not a pleasant one. From the woods where they were concealed, fully armed knights on mighty steeds come crashing into the disorganized Goths, lance points gleaming and thirsty for blood. Now, for the first time in quite a while, the mighty Goth tastes defeat and repayment for his evil deeds. Those Goths who run away and are lucky enough not to be ridden down now do what they should have done in the first place. They retreat to their well-fortified castles. After the battle, the liberated villagers eagerly invite the victors into town for rest and refreshment and toasts of chilling ale. but much difficulty lies ahead in the taking of castles in central Gaul and Saxony. In the time after King Arthur, Andlecrag and more. Our story. The Visigoths lose the first battle in the north but remain strong and well-fortified castles in central Gaul. But before we get on with the many and various battles for those castles, our story turns to Castle Andlecrag in Saxony, the home of the warrior troubadours, the only fortress in Europe not yet taken by the enemy. But first, even before we get to that, our story must flash back to Thule. It is about a month before the invasion of Europe. Son of Ern. It is under prolonged siege by the Huns, and time is running out. King Ern receives a desperate plea for help from Castle Andlecrag. We are in Thule now.
We must send someone there to give them hope that help will be on the way if they can only hold out a bit longer.
He is Ern's son, Val. He is young, eager, restless, and impatient like his grandfather. A volunteer steps forward.
And was rechristened Val in honor of my father, who the young boy resembled in both appearance and trait. When I married Maud some 8 years ago, the boy legally became Crown Prince of Thule. When I met Maud, now some 15 years ago, she conceived a son by me.
Unable to sit still for long, he seizes on this opportunity. Already a full squire at the age of 13, young Val is well on his way to knighthood now at age 15. For now, we shall call him Young Val to avoid any confusion with Prince Valor of Arthur's day.
All right, Val, you are going. They too could not be kept at home. But in looking at my son and his determination, I see plainly the two crown princes of Thule who came before. I am about to refuse young Val's request,
Ern says to his only son.
I ask but one thing of you now. Take Flamberge, the swinging sword, with you. If not, then report their condition back to me. If you can reach them, give them hope. The troubadours who have given us so much must be preserved at any cost.
I will, Father. Now soon I must leave.
I know,
Ern replies.
I will be there to join you within 2 months with my armies, and together we will face the terrible hordes of Huns.
Together,
answers young Val.
The swinging sword.
The Huns, having lost many men at Andlecrag, now throw the sum total of the region's forces in its direction. The Great Khan orders his field commander, Karnak, to send him Val's head or not return at all. Rory Moore, cutting laterally through Gaul in a successful attempt to draw the Goths to his fast-disappearing trail, receives new orders and races into Saxony to rendezvous with the armies of Thule and Jutland. Andlecrag has become much more than a simple castle. Now it is the symbol of freedom and goodness in a dark age and keystone of the early war effort. With the war in Gaul at a pause, Perceval sends his best knights racing into Saxony. With 2 spare mounts each to gain extra travel time, they ride day and night without pause. At dawn the next day, the Hun battalion issues forth, drums throbbing, spears waving, and swords clashing on shields. Like a great octopus, the Huns move slowly up the wide valley, their far-flung arms reaching into every fold and hollow of the encircling hills. Western Gaul. Alexis lands on the shores of Western Gaul as its regent queen, along with the exiled Franks. In these lands devastated by plague and conquest, the weighty cries of "Bring out the dead" by the pusher of the body wagon are at last put behind, as hope and life return to Gaul. Upon seeing their queen and their returning armies, the resident Franks rise as one against their Goth oppressors and drive them south towards Spain and away from the main Goth units in central Gaul. Angles and Saxons also land under Cheldric's command and begin to reclaim their homelands, with the desired effect of cleaving and isolating the occupiers' forces into small, harmless pockets which cannot communicate. For this was the master plan, allowing the remainder of Greece to be retaken by the Romans with Gunhar's aid. The Vandals wander deep into the African jungle, and the fleets in the inland sea are clearing a sea path to Jerusalem. In the Netherlands, Darely and her ice troops land in the base of the Netherlands at its narrow choke point, and trap many enemy divisions which have been massing there for an invasion of Scandia. The joint navies of Thule and Iceland surround the seaport. The entrapped Goths, upon hearing of the main invasions in Gaul and Saxony, and that a mere obscure queen and her forces block their way, rush to the south where the Icemen await, and easily fall prey to the Icelandic armies. Hagia Sophia. Hope lives eternally in the streets of Constantinople outside the church of Hagia Sophia when the defenders hear of the progress of the Allied forces. Perceval and Ern send orders that their thrones there be dusted off, for in Constantinople there are 3 extra thrones standing by in case the 3 other Christian kings of Britain, Gaul, and Thule should ever come to visit. Greece retaken. The Romans retake the bulk of their eastern empire in Greece, excepting Constantinople, while Gunhar's navy clears the Adriatic Sea and enters the Ionian. Those enemies who survived the Roman purge are pushed back into Austria. A mighty fleet sails between southern Greece and Crete and boldly enters the Aegean Sea, where the mystical isles lie. Gelane's fleet races to meet the threat. Battle stations are quickly called and men scurry to their posts. Caught off guard, Gelane recovers quickly and, after seeing to his battle formation, peers through a long spyglass at the opposing commander's ship. What he sees is somehow both startling and expected. In his scope, Gelane sees Gunhar looking back at him through his own spyglass. Friends meet at last. The meeting of these 2 fleets can mean only one thing. The inland sea is cleared of barbarians from end. Gunhar and Gelane now lead the way to Jerusalem and Constantinople. In the time after King Arthur, the master plan. In the early stages of a war, victory usually favors the invader and his 2 greatest generals, surprise and momentum. Such was the case with the invasion of Europe, with the invader's discipline versus the defender's panic. So the invaders had the advantage now, but the war was far from over. Many struggles lie ahead, but the invaders have a master plan, and it is gradually becoming clear. The invaders have succeeded in dividing the enemy while penetrating deep into the continent. The enemy has retreated to well-fortified castles after defeat. Why should they waste men on the battlefield when they can be safe behind the stone walls? Let the invader starve and freeze, they say, for he has long outrun his supply lines and winter is approaching. But Percival's master plan calls for the using of the winter as a shield for resupply and regrouping. For battles are not fought in winter, but, and this is a very big but, he must take some castles to shelter his troops. At this moment, Thul's navy, having played their role in the invasion, now return to home ports in Thule, Scandia, and Britain, where the harvest has just been brought in. Half is to go to men overseas. They are to be fed and resupplied via Europe's great rivers, the Dvina, the Vistula, the Seine, the Elbe, and the Rhine. The great ships of Thule leave with their cargoes just before the northern ice freezes. On the continent, winter will come somewhat later, but when it does, the ships will be trapped in Europe and will have to fight their way to summer in Vienna. But from the Adriatic, Gunhar and Gilane's ships will enter the Danube and head into the continent, thus bringing the power and usefulness of their navies against the enemy's heartland. Ern's men prepare to winter in Andalcrag in northern Saxony, while Ern himself takes some of his best with him to aid in capturing castles in southern Gaul. For a time now, the invaders have to scrounge for food, but soon the peasants come forth with stores of food that they had artfully hidden from their conquerors. As for taking castles, there are also strategies in the master plan which have such illustrious names as the Mole, the Termite, the Undermine, and the Flood. This particular castle, continues the king, has a secret escape tunnel. Of course, the end of the tunnel is not completely dug through, lest it become an entry tunnel into the castle. Only a few feet of earth remain to be dug at the end of the tunnel, but as you can well imagine, one might dig and search for it forever if he did not know where to start. However, we know that the end is to come out behind that clump of trees over yonder. So get some diggers and open the tunnel's end, and we'll invade the castle from the inside and totally surprise the Visigoths. We'll play it for all it's worth by pretending that we are to enter by magic. The tunnel end is dug out, and the Visigoths wonder why the invaders seem to be retreating and abandoning the taking of the castle.
Meanwhile, I wear one of Merlin's magic-looking cloaks and stand in front of the castle, stating that the invaders have the power to become quite invisible and pass through solid stone walls.
The Visigoths have heard of Merlin and anxiously look down at the bases of the mighty stone walls. A friend is made. Returning from victory at Joyous Gard, Perceval again comes upon Theodoric, leader of the Ostrogoths. However, he is about to be hanged by people of the village.
What has this man done?
Well, nothing yet, but he leads a tribe who will pillage and burn our towns.
This is not so, and I so command that you spread the word that I guarantee their safety. As a student of history, I tell you that these are peaceful Ostrogoths, not marauding Visigoths, although similar to them in appearance. Look at them closely. They bring women, children, and equipment for homesteading. They are settlers, not raiders. Fierce, yes, but only if you mistreat them. In the knightly code, disrespect must be earned. It cannot be merely presumed. The Ostrogoth, like many of you, has been displaced from his lands. Now untie them and let them go forevermore.
The Ostrogoths are unbound, and Theodoric regains his dignity and composure after being given back his sword.
I am Percival, commander of the allied forces of Iceland, Ireland, Britain, Thule, Scandia, and Jutland.
And I, Theodoric, am king of the Ostrogoths. The remainder of my legions are but a day behind. A likely mistake has been made, which has now been corrected. For this I cannot thank you enough. Long ago we disowned our barbaric cousins, the Visigoths, and now, at last, we find friends to whom we can honorably state allegiance. From this day on, in thanks for saving our lives, my forces are your forces, for your cause is now our cause.
At last, the Allies skirt Cisalpine Gaul and enter Austria, the common land of the Huns, Visigoths, Turks, Moslems, and other assorted and unnamed hordes of Mongols streaming in from China. The Ostrogoths make good progress in Italy, and thereby save the Allies' rear and right flank from attack. But dangerous times are ahead, for the enemy has been pushed back into his own homeland. Some minor battles are fought and won along the way. But it is well known that the enemy strength has been concentrated in the heart of the country. Unfortunately, the Allies will be outnumbered there 5-1. In the era after King Arthur, the last battlefield. Our story, day after day after day, battles rage on the last battlefield, with neither side able to gain a clear advantage. Outnumbered, the Allies must use their every clever battle call, take every chance, just to stay even. The battle calls of the flight of the seagull, the sting of the bee, and the charge of the wounded bear are called and provide many gains, but eventually they are learned by the enemy and become useless. The Allies are gradually being pushed back. The final battle call. The Allies are losing the main battle, and Perceval must play his last 3 desperate cards. The Navy is recalled from their ships to act as one more battlefield unit, a risky maneuver, for the ships could be taken. Perceval then asks the trumpeter to blow a battle call that everyone knows but never thought they'd hear. Wafting over the field comes the call of the crane. Then he calls for his crimson spear. Of course, the crane, Gawain's complicated invention, is so ridiculous that it might even work. But it is also very risky, for with the openings left by its wide-ranging flank movements, entire battle wings can be lost quickly during vulnerability windows, which are both planned and unplanned. However, it does seem to be made for a large-scale battle and has now become the perfect battle call. The crane now puts all of its weight on one leg and attacks the enemy's weakest spot in order to disrupt their battle formation. But won't our heroes be surrounded eventually? Meanwhile, the ships are abandoned, the Navy comes in, adding its men. The crane builds slowly but surely, yet it is also dynamic, and many of the captains often hear the trumpeter call them back to the standard for changes.
Sir Valor, the right wing is giving way. Take your warrior troubadours and relieve the pressure. Gawain, the Huns are swarming out of the vale and will get to our rear. Drive them back. Tristram, prepare the knights behind the hill for the final charge of the pincer and slice. I will soon join you. Join.
The crane barely holds together at times, but seems to be working. All Allied forces are now committed to the battle, and it is win or die, for there are no reserves to call on. Unless the large troop of sailors from the ships can be counted upon, and they are still far away, but racing toward the roar of battle. This is the moment that the knights were born and bred for, far outnumbered and fighting in the enemy's center. Perceval now throws his personal safety to the wind and transforms his king's command and guard into a roving extra lance unit. It is an option of the crane, albeit a most desperate one. And so the Allies' standard is left to fall and does so. The golden standard is down. The allies know it as a trick, for one would always retrieve the golden standard from the dusty earth. But the enemy now senses the apparent winning momentum and rushes to the spot. The Huns especially sense victory, but the battle is far from won for the Huns. Trumpets now blow the final option of the crane. Poets and troubadours still tell of the mighty deeds that took place that day. The crane confuses the enemy. Just when his victory is assured, battle formations magically change and take the fight elsewhere. Sir Valor and his companions at arms have saved the right wing when the trumpet calls them to the standard.
But what of the left wing?
Wonders Perceval, who couldn't cover it. He glances back. A troop of wild men come storming down the slope and scatter the enveloping Turks.
Who are they? The Navy! Suddenly, the enemy is in a very vulnerable spot as lance units approach from every direction, yet seemingly from nowhere. Hengist realizes that he must get his warriors out of the vale and behind the shield wall, or they will be at a disadvantage as all of the crane's final effects suddenly become all too apparent to the enemy leader.
Then the knights of the Round Table come pouring over the crest of the hill in a glittering flood into the nightly packed hordes. They crash at angles, slicing off small sections, and these groups, too small to contend with mounted knights, run for safety. The seeds of panic have been sown. The earth shakes as the last mounted knights, lance points gleaming, come thundering from the fold of the ridge where they were concealed. The mighty knights of the Round Table form the terrible wedge and, like a plowshare, cut a crimson path, lopping off small sections for a foe fleeing in panic is helpless, and the knights, with true medieval ferocity, reap a grim harvest. Suddenly there is great alarm on the Allied side, for Hengist, the enemy leader, reaches his panicking troops and directs them to the unguarded Allied fleet. They will escape and will perhaps raid Britain while the knights are stranded here. But they never reach the ships. Hengist might have reformed for a counterattack, but the camp followers, cooks, servants, and slaves had arranged the baggage wagons across the valley floor so they could view the great battle. Now it is like a dam holding back the flood. And what was in these baggage wagons? Why, it was the pieces and parts of some furniture dragged halfway across a continent, the actual Round Table itself. No quarter is given, and many of the devils are slaughtered. And so ends the greatest battle that the Dark Ages have ever known. Were this battle to have been lost, then, quite possibly, civilization as we know it and love it would have vanished forever from the face of the earth. In the time after King Arthur, War's epilogue. A toast to victory is made. The Vandals cross over into Spain from North Africa at the narrow inlet of the Inland Sea and remain there with the Moors and the remnants of the Visigoths that were defeated by the Franks in southern Gaul. These enemy forces are too small to challenge the Allied Empire and are, at any rate, forever hemmed in there by the mountains to the north and the sea all around. Soon they take to fighting amongst themselves. In thanks for their assistance to the Allies, the Ostrogoths are granted Italy as a place for their great and homeless tribes to settle. The Muslims retreat to Asia, excepting those in Spain. The Huns no longer exist. The Romans solidify their Eastern Empire and also conquer all of North Africa. The Roman general Belisarius enters Spain to do battle with the Vandals. The flame of freedom burns brightly once more. Constantinople lasts another 1,000 years. We are all of us Cain's children, and so we must prove ourselves able and worthy. The jewels in Time's chest. That light whose smile kindles the universe, that beauty in which all things work and move, that benediction which the eclipsing curse of birth can quench not, that sustaining love which through the web of being blindly wove, by man and beast and earth and air and sea, burns bright or dim, as each are mirrors of the fire for which all thirst, now beams on me, consuming the last clouds of cold mortality. Shelley. The last knight finds himself strangely drawn to the castle's parapet and looks off into the distance. Can it be true, he thinks? Does a familiar voice call to me on the winds? And so he makes his way to the giant's dance of Stonehenge. A druid priestess appears and bids him to enter. She takes him ever downward to a chamber far beneath Stonehenge. Oh, cruel time, which takes in trust our youth, our joys, and all we have, and pays us but with age and dust, who in the dark and silent grave, when we have wandered all our ways, shuts up the story of our days. Raleigh.
Merlin. Is it you, Perceval? Asks Merlin, for he is now weak and blinded from his war against the devil. Come close, let me put my hand on your head and know it is you. Tell me, Perceval, did we win? We did. Then the world is saved, replies Merlin, for together we have subdued the devil. One day we shall destroy him.
In a time that is very far off he will return, and the once and future knights and their king and their magicians shall greet him. Yes, Perceval, we will return when the world needs us most. You, me, and our friends behind me on the wall. And when we do, when that great day comes, we'll enter paradise and place the apple back on the tree whence it was stolen in the Garden of Eden.
Beneath there sate on many a sapphire throne the great who had departed from mankind, a mighty senate, some whose white hair shone like mountain snow, mild, beautiful and blind, some female forms whose gestures beamed with mind. Shelley.
Merlin questions Perceval, how is it that so many times you have told me that you were moving on, leaving the earth even, and yet time after time you return, or perhaps you never really left?
Yes, Perceval. I attempted to leave many times, but found that I could not because I'd grown accustomed to the earth and loved its people too much. At first I thought that I was so very different from mankind, but I've come to learn that we're really very similar, and that we all, those of us that have goodness, want the same things: love, peace, and righteousness. As you may have known or surmised, my own grandfather was the archangel who fell from heaven and became the devil. But there was a bit of goodness buried deep in his black heart. My father was also a devil, but my mother was a saintly nun. From my demon sire comes my power, but from my mother comes my virtue. Luckily, I have been able to combine the two in order to come to the aid of the earth and its peoples. And so it is that good can conquer evil, and not the other way around. Therefore, there is great hope and promise for man, for his situation is similar. For we are, and I speak from my human half now, all of us, Cain's children, not Abel's, and are therefore born bad with original sin, but with a capacity for goodness. Add to this the fact that we also carry traits with us from the gods of old and also from our animal ancestry, and you can see that there are many forces which tug at us from all directions, and some of you are even my descendants. Although the full gods of old and of Avalon and of heaven have left the earth, they have been persuaded and encouraged by our actions of goodness, and still continue to cast favor on me with a backward glance or two now and then, focusing their energy on this and other megalithic monoliths throughout Britain, Stonehenge being the central point. Thus, all who reside here may gain some measure of immortality. Come with me into the next room and I will show you the jewels in Time's chest. You still have much work to do, such as editing the last night's Almanac.
Millenniums pass, like scenes on the eternal tapestry. Like Rome, many cities became glorious and were once queen of the world, but all too soon were reduced to its soiled mistress, and then to dust, to be watered by man's tears, and perhaps flourish again. Yesterday is but today's memory, and tomorrow is today's dream. And of this future we can only speculate that the time comes for that last perfect day on earth. I can see it now. A wash of flowers sways and splashes in the late afternoon sunshine. Waves of deep grasses yet move to the rhythms of the earth. Trees flood across the haze. And then comes the last sunset, when beauty herself comes to cast one last fond gaze over the world. Ah, we can see her bright flowing gowns in the colors of the sunset as she leans over the earth. And then just before the destruction of all life on the earth, or perhaps after it, we know not whither, we can only speculate, comes the redemption of man. Or does it? No, the world is doomed, you say, her teeming multitudes to perish forever. But wait, oh wait. There are jewels in time's chest. There is hope, for those jewels are men and women, and there is heart in man's chest. To this day, Merlin, Arthur, and their knights lie sleeping under the ground. Farewell to you, dear reader, and the dreams I have spent with you. Farewell, my story. It seems but yesterday we met. You have given me a deeper thirsting after life. Your heartbeat was mine, and your breath was upon my face, and I knew you all. I knew your pain, your joy, and your dreams were my dream. Myths and legends are waves from a sealed memory that keeps records of our yesterdays, a lure that claims many a lover. Even in this deep winter, we must not deny our spring.
Forget not that I shall return.
Last night's Almanac is a montage and is as much written as a novel as it is put together, like a scrapbook. It celebrates life, love, and adventure in the years following the death of King Arthur. But it also serves as a backdrop on which I can draw literary portraits of many of man's favorite things, such as nature, astronomy, emotion, poetry, travel, history, fantasy, art, and so on. Arthurian legend is the main thread of the story and is also one of my favorite things, so this is important too. So how can a man of action reconcile the fact of writing a book, which is a passive activity, against the fact of the very adventurousness that the book advocates and celebrates to excesses of romanticism? Well, every idea, every description, every friendship, and every story on every page must be lived before it is written. Oh, of course, there can be some exaggerations and dreams woven into reality's fabric, because many dreams do come true. If one dreams enough of, let's say, spending time in a country inn, then one day, probably before you know it, you will indeed awake one morning and find yourself in a country inn. So anyway, most stories are lived, if not by me, then by someone close to me. Years in the making, the book is a result of countless hours of thinking of ideas, living or observing or being party to the stories, endless searching, editing, and copying. But every minute was enjoyed, as it is with all hobbies. As old Merlin said once, it is the doom of man that he forgets. So write things down. We all give that which we can best give. Some people are good at telling jokes, and so this is what they give to the world. Many give their time to causes, their love and friendship, or even money. We all have different things to give to the world. So give what you can to me, to everyone, so that the world will become a better place, so that one day we can, possibly with Merlin's help and that of the once and future king, Replace the apple on the tree whence it was so hastily taken so many years ago in the garden of our birth. And yes, it's true, but only if you wish to believe it, that I unearthed these chronicles from an iron box that was buried 1400 years ago under the Abbey of Glastonbury.